Und damit würde ich sagen, moin Leute, willkommen zu einem neuen Livestream auf diesem Kanal. Heute gibt es mal wieder Fortnite, nämlich ist heute die Fortnite WM Quali. Die beginnt heute nochmal in Kopenhagen auf der LAN. Und dann sind morgen die beiden Finals, Final-Tage. Also heute wird sich nochmal gecallt für die Finals. Es gibt gerade 75 Duos in Kopenhagen, das ist logischerweise 25 zu viel. 25 der besten Duos haben sich auch schon safe called, die sind schon safe drin. Aber 50 Duos müssen heute nochmal ran, habe ich gehört. Und das Ganze startet um 16 Uhr. Ich habe jetzt den Stream eine Stunde vorher gestartet. So. Ich habe jetzt hier die passende Musik angemacht. Genau. Wahrscheinlich wird das hier nicht mal richtig angezeigt. Hier wird schon live angezeigt, dass es schon live ist. Stimmt aber nicht. Aber ich glaube generell, also irgendwie sind die Zeiten verbuggt. Also das haben sie irgendwie nie richtig gemacht. Und das mit den Matches weiß ich auch nicht, ob es ganz so genau stimmt. Aber eigentlich geht es ja ab 16 Uhr los. Und dann anscheinend hier 5 Runden. Könnten auch eventuell 6 werden. Ich habe ehrlich gesagt keine Ahnung. Das sollen wir nachher sehen. Ich glaube, die werden auch nochmal im Stream das Format erklären. Beziehungsweise ja, Fortnite selber wird es erklären. Und am Ende dann am Final, am letzten Tag des Finals, gibt es dann insgesamt einen Prize Pool von 4 Millionen Dollar zu gewinnen. Für das erste Duo gibt es 1 Million Dollar Earnings, was each 500.000 sind. 650.000 für Platz 2 für das Duo. Und Platz 3 auch einfach 400.000. Und für Platz 4 300.000. 300.000 ist normalerweise das, was es im FNCS gibt für den ersten. Und hier ist es einfach 1 Million. Aber es ist ja auch die Weltmeisterschaft 2.0. So kann man das sagen. Die letzte richtige WM war 2019. Und das ist jetzt die zweite. Das vom letzten Jahr war FNCS Invitational, das war nicht ein ganzes, keine richtige WM. Aber das ist schon. Genau. Und weil es 75 Duos sind und jeder, der nach Kopenhagen muss, gibt es für jeden mindestens 4.000 Dollar safe. Das ist auf jeden Fall dabei. Und dann für die Leute, die im Final kommen, 10.000 Dollar safe. 112, 14, 16, 18, 20, 30, 50, 80, 100.000, 120.000, 150.000, 200.000 und so weiter und so fort. So. Man könnte actually mal gucken, wer sich alles gecallt hat. Oder heute auf jeden Fall mitspielen wird. Fortnite WM Kopenhagen. Hier sieht man nicht die Teilnehmer. Vielleicht finde ich eine Seite, wo man die Teilnehmer so findet. Ja, es gibt eine Seite. Und hier haben wir die Teilnehmer. Es war ja so, beim FNCS Anfang des Jahres konnten sich Leute callen, beim zweiten und beim Major 3. Das waren alles Majors. Und bei Major 1 haben sich Masters und Tyson gecallt. Das ist einer der krankesten Duos auf jeden Fall. Würde ich jetzt schon mal so sagen. Aus der EU, Malibuka und Thomas. Auch eigentlich ein krankes Duo aus der EU. Dann haben wir Acorn und Cold, die damals auch richtig krass waren. Von NA East. Und dann haben wir auch noch NA, ich glaube NA West ist das. Torrington Boys kenne ich nicht. Aus Brasilien, dem Zinn, den kenne ich sogar. Jo, Luca, moin. Dem Zinn, der hat damals schon beim World Cup 2019 mitgemacht, glaube ich. Kitos auch schon mal gehört. Der Rest ist Asien und so, da kennt man nichts. Aus Major 2 haben sich Quisi und Veno gecallt. Auch ein sehr krasses Duo. Venjak und Kami. Seti und der polnische Kami. Auch ein sehr, sehr krasses Duo. Wird, glaube ich, auch richtig heftig sein. Die haben ja letztes Jahr die LAN beim FNCS Invitational ja gewonnen. Grippy und Flixi sind dabei. Das wusste ich so gar nicht. Aber krass, dass Grippy und Flixi dabei sind. Das ist, glaube ich, deren ersten LAN. Ja, das müssen deren ersten LAN sein. iDrop und Mappi. Dann haben wir Yuma und Jamin. Whatever. So, Skits, die kenne ich leider keinen mehr. Doch King. King kenne ich noch. King hat damals 2019 Solo World Cup Ultra rasiert. Ja, Mero kenne ich auch. War mal der Mate von Buga. In den FNCS von Chapter 3 und Chapter 2, glaube ich noch. Hat auch ordentlich rasiert mit ihm. Ich weiß gar nicht, ob Buga ehrlich gesagt auch dabei ist. Aber Buga könnte actually auch dabei sein. So, dann haben wir aus Major 3 Trulex und Chico. Pink, Kyrie, Pink und Vico, auch ganz krass. Belacha und Mixen, auch ein polnisches Duo. Robban, X-Force, Snazy und Podasai, auch glaube ich ein full französisches Duo. Snazy, ich glaube Snazy hat schon World Cup Erfahrung. Ja, Snazy müsste schon World Cup Erfahrung haben. Town Grolls, Pasroki und Kylie, Misha und Tini. So, dann haben wir von NA Canada mit AEGIS. Mir fällt direkt so ein berühmter Clip von Mongral ein mit AEGIS, wo er AEGIS gesniped hat im Busch, einfach random. Ah, Buga ist tatsächlich dabei mit Freds. Keine Ahnung, wer Freds ist, aber Buga ist dabei. Krass, auch Bugas zweiter World Cup natürlich. Solo World Cup 2019 gewonnen. 3 Millionen $. Ja, und Kanada und AEGIS sind natürlich auch, ist auch ein krasses, bekanntes Duo. Canada auch schon lange dabei, AEGIS eigentlich auch, eigentlich beide ultra lange schon dabei. Ich glaube Canada ein bisschen länger, aber... Oh, hier haben wir den Batman Buga. Der hat auch zumindest in Chapter 3 und in Chapter 4, glaube ich, öfter in die FNCS reingeplaced, glaube ich. Der hat relativ gut krass reingeplaced, glaube ich, ja. Der war schon auch sehr, sehr gut dabei. Bucke kenne ich auch. Ich glaube, der hat auch damals World Cup gespielt. Dann haben wir hier gerade keinen mehr, den ich kenne. Nein. Aber die sind alle safe called. Diese Duos, die sind alle drin. Müsste es sein. Es müssten auch... Sind das 25 Duos? Also die aus Major 1 sind safe dabei. Major 2 ist safe dabei. Major 3 ist... Ja, hier steht auch Qualified Players. Okay, die sind so gesehen hier alle Qualified. Okay. Last Chance Major. Ich glaube, die müssen noch mal alle spielen. Ich glaube, die müssen heute in den Quals noch mal alle spielen. Das sind Mr. Savage und Vadiel. Warte, danke für die Herzen im Chat. Mr. Savage und Vadiel aus der EU. Tyson Clement. Hen und was. Vortex und Belushi. Moneymaker und F9. Dazu muss ich kurz mal sagen, Mr. Savage hat damals in Solo und Duo World Cup mitgespielt. Sonst hier, Hen hat damals auch schon weit mitgespielt. Ich weiß nicht, ob er World Cup gespielt hat. Vortex war auch schon... Na gut. Janis und RYZEN, ich glaube, die werden sich heute auf jeden Fall callen. Stendo und Lüsche. Lüsche ist allerdings nicht Leggy. Was ich mir immer selber gedacht habe, dass es Leggy ist. Da haben wir Peter Bott, ist ja auch dabei. Scented, der damals den Code gespielt hat. Ist auch dabei. NA, Klicks. Klicks ist dabei? Warum ist Klicks dabei? Der wurde doch gebannt. Der wurde doch fully für das Turnier gebannt. Ich weiß ehrlich gesagt nicht, warum Klicks dabei ist, theoretisch, aber Klicks wurde eigentlich damals gebannt für komplett World Cup. Also bis zum World Cup durfte er kein FNCS und so spielen. Aber vielleicht hat der Epic Games mal irgendwas dran geändert und ich wusste das nicht. Der wurde nämlich eigentlich auch gefühlt so unrecht gebannt von Epic Games. Der spielt mit Epic Wall. Epic Wall hat ja damals auch den Solo World Cup mitgespielt, mindestens Solo. Und Klicks war damals der Duo-Mate von Skeptic. Das weiß ich auch noch. Der war der Duo-Mate von Skeptic, hat damals auch im World Cup gespielt. Ja, Skeptic nicht so geiler Teammate für Klicks, aber Vergangenheit. Fetch ist auch dabei. Ich glaube, den kenne ich auch aus dem World Cup damals. Ich glaube, Klicks hat auch actually Solo World Cup gespielt. Da bin ich mir aber gar nicht sicher, aber Duo World Cup auf jeden Fall. Dann haben wir, wen haben wir hier noch? Okay, sonst haben wir keinen mehr. Oh, ich muss mal kurz gucken, wo kann man hier irgendwo sehen, wer hier heute Dings da spielt. Die Qualifiers. Prize Pool, genau, hier sind wir nochmal im Prize Pool. Da haben wir ein Video zu. Ja, das ist Scoring. Wir haben 4 Punkte pro Eliminierung. Es gibt Bonuspunkte, die es selten bisher gab, oder erst auch seit diesen paar Seasons jetzt. Wenn man diesen Tower einnimmt, wo man die Zone sehen kann, gibt es extra zusätzlich nochmal 3 Punkte, wenn man den eingenommen hat oder die Karte halt aktiviert hat. Und wenn man diese Flagge auf der Loot Island POI erobert hat, kriegt man auch nochmal zusätzlich 15 Punkte. Das ist auch nochmal sehr krasser Boost, muss man sagen. Das ist schon mal ein Top 19 mindestens. Ja. Also ich glaube, die aus dem Last Chance Major müssen heute nochmal alle spielen. Ich bin mir ehrlich gesagt nicht ganz sicher. Kann auch sein, dass sie hier gar nicht gelistet sind, die heute noch spielen. Obwohl, ich bin mir gar nicht sicher, sind es ja 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Das sind wahrscheinlich auch dann 20, 30, ne? Ja, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. Ja. Irgendwie so. Ich glaube, die aus dem Major sind safe called und die hier müssen auf jeden Fall normal ran. Ich weiß ehrlich gesagt echt nicht, wie das ist. Das sehen wir bestimmt gleich, weil ich werde den Stream wahrscheinlich auf YouTube gucken. Den von Fortnite selber. Ich werde natürlich streamen. Fortnite. Ich brauche die offizielle Seite von Fortnite. Filtern auf Kanal. Fortnite Thema. Das müsste eigentlich hier übertragen werden. Gehen wir mal auf Live. Also theoretisch müsste es hier gleich übertragen werden. Hier werden immer die Competitive Streams übertragen. Wie man hier sieht. Wenn nicht, dann auf Twitch. Bro. Please write in German or in English. Was ist das? Holla? Ist das nicht wie Italiano? Italien. So.
So, nochmal ganz kurz in Fortnite ein bisschen rein. Müssen jetzt sonst noch sehr, sehr lange warten. Wahrscheinlich. Weil der Stream hier noch nicht läuft. Normalerweise könnten die ja auch immer den Stream an, aber die haben den anscheinend hier noch nicht angekündigt. Oder wird halt dementsprechend nicht auf YouTube gemacht. Ich guck mal ganz auf Twitch, ob da schon irgendwas läuft. Ich weiß auch ehrlich gesagt nicht genau, ob um 16 Uhr jetzt der Stream von denen startet oder... Nee, wäre schön gewesen. Wäre krass gewesen, hätte ich mich mit Paul qualifiziert, ne? Ich habe nicht mehr FNCS gespielt. Ich habe nicht mal den FNCS Qualifier gespielt. Achso, den Qualifier. Na, da war ja was. War knapp, ja, war richtig knapp dann. Ich muss ja ganz kurz gucken. Fortnite bei Fortnite. Können wir freies Bauen Turnier machen, bitte? Freies Bauen. Vielleicht. Na, wir können gleich 1 gegen 1 machen. Ich muss mal ganz kurz gucken, wann wenn der ganze Lachs hier startet. Ne, es gibt ein Turnier, aber das ist erst im Dezember wahrscheinlich wieder bei mir oder Anfang Januar. Zumindest in so mäßig in den Winterferien. Hier gibt es mein Somos Turnier wie jedes Jahr wieder. Mit wahrscheinlich 100 Euro Prize Pool. Mal gucken. So in den Zeitraum. Jeden Fall. 1 vs 1 Turnier hatte ich ja schon dieses Jahr. Boah, hat mir gesagt, dass Skillpunkte verbuggt waren. Ich habe nicht mal mit ihm gespielt. Ich weiß gar nicht, was du möchtest. Wer hat dir gesagt, dass ich mit Paul ein Turnier gespielt habe oder so? Warum ist es hier verbuggt und die Leute, die machen das ja, also Epic Games macht aber nichts. 15 Minuten später. Das heißt 16:15 Uhr oder was? Ja, komm, let's go, lass 1:1. Komm. Ja. Ja, dann hat er sich vielleicht einfach ein bisschen, keine Ahnung, angeflunkert. Play, wie heißt du auf Fortnite? Ja, ja, Toxic, ich habe gegen dich gestern nur so schon gemacht. Wir können aber gleich auch nochmal, ich will nur kurz gegen den Blade Play machen. Wie heißt du in Fortnite? Schreib mal rein. Was hast du? Meinst du Lama Tiburon? Ja, ich habe mit ihnen noch nie einen Cup in meinem Leben gespielt. Oh ne. Nicht. Ja, ich weiß nicht. Wo ist ein Leandro? Warum Leandro? Hallo? Hallo? Willst du auch ein 1 gegen 1 oder warum kommst du rein?
Bist du gerade live?
Ja, bin
Ach
ich.
so, nein, will ich nicht.
Alles gut. Blackplay, du hast mir keine Einladung oder so gesendet oder whatever.
Soll nicht heute so ein Transformers-Dings kommen?
Mit? Nee. Heute ist WM. Heute ist World Cup.
Aber ich habe gehört, dass es so ein Transformers-Bundle heute geben soll. So ein Fortnite-Paket von Transformers.
Dann hast du, glaube ich, zu viel TikTok geguckt. Keine Ahnung. Es gibt kein Transformers Bundle. Deswegen. Ah ja.
Ja, da hat er wohl
jetzt
zu viel
alle,
TikTok geguckt.
die hier in der Lobby sind, alle in 1 gegen 1 oder?
Nee, also,
Der Leandro, willst du ein 1 gegen 1 machen? Nee,
Nein.
ne? Ja, dann musst
Digga,
du einmal wieder raus.
ich glaube, das ist ehrlich viel später, weil ich habe auch vorhin geschaut, das ist immer so insgesamt so irgendwie 15, 20 Minuten später und es kann auch sein, dass jetzt irgendwie so Lags oder so sind, deswegen noch nicht übertragen wird.
Nein, das startet nicht um 15 Uhr, startet um 16.
Achso, ja, okay, dann.
Deswegen. Ja. Oh. Wer ist der Cooltrix? Man weiß
Keine
es
Ahnung, kick ihn doch. Ah ja, okay, er hat ready. Können wir vielleicht gleich Ranked oder so spielen?
Bist du eingespielt?
Nee, aber wir spielen ja jetzt ein bisschen so.
Ja, wenn wir jetzt ein bisschen spielen, können wir gleich ganz eine Round Rank spielen.
Okay,
Aber wir
welchen
sind
Rank
halt
hast
so,
du?
ich bin Diamond 2 oder so. Keine Ahnung.
Ja, ich bin auch damit. Ich gehe aber gleich irgendwann wieder offline.
Gleich irgendwann, warum willst du denn Ranked spielen? Hä?
Ja, nein, wir können ja Ranked spielen, aber danach irgendwann.
Achso.
Weil ich habe halt wieder Schule nächste Woche und dann muss ich halt noch lernen, weil kaum sind ein paar Arbeiten und so.
Ja. Typisch. Lass mal machen, komm.
Ja, warte kurz, welche Waffen?
Ich hab blaue Eier, blaue, goldene Pump. Ja.
Ich machte gerade schon 1 gegen 1, oder?
Nee. Warte, jetzt komm. Jetzt komm.
Ja, du bist ja, dann mache ich erst ihr. Ich bin doch an der Seite, ich guck nur so. Tschüss. Ihr seid gar nicht so scheiße, ihr seid ehrlich gut eigentlich. Hast du ihn?
Noch nicht.
Ja, ich glaube, er wollte gerade Clip auf mich machen oder so. Ich glaube, ihr seid sogar safe besser als ich. Stark.
Das werden wir also, wann fängt die an? 16 Uhr. Aber heute sind nur Qualifier noch. Einmal. Von 16 bis wahrscheinlich 19 Uhr. Hä? Digga, ich kann dir keinen Schaden machen. Schieß mich mal an. Digga, wow, Alter. Wirklich, das bringt's ja auch.
Hä?
Ja, ich merke schon,
Warum
die Map ist wahrscheinlich nur zu zweit, deswegen sind wir in einem Team.
Okay, schade.
Dann macht ihr mal.
Ja. Ja, ich hit die doch einfach nicht, ne? Ey! Digga, warum kommt der? Nein, ich hab Gleiter geöffnet. Ja, geil. Statt Klettern geöffnet, nicht Gleiter. Ach, Digga.
Oh, ach, same.
Shit, der Typ. Ist der noch da oben oder ist er unten?
Ja, der baut die ganze Zeit nach oben. Ja, aber der
Ja,
baut
Digga,
auch
was soll
nur,
ich
ne?
denn? Ja. Digga, was war das denn noch die ganze Zeit? Ich probiere ihn die ganze Zeit zu fighten und springen sie auf ihn drauf und der baut die ganze Zeit einfach höher. Egal. Trotzdem seid ihr echt gut eigentlich. Fightest du ihn jetzt oder soll ich ihn fighten?
Fight ihn nicht.
Okay. Nicht mal wisst du, wo er ist, weil er die ganze Zeit irgendwo chillt. Aha, ich hab ihn.
Komm.
Crack. Digga, wo chillt der Typ? Ja, geil, Digga. Oh, jetzt muss ich ihm hinterher springen. Ey, ey! Digga, das ist ja so chaotisch. Jetzt werde ich von. Ey, wir machen noch von neu. So geht das nicht, ey.
Shit,
Ach, Digga, ich check gar nichts mehr.
na, scheiße.
Ah, nee, jetzt hat er wieder Full HP. Ja, kannst du mich einmal töten? Töte mich. Bist schon gehypt auf World Cup?
Ja.
Für wen bist du? So, erstmal.
Mr. Savage war der.
Ich auch, Digga.
Geil.
Keine Ahnung, ich finde mir einfach so, die haben es am meisten so, keine Ahnung, ich mag die einfach richtig gerne. Hat er überhaupt probiert, sich zu qualifizieren oder ist er gar nicht dabei?
Der geht jeden Tag Gym, ne? Der spielt gar kein Fortnite.
Gar nicht mehr, Digga. Ich
Nein.
hab nur gesehen, dass er manchmal so mit Dings, Mr. Savage und so
Ja,
gespielt hat, aber.
Ja, also manchmal so chillig, keine Ahnung. Am Beginn World Cup, 16 Uhr soll beginnen. Moin, was geht?
Digga, er macht die ganze Zeit Edits, Digga, und ich bin einfach nur oben und warte auf ihn und der macht die ganze Zeit irgendwie Scheiße. Oh, chillt der Typ, Digga, ich check gar nichts mehr gerade. Digga, der hat so meinen Boden geküsst.
Digga.
Was?
Shit on! Digga, sorry.
Du bist so ein.
Ey, es sieht so lecker aus, denn die ganze Zeit zu sprayen, Mann. Was soll ich machen? For real, Bro.
Ja, wir sind alle mies gut eigentlich sogar. Glaubst du denn noch, dass Mr. Savage und wir den ersten Platz holen können, oder denkst du eher jemand anders?
Wir müssen sich heute nochmal extra callen, aber Top 10 ist drin, so sage ich's.
Ja, safe. Was denkst du über RYZEN? Wird das auch?
RYZEN, es wird, glaube ich, Top 5 sein, so. Aber Kami Set, die ist halt auch wieder krass, glaube ich, so, weißt du? Also nicht ein bisschen
Ich habe schon wieder 68 HP, Digga. Was ist das hier eigentlich für ein 1 gegen 1?
Uhrzeit.
Töte mich einmal.
Also.
So. Das kann ja nicht so.
Lass Free for All machen.
Ja. Ich habe so geguckt, weil ich wollte halt WM einfach gucken, da habe ich deinen Stream gesehen. Das war halt irgendwie so, keine Ahnung. Und.
Bin der
Ja,
eine
dann hab
Sekunde
ich
live und dann bist du auf einmal drin, Digga. Weil du. Okay, chillig, ja.
Wirklich.
Ja.
Dann habe ich extra auf Handy gewechselt, weil auf dem iPad bin ich nicht angemeldet. Dann konnte ich in Chat schreiben, aber habe ich halt gesagt, dass ich zocken kann. Dann...
Was ist RBR?
Keine Ahnung.
Einer hat mich gefragt, ob ich RBR nachher schaue. Ja, moin Lorenz, wie gesagt.
Digga, hörst du ihn oder bin ich der Einzige, der den Typen, der hier gerade drin ist, nicht hört?
Ich höre ihn auch nicht. Alles gut. Ja, ist so geil, Digga. Ich habe 2 Wochen Ferien, ne?
Bruder, was ist das für ein 1 gegen 1, Digga? Wir machen einfach irgendeine random Scheiße und plötzlich gibt er mir ein Picknick.
Auch richtig fair, ne? Der
Ja.
Full Rampage, Digga, nein. Glaube ich nicht. Weißt du, was es ist? Was ist ein Rampage? Ich weiß es nicht.
Keine Ahnung, ich kenne so einen Film, aber ich weiß es nicht. Was. Donner. Wie viele sind gerade drin? Ich bin gerade nicht mehr. Spielst du Cups?
Oh, das ist das. Ich spiele Cups ab und zu, wenn ich Mates habe, ja.
Willst du vielleicht mit mir spielen? Also jetzt nicht, ich gebe ja jetzt gerade aktuell keinen, aber halt, wenn mal irgendwann einer ist.
Oh ja, könnte man eventuell versuchen.
Ich bin nicht so scheiße, ich hatte schon mal, also so Placements so Top 200 oder so. Ich miss den, Digga. Was ist das für ein Dollyfight? Bist du rausgegangen?
Ja. Ich wollte nur kurz das gucken. Ist gut. Fortnite. Wo ist das denn jetzt, Digga? Normalerweise starten die immer den Stream gefühlt 10 Jahre vorher.
Lass vielleicht eine Runde ranked.
Ja, let's go. Ja, zu dritt gegen 4, ne?
Ja, passt
Ja,
schon.
nice. Aber nicht hier, hi. Ganz wichtig hier. Range. Oh, der ist Gold 1, das ist halt im Leben so. Der wird halt safe easy Platin oder so kommen.
Ja. Digga, Diamond ist an sich gar nicht so schwer, aber du stirbst halt richtig auf Unlucky, finde ich.
Ja. Kann ich mitmachen? Oh mein Gott, wir müssen abbrechen. Bitte. Ganz schnell noch. Wir haben noch einen guten Spieler. Aber nicht, der muss jetzt kommen. Ah, da bist du doch schon. Aber nicht hier nehmen an. Ich bin abwesend da war ja was.
Okay, natürlich, dann spielen wir du.
Cooles Duo. Ja. Wo ist der jetzt auszusehen? Egal.
Hallo.
Moin.
Also,
Elite. Wie viel fehlt dir noch bis Champion?
Ach, ein bisschen. Also, wer ist das Ding? Ich habe gut Plus gemacht gehabt, war bei 70 oder 60% und dann habe ich ja böse Minus gemacht. Ich bin jetzt bei 30.
das ist mies.
Mhm.
Digga, aber richtig oft kriegst du halt auch plötzlich, also am Anfang so richtig Bot-Gegner in einem Rank und dann danach plötzlich verkackst du richtig.
Amici?
Ja?
Bei dir hört man alles doppelt.
Ah,
Ich glaube,
warte.
alles das so. Typischer GTA-Spieler.
So besser?
For real, ne?
Ja. Ah, nee, doch nicht. Man hört's immer noch.
Digga. Ey, ich weiß nicht, wie ich das geschafft habe mit meinem Mic, ne? Das ist crazy.
Benutzt
Ich
du
habe
Headset, Mike?
Ja, ich habe Headset und Mic. Und man hört trotzdem doppelt. Das verstehe ich nicht.
Ich krieg die ganze Zeit Freundschaftsanfragen, Digga, was ist das?
Wer macht die nicht One-Pump?
Keine Ahnung. Aber das ist ja auch in Grau.
Blau, hallo?
Ist doch blau. Ja, dann
Sie
müsste
sollte angeblich auch einen Blau One-Pump machen.
also, ja.
So. Oh, wo landen Sachen? Oha, Digga, WM-Bus jetzt irgendwas reingemacht.
Ja.
Gestern noch Halloween, jetzt WM.
Ja, nicht so, Digga.
Und morgen wieder Halloween gefühlt.
Warte, wann ist die zweite Runde von WM?
Wie bitte?
Also wann ist nach Qualify, wann ist das nächste Mal?
Also heute sind 5 Runden Qualifier. Morgen
Ja.
ist die erste Runde Finals und übermorgen dann halt Full Finals. Ja. Was soll ich sagen?
Also Sonntag dann sozusagen Finals.
Ja, morgen sind Finals und übermorgen sind Finals, aber übermorgen
Hä?
ist der letzte Tag. Ja, das sind ja beides Final-Tage.
Ja, nein, ich hab grad Dings, weil der Typ ist ja rausgegangen.
Alles set.
Stark, ich hab grad nicht so gute Sachen. Irgendwas rüber, ich bin ein bisschen abseits gelandet. Kannst du noch überleben oder soll ich direkt
Nee,
kommen?
überhaupt nicht. Kann nicht mehr überleben. For real nicht. Bin so tot, ne?
Ich hab nur diese Scheiße, ey. Okay, scheiß drauf, ich komm jetzt. Oder wie oft will der Typ mich noch einladen?
Warum ist Ami nicht hier rausgegangen?
Ich weiß es nicht. Vielleicht wegen seinem Mic und dass der es fixen wollte, also.
Ja, nice. Mitten in dieser Runde. Geiler Typ.
Ja, keine Ahnung. Warte, ich hab Flopper.
Mein PC
nee.
ist gecrashed, Bro.
Wie das, Digga? On me?
Jo.
Du, ich hab
23 Blue. Blue? 26.
Hab Fett bekommen? 50 oder so?
70.
Komplett One-Shot?
Noch, Digga, die sind alle, Digga.
Plötzlich sind alle gespawnt aus dem
Das
Nichts.
sind auf einmal hier ist ein Full Squad, ne?
Oh mein Gott.
Ja, Bro, what the fuck, hä? Check's nicht.
Aus dem Nichts, Digga.
Ich finde, wir sollten dafür.
Vorher nix los, Digga, und plötzlich das sind unter der Treppe überall. Ey, das Duo dann spielen. Oder kommt er wieder rein?
Kommst du wieder rein damit hier? Digga, alles wurde fließen, auf einmal PC aus. Oh mein Gott. Ja, aber nicht, wir warten auf dich. Ja, Fortnite streamt immer noch nicht, wann ist denn hier los? Komm nicht so. Haben wir nicht hier, komm rein.
Hallo.
Digga.
Hallo?
Guten Morgen.
Ja, ich hab, meine Mutter hatte angerufen, ich musste kurz weg.
Alles gut.
Ey, das kann doch nicht sein, ich werde die ganze Zeit immer noch eingeladen.
Hallo.
Hallo?
Oh, hier landen Leute.
Ich lande auf blaue
Da,
Marker.
da, 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 da.
Ich hab so einen guten Job bei mir landet einer, der hat einen
geschickt.
Scheißjob. Er hat keine Waffe und ich töte ihn trotzdem nicht. Ich bin ja so schlecht. Der ist so schlecht. Er hat eine Pump. Nein, bitte, einer tot und der Typ bei mir ist auch One-Shot. Bitte, das könnt ihr nicht machen.
Ich komm,
Der Typ ist so schlecht.
bin dabei.
Der eine ist, der hielt ihn gerade, Geh einfach hoch.
Die hielt gar
Komm
keine
gerade.
irgendwas, Digga.
Schild mal ein bisschen was.
Ich chill die gar nicht, Digga. Du kommst jetzt.
Der Typ
Ja,
hat
ich
doch-
komme, aber ich kann mich da nicht hinterbeeren.
Auch musst du aber.
Ja,
Du
scheiße.
musst
Mann.
eine 8 jetzt machen hier. Wegen GTA.
Nein.
Rechts von mir.
Du bist trotzdem noch so weit weg von mir, das ist crazy.
Hab ein Knock.
Ich bin ja Team, da war ja ganz Team.
56 White, 56 White. Wo bist du, Digga? Du bist
Ja,
nirgendwo.
ich kann. Ja, ey, ich hab dir gesagt, ich kann da nicht so schnell rennen.
Digga, wirklich. Du bist 10 Meter weg gefühlt. Und du brauchst 10 Jahre, um 1 Meter irgendwie zu laufen. Keine
10
Ahnung.
Meter? In welcher Welt 10 Meter?
Bruder, ich hab dich
war
gerade eben
komplett
oben rechts
woanders.
auf der Map schon gesehen. Du gefühlt. So.
Ah, Digga, der hat Full Bild
Kannst du nicht machen. Spring einfach rein mit der MP, Digga. Nein!
Oh.
Ja, jetzt
No.
tötet ihn einfach. Finish ihn und hol den Kill auf den Dach.
Seine Pump? Okay.
Ja, und jetzt hol den Typ auf den
Ja,
Dach.
ey, da kommen, die sind 2 Leute, ich weiß nicht.
Ja, der wurde schon weg.
Ah, der hat Full Shield
Digga, nein.
und noch ein Teammate, ja. Crazy.
Geil.
Ich war richtig weit weg. Na, ich weiß nicht, ob das.
Du warst für real nicht weit weg.
Doch, ich war komplett da auf Marker. Guck mal, Marker
Egal,
anzeigt.
egal.
Und da bin ich gelandet.
Das kann nicht sein. Ey, wir sterben ja so schlecht gerade.
Oh, hast du lange gebraucht, Digga, for real.
Ey, nein, reicht.
Hab's dir nicht immer geguckt, du hast ultra lang gebraucht, ne?
Hä, ich konnte da nicht so schnell hin. Ich habe nichts zum Moven gehabt. Ich habe erst am Ende dann noch aus einer Chest Ding bekommen. Wer ist das?
Hab noch die
Pulsi.
Chest geöffnet extra, Digga.
Digga! Ich hatte nur eine AR. Soll ich da rein?
Scheiß drauf.
Da
Ja,
WP
ja,
mit einer
Open
AR?
Ja,
Ach so,
ja, genau.
Okay.
Flatpaper. Und Digga, du bist
Crazy.
Controller-Spieler, beschwer dich nicht.
Ja, das ist ein Daumenmagazin. Hey, spray ich damit jetzt in irgendeine Box? Die haben alle Full Life gehabt.
Ja.
Ich habe 2 noch gehabt.
Ja,
Und einer war
crazy.
funded.
Hä? Geht, das passt gar nicht. Ja,
Ja,
doch,
das
passt.
waren ja auch 2 Spots wahrscheinlich.
So, ja. Ich glaube, der eine ist nicht in der Runde.
Nicht?
Ah, ne, doch. Das passt.
Meine Last Round.
Okay.
Ja, wenn wir diese Runde kein Plus machen, ne? Ich bin am Arsch. Ich hab irgendwie Diamond One 2% oder so.
Ja, ist so.
Ey, nein, das kann jetzt sein.
Wo wollt ihr landen?
Nochmal hier. Nein, ich habe angenommen.
Und er ist weg.
Was?
Nein, also.
Er ist noch da.
Es sind ein paar mehr Squads, ne?
Ja, wo wollt ihr denn landen?
Safe 3 Squads und so.
Okay.
Geil. Bis nach da hinten, ne?
Nein, er
Geil,
kriegt einen besseren Job als ich. Und eine Pumpkin.
Die haben alle einen viel besseren Job, ne?
Und mir einer, ich hab den Pump jetzt auch.
Hab einen. Hab ihn noch finished.
Hier ist ein Typ. Bei mir, an mir. Und da steht so ein
Ich komme gerade in deine Richtung. Warte mal, mach den chilligen bitte.
Dead.
Schön.
Noch einer dead. On me?
Links von dir.
Das ist cracked.
Das sind mehrere. Ich bin crazy fast dead, Digga.
Ich hab noch einen.
Ich hab hier gar kein Heal, aber auch ne, das. Na? Du bist am Fighten? Weil ich muss mich kurz healen, chill mal. Perfekt. Ich habe halt eine Pump und eine Pistole.
The fucking AR, aber ich kämpfe damit anstatt für die.
Nein, guck mal. Immer wenn ich mit dir spiele, ich werde nur getrashtalkt.
Ja.
Ja.
Du bist auch damals zu RP gewechselt, was soll ich sagen?
Ja, muss. Ich werde von anderen gehittet.
Eben
Anderen.
50.
Slaptruck.
Ja.
Das ist da in der Mitte, Digga. Aber
Rechts einer auf
von
dem
allen
Dach.
geguckt. Ich sehe halt gar kein Gefühl, ne, das ist crazy.
Das ist keine.
In der Luft sniped. Ah, scheiß drauf.
Ah, scheiß auf Digga, komm mit
Hinter dir kommt einer hoch. Ah ne, das ist
Geht den
reingegangen.
Push, ich
Scheiß
glaub,
drauf.
das ist ein Solo. Oh ne.
Ich hätte gepusht hier oben, ne?
Hä? Bro, was?
Nein, das kann doch jetzt nicht sein. Er ist gestorben, weil der Besen Falldamage hat.
Ja, crazy, die haben alle Full
mit
Life.
Spießen nicht sterben. Das geht ja nicht.
Gestorben am Falldamage Besen, ne?
Voll damit gibt's ja Wesen nicht.
Ja, aber du bist ja gestorben, doch, oder nicht?
Nein, der hat mich irgendwie hinter der Wall gekillt.
So, das.
Ey, ich hab 50 Minus gemacht. Ich spiele heute keinen Rank mehr.
Nein, wir müssen einen schaffen. Ich kann jetzt
15 Minus.
in 3 bleiben. Nein, wir müssen einen noch spielen. Die muss gut sein. Ich bin jetzt Platin 3, das ist ja belastend. Das
Echt?
Ich spiele eine Solo-Runde. Solo machen wir ein böse Plus immer.
Oh, endlich, Fortnite. Endlich habt ihr es geschafft, den Stream anzuschmeißen.
Welchen Stream? Achso.
Oh, ich bin dann mal raus, nachher rein.
Okay. Ja. Dann gehe ich jetzt GTA RP, Alter.
Cringe. So, let's go. Let's go in fucking World Cup 2023 WM Quals heute. Das ist meine Musik, by the way. Können auch actually die WM-Musik nehmen. Fortnite WM Musik. Kids, come on, da. Passt nämlich besser für den World Cup und kein FNCS Invitational. Now 9300 Zuschauer hier auf den offiziellen Fortnite-Kanal auf Twitch gerade. Wahrscheinlich insgesamt auch ein bisschen mehr. Auf YouTube gerade 3,2000. Aber heute ist auch nur der Quali-Tag. Mal gucken, was sie so Peak erreichen. Bin ich mal gespannt. Fortnite World Cup 2023. Alter, der kann man gerade Platz 1 werden. Das ist doch ultra schlau, oder nicht? Dann sieht man so von 10.000 Leuten, oh mein Gott, der ist Platz 1. Also, das ist einfach gefühlt Werbung, habe ich gehört. Free Booker, Free Booker. Warum Free Booker? Die wollen Free V-Bucks schreiben, oder nicht? Warum Bucke? Was ist mit Bucke? Was ist bei dem los? Ich deine Anfrage annehmen kann, Bro. Ich guck Fortnite World Cup. Er fragt, ob ich seine Anfrage annehmen kann. Wir gucken hier Fortnite World Cup. Thomas. Genau, du kannst mit Leuten aus dem Chat spielen, das ist gut. Und nach 30 Sekunden, bis hier die Show beginnt. Day One. Qualis. Wir sehen ja auch gleich alle 50 Duos, die sich hier noch in die Qualifiers qualifizieren, wenn man das so sagen kann.
Wir haben einen Black Screen. Und wir müssen rüberschalten.
So this is the biggest tournament since World Cup.
Oh.
Everyone's been working their hardest towards this.
I think we're here to finish the story that we started last year.
We're fighting to show that we can go back to back.
It's pure skill at LAN.
Other teams should be scared of us because we have so much experience. We've probably been to the most LANs. EU is by far the top region.
What do you want to do?
We want to put NA on the map.
نلعب لعبنا وإن شاء الله أنا عندي aim كويس وفاكس عندي mechanics.
É o melhor duo com uma sincronia muito boa.
We've got some of the best fighting ability in the world.
I think everyone should be scared.
Now's the time to make a name for ourselves.
For us, the way we're going to win this is just by playing like ourselves.
I really want to repeat winning on LAN.
It feels like a destiny for me to win.
We've done it at the Invitational. We're here to do it again.
This is just what I was meant to do.
It would mean everything winning.
Bora, bora, bora.
Let's go.
Guten.
Der Pokal oder Trophäe sieht doch einfach wieder zu geil aus.
Fortnite fans around the world, welcome to the FNCS Global Championship. We've been doing this for a while, and now here we are. Please give a warm welcome to Miniminer and of course Kelly Link, who will be your analyst for this bit. That's right, crowd. Y'all can go crazy. That's okay. Man, to think, guys, we've been talking about globals all year. You know, globals. Globals is this far away. It's this far away. Now here we are.
Der Drop ist in 33 Minuten.
We made it. We made it. We're here finally. The whole year has been building up to this. Major 1, 2, 3. The last chance major, but finally we have made it. And in front of this amazing audience right here in Copenhagen, this is where it all goes down.
Honestly, Zeke, I've been waiting for this moment since the Invitational finished up last year. And like you said, this has been leading up to it since Majors 1, 2, and 3, all these teams moving through. And now we have a 3-day competition with $4 million on the line. I cannot wait to get started.
Yeah, I mean, if we thought the competition was kind of crazy before, this is just that very next step, right? Normally we have 2 days of competition. Now it's 3. There's an upper, a lower bracket. Only 5 games the first 2 days. I mean, pressure's on.
The pressure is on. I mean, the players will be feeling it. They'll say they won't. They'll say, I got nerves of steel. Yeah, not nervous at all. They are. They're nervous. Definitely nervous. But I mean, how can't you be in this incredible arena in front of all these fans? This is something we haven't seen before. Of course, a single-day grand final, 6 games on Sunday, 5 games in the upper and the lower bracket. So I think it's going to be a little bit different here.
Yeah, I think that's something we haven't really seen before in Fortnite either, this upper and lower bracket. We're going to have 25 teams that we don't even get to see compete tomorrow as well. And also having it be 5 games and then the finals are only 6 games when we're used to a 12-game finals. It's going to be a bit unexpected, I think.
That is what
genau, heute 5 Runden im Qualifier und die nächsten 2 Tage jeweils 6 Runden.
As we've kind of mentioned, today we'll be here for 5 games. We got an upper bracket tomorrow, the lower bracket, and make sure you do not miss Sunday, the grand finals of
Heute
the FNCS
Upper Bracket, morgen Lower Bracket und dann Grand
It's still
Finals.
so crazy to say those words out loud, but here we are. I mean, guys, what are your expectations coming into the weekend? We've talked about
Ich glaube, ich check das System noch nicht.
I'm expecting drama. I'm expecting chaos. I'm expecting excitement because if the Invitational is anything to go by, that was all 3 of those things. So, I mean, on a grander scale, bigger prize pool, bigger event across the whole year, it's going to be amazing.
I mean, when you only have like a region-locked tournament in the FNCS, there's a lot of respect for where teams are going to be dropping.
Morgen
but
wäre der
obviously,
erste
by
Tag
having
vom
6
Grand
regions
Finals.
dropping all into each other, there's going to be a
Und
bit
dann
of contestation,
Sonntag der zweite Tag vom
especially around
Grand
that
Finals,
creaky
wie sonst
compound
immer.
area where I think there's 6 teams competing for all the loot over there. So it's going to be a
Aber
bit
ich hab's
chaotic
falsch
at the
verstanden,
start, I
glaube ich.
think.
I can't wait to get into all of that and more. But first, it's not just us calling all the action. Why don't we do a little tour of the arena? There's so many people that are all involved in making this happen. Why don't we give a warm welcome to your casters?
Thank you so much, Zeke. It's Monster Defense here in the Best Taco, of course. The place is starting to fill up, and these are not jitters. It's excitement, as of course we're all here brought together for the upper bracket where the top 25 duos will be moving on.
I'm just so happy to be here. I mean, you can already feel that little bit of tension in the air, but the energy is so alive inside the venue, and knowing that we are going to be witnessing gameplay from some of the strongest 50 duos, essentially, from their respective regions, because of the fact it wasn't by any sort of circumstance or last minute changes. No, majors 1, 2, and 3. That's what dictated today's upper bracket.
That's right, and we've had so much time throughout the week to actually touch base with the players, and I must say, there isn't a shred of doubt. Every single opponent that or competitor I've talked to about their opponents have said they feel like they are pushing their way through the top 25. It really shows you how the utmost of confidence is just exuberating out of the players here to be. So as they start to take the stage later, I mean, there really are gonna be some true upsets, but I know who's really happy right now. It's Frankie down on the floor.
You're absolutely right. I am so excited to be here at the Royal Arena in Copenhagen, surrounded by so many fans who've turned out early on a Friday to support their favorite players. I've met Mr. Savage fans, I've met Thomas fans, I've met Quali and Vino fans. Everyone here has got a favorite duo, and everyone here absolutely loves Fortnite. Earlier, I was talking to 20-year-old Charlie, who plays with her mum, not zero builds, because apparently her mum says zero builds is no fun. It's got to be about builds for her. I have to disagree. I have plenty of fun in zero builds, Charlie's mum, but an absolute bunch of legends surrounded by legends here in the arena, and I cannot wait to see the support they're going to be giving the players all weekend. And speaking of players, they are nervously lining up behind the stage. They've had to split from their duo partner. That's a secret. You'll find out why later on as they walk onto the stage. And so
7.000 gerade auf YouTube und 22.000 auf Twitch.
But actually, these players,
Und die Qualis haben noch nicht
delighted
begonnen.
to see each other in person. They're giving each other so much support, and that's all going to change once they board the battle bus. Now, someone who's been giving me a lot of support and taught me so much about Fortnite in the last year is my friend Vivid,
RYZEN
and
on
he
top,
is over
Digga.
in the Creator Lounge.
Mr. Savage und Vadial on top. Bruder, vertrau mir.
And the players are hiding out backstage, ready to jump in. But we also have more
Aber RYZEN und Jan ist
people
auch
here
Top
at the
5
Royal
Kandidaten,
Arena.
ne?
It's gonna be creators
Vadial
from
und
around the globe.
Mr. Savage auf jeden Fall auch an die Top 10.
Talk to them throughout the weekend, kind of get some of their
Mal gucken, was
insight, how
Booga
they are
macht,
feeling
Digga.
about the
Vertrau mir.
event, and check out
Nachher
all
kommt
of the
Booga und
content that
gewinnt
they
den
will
zweiten
be
World Cup.
producing as the show goes on. So I am currently over at the Creator Lounge, and this is where we get in some exclusive talks with some of those creators. Now, as far as expectations are concerned for the weekend, I mean, I'm going to be looking towards the NA guys that are going to be competing, right? I am from NA myself, but there's been a lot of talks about some of the smaller regions
Vico
showing
Pink,
up
ja,
in
ich,
global championships.
das
I mean,
Ding
we got
ist,
Brazil, Asia, Middle
ich
East,
glaube,
OCE here as
Vico
well.
hat ja noch
Cannot
keinen LAN
wait to
gespielt,
see
ne?
how all of the
Der wird
action
halt,
unfolds. Just
weiß
5
ich nicht.
games to the upper
Der
bracket
könnte schon
today.
richtig nervös
And
werden,
as
dann
far
popelt
as
er
that
sehr, sehr
goes, it's gonna be
schnell.
very, very
Ich glaube,
exciting.
Pink hat
Kelly
ja
talked
schon mal den
about
LAN
it's a
gespielt.
brand new format.
Echt
Can't wait
schön.
to see what the players do with it. But for now, we got to go back to the desk. It's gonna
Booga
be
ist
Zeke and the
washed.
crew.
Bro,
Thank you
Booga
so
ist
much,
washed.
guys. We are getting closer to kicking off the
Der
competition.
gewinnt
But what
FLCS
is
am
at stake
Rande,
here?
Digga. Der gewinnt immer noch
A lot of
FLCS.
prize money.
Yes.
Quite a bit.
That's right.
Just a little
Der
bit.
hat mit Mira auch in Chapter 3, glaube ich, zweimal FLCS-Titel gewonnen, wurde Zweiter und Dritter und so alles. In FLCS Finals.
On Sunday, but even just getting here will net you something.
Yeah, 75th place today will get, of course, $4,000 to split between the duo.
Der ist nicht washed,
You mentioned,
Digga.
yeah, $1 million.
Laber keine Scheiße.
As you do, standard. That is an
Ja, Price Pool hier nochmal. 1 Million für das erste Duo. Each sind das $500.000.
After Sunday's Grand Finals is where it's all going to go
Und
down.
mindestens für die, die direkt rausfliegen und keine Grand Finals spielen, gibt es $4.000.
We saw at the Invitational how
Ja,
close it
NA.
was between
Ja.
Seti and Cami and Queasy and Vino. How a quick
Das meine ich auch halt.
decision
EU ist
changed
halt
their
schon.
placement between first and second. And that
EU ist halt ein
today,
höheres
this
Niveau noch.
weekend, is going to be a
Das ist das Ding.
$350,000 decision.
Vielleicht
as
ist es
well
einfach
as this
Kami und Zeddy wie vor einem Jahr
incredible
wieder.
trophy that we're seeing
Mal
right
gucken.
now.
Absolutely, thanks and big shout
Obwohl
out
ich
to
mir
our
das nicht
friend
denken kann, dass Kami und
Swarovski.
Zeddy
I mean,
wieder
it's
gewinnen.
like the Invitational trophy, but just that much crazier. Now, obviously, we have quite a bit of expectation.
Aber was ich nicht verstanden habe, warum ist Klicks im World Cup drin? Warum ist Klicks dabei? Der wurde doch Full Band. Klicks wurde ja doch eigentlich Full Band aus World Cup dieses Jahr. Und FNCS. Er ist einfach dabei mit Epic Wall.
One of the Asia players, of course, teamed up with Peppo. Exciting duo. I'm excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, we have
Früher
50
4
teams
Mille,
to
das
talk
war 3
about,
Mille.
so, and we're going to be breaking them down even
Hugo hat
more,
3
but
Mille
just
gewonnen.
looking at some of the duos that we have right now, the names of like Cooper and Miro. We saw Ryzen and Kitos at the Invitational surprise all of us by getting a
Ja?
5th place against some of the biggest names
Ja, okay,
in the
das habe ich nicht
game.
mal gesehen.
I mean, just look at this.
Das
It's
wusste
actually
ich nicht
crazy
mal.
to see this on the screen because these are some of the world's
So, im
best
Upper Bracket.
players all in one lobby together. We're seeing so many massive names on the screen right there. Yomzo and Ryze, of course, qualifying through to the upper bracket. A team that we're going to have our eyes on to take the championship home potentially.
Yeah.
Just wild. 6 regions all coming together on a single stage.
So
there is going to be so much chaos because now you're thinking, okay, well, I'm in this region. I'm used to
Ich
fighting
check
players
das
in this
Lower
region.
Bracket,
Just
Upper
kidding, there's
Bracket noch
5
nicht,
other
ne?
regions that I have to worry about and how they
Warte
play
mal.
in their region. Mad. Now, Kelly, you brought up
Wie
a
schreibe ich
good
das?
point here. Duos that I wanted to kind of focus on. We gotta talk about Zagu. We gotta talk about Peppo Clip. We saw Zagu back at the Invitational, and man, they put on quite a bit of performance. So they're hoping to bring some of that experience to today.
Yeah, I mean, after game number 3 of day 1 of Invitational, Zagu and his duo back then, Mareem, they were actually in 2nd place. So a lot of teams, a lot of people would sort of see Asia as a smaller region and not put them in their top 3, but they have every reason to be in people's top 3. They're gonna come out strong, they're gonna come out aggressive, and they're gonna be feisty.
They're also going to be coming out of Eclipsed Estate, one of the new POIs we're seeing this season. And let me tell you, this is an incredible POI, potentially unconned as well. Not only are they going to have the rifts that are near them, allowing them to rotate, but they're also going to have those 3 mythic podiums, kind of
Das
giving just a
Format.
little bit more chance for that.
Wait mal. Das Format ist ja das Upper Bracket. Also das Bessere. Die 50 Duos qualified from Majors. Rectifies in this tournament. 5 matches. Scoring based on placement in elimination. Ach nee, das Upper Bracket sind die jetzt Qualifier spielen, ne? Asiaten on top. Du sagst es, Digga. Top 25 Duos advance to Grand Finals. And the bottom 25 Duos fall to Lower Bracket. Ja, und die zum Lower Bracket fallen, das sind ja die Leute dann, die, ja, halt raus sind, dann komplett. Oder was? Oder was? Oder wie? Was ist hier los, Digga? Ich check das System nicht. Ach nee, die vom Upper Bracket fallen zum Lower Bracket. Und dann machen die beim Lower Bracket nochmal. Und wenn die vom Lower Bracket wieder rausfliegen, dann sind die komplett raus. Oder was? Also hier gehen 25 safe ins Final. Und 25 safe ins Lower Bracket. Da gehen hier 25 safe ins Final und hier 25 safe raus. I know. Jetzt check ich's. Oh mein Gott. Ich hab's nicht gecheckt. Obwohl es mir sogar KYIO erklärt hat.
Oh.
You know we have to talk about them. Cammy, Seti, right? Your invitational winners. They went from winning the invitational to not having the best start in major number 1. But following, they really picked up the pace.
Yeah, I mean,
FNCS Invitational damals.
Kelly, what a moment this was.
Die zeigen das halt einfach nochmal.
Contesting them at their drop spot, and we all know how this went.
I mean, knowing your POI and the ins and outs is so pivotal, and we see that in this moment at the Invitational, why that made such a difference, why Queasy and Vino didn't know that you couldn't build a wall there, and that's what separated them from success and failure. And I think they kind of got a little taste of their own medicine, because in Major 3, we saw them have a little, you know, or I'm sorry, Major 1, they had a kind of a rough start, getting 23rd place right there. In Major 2, though, they got 5th place. And then in Major 3, getting 4th place, top 5 in 6 of the 12 games.
Yeah, and as you can see, they're landing at Frenzy Field today. The biggest question mark for this duo for this competition today is that they are actually contested, which is something we haven't seen from them since Major 1 this year. They didn't have a great Major, as you said, Kelly, but for them, they've been practicing a lot off spawn at the moment, and even they've actually been practicing their drops in Duo Cash Cups at Kenjutsu Crossing.
Oh,
who
is that
lands
where
at
Queasy
Kenjutsu
Vino
Crossing?
is
It's Queasy and Venom. Yeah, so I wonder why they could be practicing their drop at not their drop spot.
Probably no reason. There's probably no way that matters in any way, shape, or form. It's probably gonna happen. At least we hope even just a single time. Now the beauty of being here in this setting is that we have the players standing by.
Ich glaube, diese WM wird echt geil, ne?
With them. And who better to do that than none other
20
than
Minuten,
Frank,
bis sie
who is
droppen hier.
standing by right here, right now, with none other than the man himself.
Oder whatever, was es heißt.
Yes, I am. I'm very excited. To be honest, I'm quite nervous, and he is cool as a cucumber because this man is no stranger to success at an international LAN. Seti, is this bringing back memories of the Invitational?
This is definitely bringing back many memories, and we're here to make some more.
Was that the best moment of your life, lifting the trophy in Rally?
Yeah, 100%, and I'm ready to make another one.
How do you top that, though?
I guess we'll have to see.
So tell me about this year, because it feels like you guys have been on an upwards trajectory, and you've had to adapt your playstyle from just being low ground to sometimes actually challenging for high ground. What's that been like?
It's been great. It's been great adapting, because now we can play low ground, mid ground, and high ground. So
Danke für die
it's a
Herzen.
great combination.
What about aggression? Because you're not necessarily a team that does go for eliminations. You do like to make the end game. Do you think that's going to be difficult for you to rack up those all-important points here?
I don't think it's going to be difficult at all. We're going to make end game, we're going to make some eliminations, win some games, and that's it.
Are there going to be any interesting off-spawn battles coming your way?
Oh yeah, obviously.
And what will happen if people do drop you?
Just be prepared.
I can't wait to see it. I imagine you and Cami will be incredibly prepared. Thank you so much, Seti. Polska Górum!
Polska Górum!
Thank you so much, Frankie. And of course, Seti, you can see the focus in his eyes. He is looking to prove something. Could they be the ones to get the back-to-back from Invitational all the way up to Global Champions?
I think if you ask a lot of people, they would say yes. I mean, the type of players that they are, the way that they are, their sort of mindset towards the game, very, very cool. You saw it in that interview. Very, very cool. Very, very calm and collected. It's a duo you got to look out for.
Without a doubt.
Absolutely. Well, let's keep this ball rolling because we know we want games. Let's talk about the format. What does this look like? So we kind of talked about it. We have an upper bracket, a lower bracket, but let's break that down. So today and tomorrow, we have 5 games lined up. Then the top 25 from today will go straight to day 3 in the grand finals. The players that in that bottom 25 will go to day number 2, where players from the last chance major are waiting. Then in day 2, that lower bracket.
Genau, so wie ich es gerade eben erklärt habe, ist es auch. Das heißt, die vom Last Chance spielen morgen im Lower Bracket, weil die sich halt ganz zum Schluss gecallt haben.
This is going to be very, very exciting. I mean, this is something that we haven't seen too much before. I think a lot of players might be thinking, oh, you know what,
Und die ganzen Major 1 bis 2, 3,
in the bank, right?
also
You might
1, 2, 3
see day number 2 as kind of like
spielen
a
heute.
backup in case things don't go well on day 1, but no. You want to get rid of that mindset. Make sure you do it now. Make sure you're qualifying right here because you want to get it done early. You don't want to leave it till tomorrow if you can't.
Well, especially because all of these duos have been preparing for this day. In day 2, it's 25 new duos that they'll be facing against with drop spots that they aren't too sure of. So that is definitely going to throw a wrench in some things. And also, a lot of these duos are used to having a day 2 to kind of prepare and research.
17 Minuten noch.
They're not really getting a 12-game series here.
Yeah, and I like that you kind of talk about this day 2, 25 new teams. There's just so much to track of, especially when you have things like the points, right? We have 65 points for the Victory Royale. Every elimination is worth 4 points, and we cannot forget those all-important mid-match objective points.
Yeah, mid-match objectives obviously been recently introduced to the game. They've already had a new dynamic to the game. Of course, we have the Forecast Towers worth 3 points, and of course, the Rift Island worth 15 points. It's an absolutely huge sum. A lot of players will actually sort of dictate their playstyle around those mid-match objectives, particularly with that Island. We see teams going
Ja, diese Punkte mit der Island und so sind schon ganz schön krass, ne? Wenn man die Island einnimmt, die Flagge sind einfach Punkte. Immer. Wenn man diesen Zone Tower holt, auch immer 3 Punkte einfach.
Gives you forecast. It is an absolutely incredible thing to have in the game, knowing
Das
where
ist halt schon mal
every
so ein
zone is
kleiner
going to be,
Nebenboost,
getting
muss
those
man
early
sagen.
rotations, putting yourself in a high advantage position and grabbing those storm surge tags. I can't wait to see how these teams utilize it.
I cannot wait. You guys have got me hyped. Now, of course, we're talking about what this looks like, these off-spawn fights. Well, let's hear from the players themselves. Check this out.
Oha. Oha.
Being contested just means that at the spot you land, you have another team with you.
It's kind of like 50% chance like that you survive. You need to be lucky, get the right guns, get in the right position.
If you want to have good loot, you're going to have to fight for a spot.
Often it's seen to be a bad thing, but sometimes it can be good as well.
we're dropping on the racetrack. Currently, we're contested by AEGIS in Canada. I wouldn't say that I'm scared of them. We've been playing against better
Ey,
players.
Krug, du hast doch
all
gesagt,
form
Kanada
and
auch krass, ne?
We're landing pink split, so it's like in the middle of almost like all the good POIs. And we're contested by Acorn and Cold. We're probably just gonna try eliminate them as fast as possible.
They're good fighters, but I think that me and Acorn are just better.
La verdad es que no tenemos ningún
King!
plan, solo que
Es
si ellos
ist,
van a
der
querer
ist
pelear,
es, Digga!
vamos a tener que terminar peleando y nosotros no
Ich
tenemos
sagte,
miedo.
King wird wieder rasieren.
The main things
Okay,
I look
vielleicht auch
for
nicht,
when
aber
landing a POI is how much metal it has.
vielleicht holt er auch
We're
wieder
gonna
seine
get
10
together
Kills
around
pro
the map,
Runde.
but if you can get cap metal, you're already at an
Das wäre
advantage.
schon krass, muss ich
If
sagen.
you don't get a gun instant, you have a really good chance
Ja,
of
Canada, genau.
getting out of the
Canada.
game really quick.
If you can't get a good drop spot, it just makes life 10 times harder for you. It's just one of the most important parts of the game.
If you're thinking of landing on us, good luck. We've had teams contested, they got last place. They can try again.
If I eliminate Thomas and Malabuka 6 games in a row, I'm 100% winning this tournament.
Everyone that contests us is gonna get eliminated. They're finished. They're finished.
Well, this is kind of interesting because I've just heard you two talking about each other in the video that we recorded on Media Day. And Thomas, you said that you have faced
Boah, das ist irgendwie weird, hier so einen Heroic-Spieler bei Fortnite zu sehen.
Can you look him in the eyes
Normalerweise nur bei
reiterate that statement, please?
G.SKILL
I mean, most
gesehen.
EU players like in the top level is better than NA players, so.
Stimmt, der Thomas spielt ja jetzt für Heroic.
I mean, that's
Das
kind
war
of
ja
true,
was.
but like, you know me, like I'm the FNCS winner, just won, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Das ist halt
you're gonna see
absolut
today,
krass.
like, who's really the GOAT, you know what I'm saying?
And you
Heroic
also
ist so
said,
ein krasser
Canada,
E-Sport.
that if you win all the Osborne battles today, you're taking that trophy. But I thought, after watching your Major 3 winners interview on FNCS, that you didn't care about winning here.
I mean, like, being contested, like, it sucks. Like, I was contested, like, FNCS Major 2, and, like, you can't really do anything about it. But, like, when I heard I was coming to Copenhagen, like I'm not gonna lie, I'm here to find a girlfriend, you know what I'm saying? The Danish girls are here, they're pretty beautiful, so.
Can I keep your eyes on the prize, though? Because there is a trophy out there. You're going to go and have a date with it in a moment. So you have a think about what really matters in life, and I'll give you a hint, it's Fortnite. And I'm going to come back to Thomas, because I want to know why you're so devoted to dropping at racetrack.
I mean, we've been landing there the entire year, so.
Ja, die landen auf der
we
Rennstrecke.
wouldn't switch drop, like it would be dumb.
By the way, Fun Fact zu Thomas, der hat damals 2009 schon World Cup gespielt und letztes Jahr auch FNCS Invitational. Auch crazy einfach, so wahrscheinlich seine LAN-Erfahrung schon.
But yeah.
Und ich glaube, er hat schon mal LAN Dreamhack damals gespielt.
Especially if this guy
Der
is coming
Dreamhack
at you
LAN.
all aggressive and American-like. What do you think you'll have to do, though, if the battles don't go your way? Are you going to agree to just split the POI, or is it just going to always be all-out aggression?
It's gonna be 50-50 on the slope truck every game. So, I mean, Canada haven't touched the game for 4 days, so.
I played this morning for like 2-3 hours. I'm feeling good. My
Verstehe ich das
good,
was richtig?
I'm looking
Thomas
good.
landet auf
How
Kanada.
long did you play this morning?
Thomas und Kanada landen bei der Racetrack.
He's fresh, he's warmed up, and I'm excited. Let's head back to the desk.
Thomas und Kanada beide bei. Da wird's richtig krachen.
We'll be seeing happen at the racetrack.
Ei.
Obviously, Kanada, coming off a recent win, does hold the axe of champions, going up against Thomas HD, someone who has yet to get a win. What can we expect from this head-to-head fight?
This head-to-head is going to be very, very exciting. I mean, we've seen Malabuka and Thomas HD. They're actually contested in Major 2 by Tusen Putrik, and they actually still managed to get a 3rd place. They were kind of half-splitting the POI at that stage, so I think they might sort of do the same maybe if it's on day 2, but day 1, they still have tomorrow to go. I think it's going to be all out 50-50, as they mentioned. They've got to go for it.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a different story for Kanada and AEGIS, who, when they were contested in Major 2, got 12th place, and then when they were unconned, of course, in Major 3, they walked away with their first FNCS win. And a lot of that was due to their loot pathing, being able to quickly loot up the entire racetrack, and then be able to rotate quickly for an early tower to get those surge tags. But I think there's a possibility to split racetrack. There's great metal and brick. It's splittable by the west and eastern side. You have the slurp truck on the west side, and then you have that forecast tower towards the eastern side. So, I mean, they just said it's a 50-50. I do think that once one of them sees how rough it's going to be for them on the drop, that they might try and split it.
I mean, I spoke to Malabuka yesterday. I had a little talk with him. I was like, mate, how you feeling about tomorrow? he said, it's duos. Anything can happen. We don't know what's going to go down. And I'm sure for a lot of fans in here, for a lot of fans are all over Denmark, they'll be feeling like this is Thomas's destiny, right? Hasn't won an FNCS yet. And what better place, what better time to do it than now?
And Thomas just is regarded as one of the best mechanical players in the world.
Yeah.
Teamed up with Malibuca, who's regarded as one of just the best players in the world. I cannot wait to see this duo go up against Kanata and AEGIS.
Let's keep this conversation going. We have to talk about more duos. Relentless Retreat, Cal Gamer up against King. Yes, it's that King, top 5 of the World Cup King, probably BR's best player or regarded the best player, that King.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this
Die
is
reden über
retreat.
den 2019 World Cup halt auch
Kelly.
einfach,
This is
ne?
where it all happens. We've seen different playstyles from these
Dead
guys throughout
King,
this
Alter.
season. Of course, Cal Gamer seemingly getting it
Der
uncommon
von
in the Middle
damals
East.
einfach.
Everyone in the Middle East is just feeling like, you know what? Yeah, let's just let him have it. He's the king of this area. But King himself has been actually contested by another duo throughout all the Cash Cups, and they don't seem to be fighting. They seem to just sort of be splitting the POI a little bit. So I'm interested to see how this dynamic works between them both.
I like that you're talking about the dynamic differences that we see
Crazy,
because
crazy.
both of these duos here also have a lot of similarities. Both of them back-to-back champions in Major 2 and Major 3 for their respective regions. But I love that you talk about Cal Gamer and how respected he is because he might be one of the most studious players that we have ever seen in Fortnite, comparable to players from just any region from around the world. And again, Relentless Retreat is a splittable POI,
Yeah.
but what I'm interested in seeing is that it takes about a minute to be able to get down into the vault for those mythic POIs, and whichever team is able to get down there first is probably going to have the upper hand.
And I'm really glad you mentioned that because I was actually speaking to King. Yes, I get to speak with all the players. You know, we all get on. But yeah, me and King, we were speaking now. We're actually watching them scrim, and they're actually trying to practice the
Boah, wer wird
quickest
gewinnen?
route
Das ist schwierig.
to that mythic vault. It shows how
Also
much they're
den
going to prioritize
Grand
that. They're making
Final
sure they get there as quickly as possible because the
am
loot that's in there
Sonntag.
is absolutely valuable.
Well, you've heard our thoughts on it, but why don't we head on over to Frankie, who once again has a head-to-head for us.
Ja, ich hätte so 3 Duos, das sind Hami und Teddy.
Very fortunate to be joined by Cal Gamer, who is the
Giannis
king
und RYZEN.
of the Middle Eastern region, but also King himself, one of our Argentine
Und vielleicht
players
auch Canada.
who's representing Brazil, and both of these players have won 2
Aber da gibt's ja noch
majors
Quisi
alone
Veno,
this year.
nicht
We're
Quisi
also
Veno.
joined by Daniela,
Merstat
our
Veno
fabulous
und
translator.
Malibuca und
So
Thomas.
Cal Gamer, I'd love to speak
Das
to you
ist so
first.
schwer zu sagen.
I know that you are someone
Also
who
irgendwas aus
researches
Europa,
your
irgendein Duo
opponents.
oder aus
Have
LA.
you watched any of King's matches, and do you have any opinions on how he plays?
I haven't watched him that much, but I watched a little bit and I realized how he plays, and he's not very good. So that's why I'm there.
And why would you say you're a better player than King?
I mean, it's just the facts. You know, he's just not that good.
Are you going to put your money where your mouth is later, though? Because you are dropping at the same spot as him on Relentless Retreat.
Yes, I don't really want to talk too much. I mean, after a few hours, we're going to play and see what happens.
Shukran, okay. Well, I'll go and talk to King then while you get your thoughts in order, and we'll come over to Daniela as well. King, you are arguably the greatest player in the Brazilian region right now. Tell me why Relentless Retreat, though, is a spot that you're going to win when you drop on it against Cal Gamer later.
¿Cómo vas a hacer el drop spot ahí en cuando vas a
Nur
bajar de
Duos.
bus? ¿Cómo lo vas a
Nur
cuál es
Duos.
tu método?
La verdad es que no
Also ein
tenemos
richtig
ningún método,
krass
solo que nosotros
WM wie
tenemos nuestra
damals
parte, que es la derecha
schwierig.
del spot, así que nada, si ellos van a querer
Aber ich
caer
glaube,
ahí,
so,
lo van
so
a
eine
tener que
WM wie
disputar
damals
con
war halt auch
nosotros.
einfach einmalig.
Y nada, ojalá que ganen.
Am
que
ersten
tengan
Tag, wo man dann irgendwie Duos hat, am zweiten Solos und irgendwie auch noch Creative. Dazu gibt es ja noch Pro-Am mit insgesamt 50 Millionen Prize-Pool. Marshmallow-Auftritt damals im World Cup.
Cal Gamer
Ja.
has given his opinion on you, but what's
Das
your
zu toppen ist
opinion on
anscheinend
Cal
schwierig.
Gamer? Have you seen him play?
La verdad que sí, hemos visto varios games, pero la verdad que no me asusta, ya que bueno, yo estoy confiado junto con mi dúo. Y nada, si van a querer disputar la OEA, podrían pelear tranquilos, que nada, los esperamos, no tengo miedo.
We are waiting for them. We see them playing, and they're not so good like they thought. And I'm sorry, it's Argentinian, so he talks so too fast. So he will fight until the end.
I'm really looking forward to the fights. Hopefully the end
Einfach
will be in the
Dolmetscher,
end
einfach
game
King
for
kann
both
kein
of these
Englisch.
players rather than the relentless retreat. Thank you so much, Gracias, mucho gracias, and Shukran.
Sie
Thank you
mussten
so much for talking
1800
to me,
Stellen freigeben, weil
Calgamer.
sie
We will see
verklagt
what
worden sind.
happens between these
Echt?
two and their duo partners.
Also
when
ich
they
habe
drop
gehört, die haben
on
Stellen
relentless
freigegeben, aber nicht, weil sie
retreat in just a
verklagt
few
geworden sind. Das
short
habe ich nicht
moments.
gehört.
So they
Oh,
can't both
crazy.
be bad.
They just
Crazy
have no respect
information.
for each other, do they? Like, no, mate, you're not having it.
He's bad,
It's not
no,
happening.
he's bad. We're both bad.
Ja, dieses gegenseitig
of course,
Verklagen
just,
ist aber
some
auch schon
friendly
lange bei
trash talk,
Fortnite,
right,
ne?
as we
Bei
prepare
Epic
for
Games.
the global
Mit,
championship. That's kind of, I guess they're
damals
both in
schon
high spirits.
iOS,
That's
ne?
kind of where you want to be,
Deswegen.
right?
I think they're just trying to get in each other's head, aren't they, really? That's all it is.
iOS, iPhone damals schon, Digga.
I was like, I don't even want to, you know what, that's fine. Just
Yeah,
leave
so
one
that'll
there.
do.
That'll do. Guys, we actually have something very special lined up, and we have a remote
4 Minuten
interview with the
25.
man, the myth, the legend himself.
Oh
my
mein
oldest
Gott.
friend in the world, Cypher PK.
Cypher
I don't know if
PK,
you can hear it,
Digga.
but the crowd is going absolutely
Auch
ham
dabei
right
hier
now.
online.
How you doing, man?
Damals war ja noch Dr. Lupo und Ninja auch noch am Casten, ne?
The FNCS Global Championship.
Beim World Cup war ja
I'm
Dr.
excited to
Lupo und
watch
Ninja
a
auch
ton of
einfach die
Fortnite
ganze
this
Zeit
weekend,
am
and
Kommentieren
I am
gefühlt.
personally rooting for Clix and Epic Whale. I want to see Clix get his first FNCS championship.
That is amazing. Dude, how has it been? Like, obviously, you've been watching, right? We've seen all of these duos just kind of grow and evolve over the year. What are your expectations for the competition?
I mean, I want to see a repeat of what happened at the Invitational, just like a super intense, like first and second going head to head in the last match. I think we're going to see something, and we're going to see some early drop fights and whatnot. But yeah, I was there at the Invitational. It was just electric, and I'm hoping we see that again here in Copenhagen.
How crazy was it back in Invitational, right? Kind of the first time we'd had a land like that, and now we're back, but the stakes feel so much higher. You talked to a bunch of players. What were they kind of feeling at that time?
I mean, everyone is always a little nervous before the tournament, but I think once they're in the battle bus, like, it's game time, and the stakes are really high. I mean, what, this is like the biggest prize pool since World Cup. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like $1 million for the first place duo. That's a life-changing amount of money. So I think it's gonna be intense. It's gonna be insane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cypher, for those of you or them out there that don't know who you are, can you tell us a little bit about who you are? Because I want everyone in the world to know about you.
I mean, I am a very big Fortnite fan. I've been playing it since the very beginning. I was honored to be among the Icon series last year, and it's just, I'm still loving this game, and I'm super excited to see what you guys have cooked up for the last couple of months of this year, because it's...
Aha, deswegen wollen ja die V-Bucks-Preise auch wieder höher machen, habe ich gehört, ne? Die wollen ja auch die V-Bucks-Preise wieder höher machen, deswegen.
Cypher PK on pretty much any platform.
Krass.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for stopping by. We really appreciate it, and we hope you enjoy the competition.
Also Cypher PK ist für Klicks und Epic World war ja damals Klicks das erste Mal beim World Cup schon zugeschaut hat. Crazy.
Yo, this crowd is the best crowd I think we have ever had.
Yeah.
And that's great because we're going to see next level Fortnite. I don't know that I'm like
2 Minuten.
prepared for what we're going to see this weekend.
I mean, I
2
know the crowd
Minuten
already. I've seen a lot of cheering so far. There's a group over there. I think they're from Gentle Mates from the French region. They've been really hyped, and you can see them over there. There we go. I don't know if you can hear it, but yeah, they're really hyped. I'm excited to see all the other regions that are taking part today. All the fans. I'm feeling excited.
Listen, I know that the fans in the audience are ready, but I want to know if the players are ready.
True.
That's right. Well, we are not that far away, so you've gotten our thoughts. Why don't we get the thoughts of our casters as we draw ever closer to the competition?
Yeah, I must say, especially after watching the head-to-head interviews there, that I'm feeling so good, and I'm looking forward to, of course, the competition of the contention that we're going to see on the drops.
And what I love the most, too, is that it's one thing to know your drop spot, but for all of these representative regions, you have to keep in mind, it's the international competition, it's the global championship, so just knowing your drop isn't good enough because every region is going to have their own sort of flair for the competitive meta, and it's going to be a really interesting dynamic to see how some of these players choose to break into it, because even at the Invitational, where we last saw some international competition, one thing where I think some of the other regions in general might have struggled with was the surge strategy. So I want to see how well that's been wrapped up to be brought here today.
Well, we know a couple teams aren't going to have any surge issues. It's those that, of course, are competing against one another, especially Kanada. let's just back up here and really touch base about the problems that he's going to face right now. Kanata and AEGIS are surely, like, you know, two of NA's best, right? And they have a difficult
Von Drop jetzt. Der Countdown ist
Malibuca, right? He was really honing in
Drop.
on the fact that he has been playing all weekend long, and he feels like Kanata's focus isn't quite there. Is that going to be the default in his playset?
And that's the false sense of security that Kanata's trying to implement into Thomas's brain right there. Because at the end of the day, Kanata is a competitor. I mean, he is one of the few players that we have here that's actually got some of the most FNCS appearances.
Well, you know what? We've had a long road to get here, and all of a sudden, we are closing in on it. So let's go ahead and dim the lights.
Endlich. Ja, du grinde drauf.
Fortnite fam.
Kannst jetzt schon mit anfangen.
A year-long
Im Flugzeug.
competition has led us
Kannst jetzt im Flugzeug schon mit
to
anfangen.
Copenhagen.
Ja, du bist gar nicht im Flugzeug, oder? Wo bist du?
Through the FNCS
Bist du schon zu Hause?
3 FNCS majors and a last chance major, all to battle it out here on this stage. These players have put everything into this competition. 6 regions all going head to head to prove who's the best. But it's about so much more than just that. It's about holding the axe of champions high.
Der sieht so geil aus. Ich will ihn auch haben, ne?
A championship trophy, banking their share of $4 million. But above all else, it's about a title that comes with the highest prestige, FNCS Global Champions. After this weekend, one duo will break through and stand undeniably above the rest. So get ready. This is the FNCS Global Championship.
Ja. Breakthrough. Oh mein Gott. Digga. Boah, wie sick.
The stage is ready. The trophy is here. But you can't crown a champion if there are no contenders. Copenhagen Royal Arena, are you ready to meet the players? Let's bring them on.
They're gonna come to the stage right
Oh,
now,
let's
and of
go.
course, most importantly, it's the battle that they had to fight through to be here, bullying their way through the Shockwave Hammer meta.
Oh my
one of the
God.
most destructive seasons.
They have to brace for chaos as these players now step into the most chaotic
Die Einlauf.
environment they have faced all year long. And with 196 total finals appearances spread amongst all of them, They are here to show exactly why they're the forerunners of their respective regions.
And you think about it, they had the first chances, the first opportunities put in front of them, and they did just that. They secured it, and here they are.
Das müssen die Duos aus dem Major 1 gewesen sein erstmal. Oder nee, Digga. Doch, Major 1.
Went absolutely crazy for the players. That is what we are here for. We don't have this competition without them, so y'all definitely feel free to lose it when you guys see them come out on the stage. My gosh, that is just the qualifiers from Major number 1. There's so many big names. Thomas HD though, Malabuka. That's we have eyes on.
Yeah, well, I mean, I heard a massive cheer.
Yeah.
And we're hearing it right now.
I wonder why.
I wonder who they're cheering for. Is it Thomas HD?
Yeah, I think
it might well be, because he is the Danish man himself. What a perfect player when you think about all of his attributes. So smart. His aim is next level. And of course, paired up with Malabuka. This is a dangerous duo. Only bad thing, contested today. But they have so much skill in this duo that they should be able to overcome the problem.
We've seen sometimes being contested can be a little bit beneficial.
Sure,
and we
sure.
saw them have an incredible performance in Major 1, getting second place and only losing by just a single point. They are the best team to have never won an FNCS, but I think that they may be changing that this weekend.
That would be so crazy, right? No FNCS title, but a global championship title? That would be next level. We talked about EU. How about we gone over to NA, Acorn, and Cold? I feel like so many players and fans alike talked about this duel when they won, saying this is probably one of the best duels in NA, period.
Yeah, there was a lot of hype around this duo when they performed in Major number 1, of course, coming out with a great performance. I like this duo. You sort of combine a really, really big brain IGL in Acorn, and arguably one of the best fraggers in NA in Cold. This kid is crazy, and I'm expecting to bring that dynamic. You can see them on the screen right now. They're looking happy, they're looking excited, and they should be, because they're a top team.
And we saw what Cold can do on a LAN setting at the Invitational, getting a 3rd place finish with his old duo mate Scented. And I mean, their placements outside of Major 1 was 6 in both Major 2 and Major 3. So even when they're doing their worst, it is still so vastly better than most of the competition.
Now, of course, that was a look at just the qualified players for Major number 1. We have 2 more to go. So please give a warm welcome for your qualified players from Major number 2.
Let's go.
The Kinetic Blade was the season. It was also the problem that they had to learn how to overcome, learn how to make theirs, and perform to the best of their capabilities, because my oh my, what a destructive time it was.
They really had to slice their way through the competition to qualify for globals. But more impressive still is the sheer amount of experience that this particular group of contenders carries with them. Considering 18 out of 24 of them have played on a LAN stage here before.
Can you imagine having that experience, bundling it all up and then putting it out right here in front of you, where there is your chance to make the bulk of $4 million. We know who you're looking at. I know who I'm looking at. But most importantly, can they step up? Can they perform here now, as the times and options are limited? There's only 5 games. I mean, if that was it, right? If that was just the let's go, everyone's here, let's hit play, I believe that's a grand finals lobby. There's still more seats to be filled, but as we focus in on the qualifiers for Major number 2, Queasy, Benno. This stadium went crazy when they walked by that trophy.
Yeah.
Some would say these are the villains of this arc, right? These are the guys that went up against Seti and Cammy and fell short. Now they want to come back. They want to come back even stronger than a year ago.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, das ist so krass, wenn Cammy und Teddy so krass nochmal wieder werden.
Number 1, number 2, number 3, one of those 3, because
in dieser
these
WM.
guys are absolutely incredible. We saw in Major number 2, 12 game grand finals, 6 victory royales. I don't understand how that's even possible. And then arguably the biggest upset when of course they didn't qualify to Major 3 grand finals. How does that affect their mentality going to this? Is this now a bit of a redemption for them? Not winning an Invitational, not making Major 3 grand finals. What a better time to do it.
Listen, the whole adage, you know, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, or shame on you, or whatever. It may be something like that.
I'm not good at those.
They changed their drop spot at the Invitational, and it potentially cost them that first place spot. And then in Major 3, they changed their drop spot again and didn't even qual. So I think that they're going to be sticking to their guns and going Kenjutsu Crossing and potentially going to be coming out on top in day 1.
There are so many big names. We have to continue the conversation. Miro and Cooper now kind of focusing in on NA. Miro just ridiculously decorated.
Yeah, a really, really decorated player in the NA region. Won so many FNCS titles, paired up with a less experienced player. And this
Ja,
is
Miro
really
hat
nice
ultra viele FNCS schon gewonnen und ist ultra krass schon reingepläst. Mit Buga ja damals.
And he's actually saying, you know what, I'll take the
Und
reins.
Chapter
I'll
3
use
noch,
your experience when it
wie
comes to
gesagt.
Frank, because Miro is just one of the best in the world at that. And of course, he can lead the way, lead the tops, and make sure they make their way to endgame. This is one of those duos that I'm really, really excited to see how they perform on LAN, because both of them are very, very talented, but together, we're yet to see them in this stage.
No, but we did see them perform incredibly well in Major 2, getting a second place finish. And I think Rumble Ruins is a great POI for them, being in the center, being able to handle rotations, which seems to be a little bit of an issue for them in earlier seasons. So I'm excited to see Miro, obviously, as you were saying, an incredible player, a 5-time FNCS champ.
Ey, komm, ich
However,
halte dich mal
most of
abwarten,
those
komm.
wins were with his
Los.
old duo mate Buga.
Major 3 Qualifier,
Well,
bringt die rein jetzt.
we have one group of players
Ja.
left, so Arena, welcome
Bringt
them.
die rein.
This is your qualified players from Major number 3.
And as we all know, Fortnite is ever changing and evolving season to season. You never really know what you are going to get, but guess what? This team, these players had to go against the zero mobility when it was arguably so difficult.
And what they might have lacked in mobility, they certainly made up for as far as adaptability is concerned. Because having gone through every single iteration of competitive seasons, competitive metas,
Buga.
to find themselves here at the global stage, that is the embodiment of mental fortitude.
And really and truly, it's one of the hardest things to do is when it's your last chances, when it's your last opportunities to punch your way straight through to the biggest opportunity of your career.
Macht den Greedy. Hat den Greedy gemacht. Hat den Greedy gemacht. Digga, was? Hat einfach den Greedy mal ganz kurz rausgehauen.
Looming pressure of, hey, I can only do this one more time.
And again, considering what's at stake, considering that they want to go straight in to that finals lobby here on Sunday, this is their moment to siege it all.
That's right, there are no more chances up for grabs here other than the 5 that's put in front of them. You want to do it here and now. Will you be one of the first top 25 duos to punch through to Sunday? We'll find out. I know you felt that. These are incredible players. This is 50 of the very best. The upper bracket all facing off today. You can feel it. The atmosphere is electric. It's not just this amazing crowd. It is every
Also morgen dann noch weiter Quali. Heute Upper Bracket, morgen Lower Bracket Quali. Und Sonntag Grand Final.
I mean, we haven't spoken
Sonntag
about
das
yet in
Finale.
depth. How can we not? Buga, the man himself. What a player, of course, the World Cup winner. How many times have we said World Cup winner? Does anyone need to be reminded at this stage? World Cup winner? No.
No.
No, not really.
Never. I mean, Buga and Threats, I love this duo here. Buga obviously having the history and the knowledge, with Threats having just some of the most insane aim in the game. Having these two powerhouses together definitely excites me. And what excites me even more is that
Was ich mir vorstellen kann bei denen, dass die for real jetzt direkt ins Grand Final sich reinfallen. Die müssen morgen nicht im Lower Bracket spielen, die werden nur Upper Bracket spielen.
Even though they're going to be contested by
Buga und
Nutty, I
Threats.
don't think that's going to be too much of a concern for them.
Yeah, and I was speaking to Threats yesterday. I was saying, how are you going to approach that off spawn? He said, mate, there's so much loot at this drop spot. We're not too concerned about fighting each other off spawn, but we want that vault. They're going to be going for that vault every single game, so we'll see how it goes for them.
So insane. More duos to talk about. Iamzo and Ryze, front runners from NA, a duo that all of us just feel and expect such greatness from them. Now the question becomes,
Ich hab die aber noch nie in meinem Leben gehört.
On land.
Yeah, the Canadian duo here. A lot of people had a lot of expectations for them going into Major 3.
Krass.
Donda's the best team in NA at that time.
Ja, jeder hat auch so einen Spotter, ne?
Lots and lots of hype around this team.
Oder
We haven't
was?
seen them perform on LAN
Jeder
yet,
hat so einen
this is gonna be a
Spotter.
very, very big test
Oder
for
was,
them.
ja?
Will they live up to that hype? Will the weight lay on their shoulders a little bit and maybe put a little bit too much pressure on them? I'm not sure, but either way, they have the talent.
I mean, you're talking about third place.
Boah,
in
jeder
Major
spielt das
3, but I
gleiche
don't think
Headset.
that
Ich glaube,
paints
das
the
könnte ich
full
nicht.
picture, because in Major 1 they also got a third place. In
Ich
Major
habe
2,
mich
their
so
worst
festgelegt auf mein
performance
Headset.
was fourth.
Yeah.
They have the best placement
Ich habe seit 2 Jahren
between
dieses
all
Headset.
3 majors than anyone else here. And they're going to be landing in the gas station, which is a great split POI. So I think they might be the kings of NA for today.
What about the kings of OCE? Could that be Worthy and Alex? I had an opportunity to meet Worthy, just a sweet guy.
Yeah.
But Alex is pretty widely regarded as the best player
Hätte ich auch
in
nicht.
OCE.
Yeah, 100%. Such a
Ozeanien-Spieler.
character in the OCE scene as well. And these guys definitely pack a punch as
Ich glaube,
a
diesen
duo. In
Kürzel
Major
PW
3
erkenne ich
Grand
sogar.
Finals, Alex on his own had more eliminations than 33 teams had eliminations. So him as a solo is outperforming some duos, which is absolutely insane. A big thanks to Coach Timmy for that stat, because that is just showing how good these
Digga,
guys
Tommy
can be
Hilfiger Mütze.
when they're on this big stage. When
Er
they're in
trägt
those
Tommy
grand finals,
Hilfiger
they do
Mütze
not
so
crumble
auf
under
Vlog.
pressure.
I mean, I think
Mal ganz
that
kurz so.
incredible power is showcasing
Im
also
Stadion.
in Majors 1 and 2. He placed
Ja.
5th and 3rd, but just him, because this duo formed in Major 3. They
Yeah.
might be actually the newest duo that we're going to be seeing compete here today. And they're going to be landing near that creaky compound where there are so many teams landing there. It's going to be interesting, to say the least.
To say the least, indeed. Now, of course, we only have 5 games here today. Pressure is on. With less games, you cannot make a mistake. How much does even just this going down to 5 games change everything?
I mean, it
Timmy,
changes everything
Digga.
if you are
Danke.
contested. If you lose
Ja.
off spawn, that's
Timmy,
a fifth
Mann.
of your games gone, where previously it was a little bit less than that. So you have to make the games count that you are contested off spawn. We talked about Malibuka and Thomas HD versus Aegis and Kanadas earlier. If those guys don't have a good game
Timmy,
when they
das
make it off
Schäfchen.
spawn, there's no guarantees that you'll make the next one off spawn. So you have to make
Im
it count.
Twitch-Chat.
And we always talk about, you know, maybe they're a day 1 team, a day 2 team. Oh, they're going to have an opportunity after day 1 to VOD review. And look, they're not going to have that opportunity.
No.
Essentially, these are like 3 separate tournaments each day. So these teams are going to have to do everything they can that day to get in that top 25 spot.
Yeah, I think when I think about more of these duos that we're going to see, right, Tayson and Mustache, another duo that kind of just jumps to the front of my mind. Tayson, I mean, if you ask
ich glaube, um
any
17
EU
Uhr
player,
beginnt die
you
erste
just
Runde.
said the name Tayson, they'd be like, yep, I'm scared, I'm good, leave me alone. But also now paired up with Mustache. Where are these guys landing? What can we expect from them?
I mean, Tayson, why
Jo, Robin, deinen Namen werde ich mir merken.
However,
Mal gucken.
however,
okay,
he's yet to do it on LAN.
Dann spielt zur WM 3.0 nächstes Jahr, habe ich gehört.
So a lot of people would say he's the online GOAT, which I agree with, 100%. He's won so many FNCS across different game modes, different chapters, whatever the meta, he is on top. But what a perfect time, what a perfect storyline for Tayson and Mustache to finally do it, to finally crown Tayson as an in-person winner, not just online.
Yeah, and we're talking about Tayson, but Mustache is also
Timmy,
an incredible
ich
player in his
restreame
own
keinen
right,
restreamten
but
Stream.
There is a thing such
Digga,
as tournament
was
jitters,
ist
and
das?
Tayson definitely seems to have an issue with that, being in front of all of
Ich
these
schaue mir bei jedem
people,
FNCS
thousands of
immer
people
Fortnite
on
Official an.
stage is a little bit
Auf Twitch
different
oder YouTube.
than playing at home in front of your own setup and everything. But I think with the right preparation, they've had a lot of opportunity to practice leading up into this. Then maybe he
Ja, ich
can
würde nur
finally be
sagen,
the
dabei
Lego
sein beim
hero he can
FNCS
be.
wäre schon geil. Er hat
But how
gesagt, hier
much
beim
of that, you kind of talk about being in
WM-Final.
front of the crowd, even that one mistake,
Wäre schon crazy,
how
Mann.
much could that affect those mentals, right, Kelly? Because it's easy
Es
to
sind
say
zwar
at home,
nur
I made
in
a mistake,
Anführungszeichen
I'm out, okay, let me just get up,
Digga.
walk around, whatever. This is so very different.
I think it depends on the players and
Scheiß
the
auf.
team. When you have someone like Kanata, which if you guys haven't had the opportunity
Oh
to
ja,
watch
das
the
beginnt
Major
gleich.
3 playback of him, where essentially
Sind
the
schon
entire
alle drin.
time he's just screaming, Agers, Agers. I think having mentality like that, even when you're down, is such a big deal. And you'll hear a lot of these players, what's a big part of your success in winning this major, that major. And a lot of them will say keeping their head in the game, even when going down, just talking about what went wrong and moving on from it instead of dwelling on it.
so different. It's so different being in this environment. You're at a different desk. Everything's a little bit different. A chair potentially is a little bit different as well. So everything is almost alien to you from what you're used to. You can't just get up after a bad game, go have a cup of tea and relax in the living room. You have to stay in this area. And that's
Ja, Mr. Savage spielt mit Varial, genau.
You're in this area, you're in this zone. It's now or never. Can they do it?
I wanted to
Ist
ask
auch
a
mein
question
Favorite
here.
Team
So
eigentlich.
obviously the bottom 25 move on to
Also Mr.
tomorrow,
Savage und
okay?
Varial.
So if you're one of
Mal
these teams
gucken.
that find yourself in the bottom 25,
Ich bin auf
let's
jeden Fall
say
für die,
they
also.
reveal some kind of
Da kann man nichts
strategy.
weiteres zu
Is that
sagen.
good?
So.
Is that bad going into lower bracket? Is there some kind of advantage or disadvantage to doing so?
As I said earlier, I don't think you should be aiming or hoping that you get in the lower bracket. It's not something that you want.
Oh,
You
die
want to be
strecken
getting
das jetzt
into
auch
the
so,
grand
ne?
finals
Bis es
today,
losgeht.
now. But if you do end up finding yourself in there, things
Komm.
can definitely change. I think tonight's going to be a very important night
Spielt
for these
RYZEN?
teams that are going to find
RYZEN
themselves in that
spielt
lower
morgen
bracket,
mit
because they
Jannis.
will be 25. And I think that's going to play a
Also
big part, because then
RYZEN
they'll start to
spielt
figure
morgen
out
mit
where we're
Jannis
gonna be
und
dropping,
Savage
where's
spielt
our
morgen mit
blue path gonna
mit
go.
Varial.
I'm getting word. It's time. Now, as we prepare for this first game, you guys find your seats on the battle bus. I want to hear from our casters to prep us before game number 1.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. And yeah, find your seat on the battle bus. Find your seat in the arena here, because we are looking at a very contentious drop map. I know we focused in on a couple of those, head-to-head face-offs, but there are so many more battles happening today.
I think one perfect example we were just discussing was the whole Vico Pink. But hold that thought,
Oh my God.
because the battle bus has
Es geht
gone
los.
off, and we're ready to roll into game 1.
Es geht los, Digga, let's go. Fortnite World Cup 2.0.
FNCS Global Championship game number 1 starts right now. There is the bus. Now we get to jump off and really take to the world and see who will be able to put up all of the numbers that they are claiming that they are worth. Let's watch
Hazer
it. We
came.
start things off here, of course. with
Und King.
and Cameron.
And keep in
Contesten sich hier
mind,
direkt mit einem anderen
we
Duo.
heard a little bit in the pre-game interviews, King, Calgamer, neither side particularly.
Oh,
stand
Agent
up to
Thomas,
the playing defense, but
Malibuka.
Thomas, he's taking the 50-50. It's
Canada.
though, who's
Oh mein
going
Gott,
to
nein.
find the first down.
Aegis ist noch.
It's a trade
Kami
on both
ist
sides.
noch.
Aegis is
Thomas
down
ist
as well.
noch.
Kanada will have to do a
Was
big
passiert hier direkt?
convert here.
Malibuka gegen Canada. First round here. Qualifier today.
He goes for the open
Im
exchange.
upper
And now Kanada's going for
bracket.
the push. Things are going to slow down.
Canada gegen Malibuka.
Gonna come down to everything. He gets the first tags. Can he get the follow-up here? Pressure's on.
Oh mein Gott. Malibuka. Hat ihn noch hochgenommen. Ey, es gibt Seifen. Man kriegt 50 HP. Okay. Es gibt Seifen einfach.
Just enough coverage
Oh mein
away
Gott.
from those pistol shots out of Canada. And the first 50-50 will go EU's way.
And you can see that is the simple tactics coming into play. A little bit of high ground. All of a sudden, the leverage was thrown onto the other side. But here we have Nutty and Capser who are contesting Booga and Threats here at the Sanguine Suite. This is a very tough battle to have to go
Ich hab gesehen,
against as well,
Kami ist
because
schon dead.
They too are going for a landing.
Ob er full dead
50-50,
ist?
depending on, of course, what you pick up here. But so far, it does seem
Booga
like
ist hier.
Booga has to play a little bit slow. I do not see his duo inside.
Wo ist sein? Sein Mate ist dead.
Seemingly already eliminated here, so Booga will be
Sein Mate
forced
ist schon dead.
to
Nein.
try and choose the proper moment to engage. Just gonna stay crouched for the time being, though. Again, keep in mind the amount of builds he actually has to work with. And Infiltrator Pump might be able to buy him a little bit of time as well, but it seems as though Booga is investing fully into weaponry here, understanding he can't take that extra second to reload. He doesn't have a teammate to fall back on just in case. And as for Nutty and Abzer, they seem to be just
Ja, das
taking
ist
their
der
time,
OG
actually
Booga mit 3
prioritizing
Millionen
to go
Earnings
inside of
aus Solo World Cup.
Well, as one duo falls, another one rises up to the occasion. Here we have Yamzo and Ryze looking pretty solid.
Der
Getting
krasse
their
von
drops
damals.
and their route together. So far, so good. Speaking about other things happening, though, I did see Baka, who is also contested up towards the northern portion of the map, get an exchange off there, too. And here we get to take a look
Oh, shit.
with Queasy and Vino down at the Kenjutsu crossing.
Yeah, ways outside of the map, and the real curious question to ask here is how well exactly they're going to be able to manage some of that early surge, because being this far south at Kenjutsu, it's not exactly the easiest in terms of elevation, having to deal with some of those other teams surrounding you. Can maybe expect that Queasy might look to wait for Venno to continue scouting a little bit further in, maybe towards the bridge. We might see them looking to implement a little bit of surge strategy. And Sloppy Shores, Tayson, he's having to eat some damage as is.
Ja, Buga muss wieder gewinnen, dann ist immer noch Fortnite World Champion.
Oh yeah, we all know that this here is definitely a very
Obwohl der Duo World Cup Winner war damals ja Cooler Aqua und Cooler Nyrox, aber die spielen ja nicht mehr mit. Haben sich nicht mehr gequalified.
Play off of and bounce back from. Meanwhile, Mustache down low, continuing to get his material together. We're gonna jump on over to Datus and Stain here, looking pretty solid over at the Frenzy Fields. Just north of this, we also know that Acorn and Cold were equally contested somewhere near their drop. And look, they've wiped the team.
Also Thomas und Malibuka sind gerade schon Top 3.
Und zwei andere mit 8 Punkten. That's where Seti and Cammy have been establishing themselves the entire year just about. So curious to see whether or not those two will clash. It seems as though Seti has already been eliminated, and that's true. The fact that Stain and Datas were able to take care of them this early on is huge.
Yep, big trades happening here. Now we see Yuma getting tagged.
Wichtiger Schaden. Jeder Schaden ist wichtig, weil es nachher Storm Surge geben wird.
Found himself an elimination too. These are all of the contested battles happening here. The drop map standing true exactly as we expected. Teams that were aware of teams that were going to land on them are definitely fighting for it.
And you can imagine the confidence boost, the momentum that some of these teams engaging in those 50-50s are bound to be looking for. And the best part about it is getting those eliminations so early on leaves you plenty of room to actually continue working on their pre-planned loop pathing, not having to really worry about interference towards some of those rotations can make a big difference in position.
Storm Surge.
We'll talk about Acorn and Cole. Take a look here as they're moving out.
Storm Surge haben die ganz damals schon reingebracht, damit am Ende der Lobby nicht ganz so viele Spieler sind.
So not really getting greedy with the opportunity put in front of them, but instead banking that elimination. Remember, there's just 5 games, right? Only 5 games. You pop off in game number 1, and all of a sudden you're really set up for a potential just seal top 25 for today, right? The goal is get to grand finals.
I mean, just think about
Und Storm Surge kriegt man dann, wenn man den wenigsten Damage gemacht hat an den Gegnern insgesamt in einer Runde. Dann kriegen die Leute die ganze Zeit Schaden, bis sie irgendwann dead sind. Aber das sehen wir auch gleich noch.
Meanwhile, continuing to seek out a chest that might be left over, splitting there with bolts. Seems to have an idea of maybe looking over towards one of these forecast towers, maybe also keeping an eye out for that reboot van in the distance as well, for anybody that gets some ideas early on.
Forecast tower is definitely extremely powerful. It's going to be one of the best pickups you can play for in the distance, though. Sun's also not making it easy for anyone rotating through the valleys here. Now we have Stroky and Kylie.
Sind hier gerade dabei? Wusste ich gar nicht.
Southernmost area of the map here, split up from his teammate, looking to hold out a potential King, maybe rotating down at the bottom. It could be Cal Gamer there, but no, it is King in duo. And they have danger nearby.
Oh, King.
Already exchanged between the two. You can see the passive standoff here, but these are fights that are so important. These are fights that you need to.
King sollte man eventuell nicht anschießen.
For now.
As far as Kylie is concerned as well, a little bit of leverage there over
King ist nämlich ganz schön gefährlich.
But seems as though King has spotted out that Kylie is just
Oh, die sind auch ganz schön gesplittet hier, ne? Pink und Vico.
Transitioning back over to Pink.
Die sind richtig krass gesplittet. Aber dafür hat Pets. Mongral und Buga passen nicht in ein Team.
Too much pressure to activate some surge strategies early on, but Pink here really
sind zwar zwei krasse Namen, aber die passen nicht so in krassen ein Team. Das ist genauso, wenn du Messi und Ronaldo in ein Team steckst. Beide neben Sturm.
Pretty tough situation to be in. Tagged up here, forced to go ahead and bunker down, save for a second here. It's Ritual and Reet who have a bit of a high
Das sollte
ground
passen.
position here, looking down. Very nice spot to be in.
Oha, Jiras.
Jiras and Shari also nearby, getting the pressure of the lobby here. Ritual and Reet can determine any team that they want to put the pressure on, and others are going to look inwards to see if they can jump in on it.
Barely hanging on right now, just inside the edge of this zone. And the way that it's breaking out for them just does not seem to be all that favorable. Just like for Snazy and Podesai, under quite a bit of pressure here. Snazy's gonna have to take some time now to actually try and regen some of that white HP, some of that
Snazy und Podesai.
Not sure if he even has
Na,
it in his
Snazy,
book,
wie
but for
gesagt, damals schon im World Cup mit dabei
Just out of the
gewesen.
area, making sure that they're both still aware of
Ja.
what exactly is surrounding them just outside of Rumble Ruins.
They're looking here.
Flix is auf
Community
Dead.
rallying for Podesai here. But a very tough spot to be in halfway through the materials. But hold up, we get back to the fight here. Bak and Pars already had 2 eliminations, and another
Ja,
team
kriegt
is
das
looking to
Storm,
influence
hat
them a
noch
little bit more
45
as they were trying to
HP.
get to the new safety. This next zone here, just a minute left before it starts to move again. They're in a pretty difficult spot here, digging deep into the trenches right now.
Ja, ein Solo gegen ein Duo gerade. Ja,
Is holding it down here.
ja, sein Mate
This
ist
is a
dead.
fight that you're expending time, you're expending some resources and build outside of the zone for both of these players, both of these teams. Well, I say teams, but Papa left as a solo to fend for himself. Trapped at brutal fashion, essentially. Does not seem as though Pars and Baka want to let NK Papa go anytime soon.
Oh,
NK Papa
ja.
under too much
Free
pressure
Kill.
to deal with. Sharptooth
Kann er nichts machen, ist alleine. Sein Mate ist schon dead gewesen.
easy elimination in the 2 versus 1 scenario, but again, they're all the way at brutal. They still have to rotate into zone.
I just want to say, Pars was putting up a front in the back there, talking, hey man, you know, not too sure about the time zones. He's acting like he wasn't quite sharp and aware, but no, they are leading in eliminations right now, possibly picking out the competitors here today. So far, so good. Meanwhile, TWIS, QNDX, and Rapid already on the move here, trying to get situated. Queasy and Vino. Queasy actually hit the sniper shot to open this one up alongside Vino. Vino really set themselves up for success. So Surge looking well, but not good enough to really conclude the battle. So they're just going to move on over. But for Queasy and Vino, I mean, they'd be surely excited to see Cammy and Seti not make it.
I mean, they have to be at this point, given that they're still in. They're still able to continue trying to accrue some points on the leaderboards. I know, taking his time right now with that suppressed sniper, seeing if he has an opportunity here, but instead, no, it's gonna be off in the distance.
Mieser Laser für
He
Vino.
just caught wind of Queasy and Veno on top of this hill, and that's not the surprise party that Veno was hoping for.
Yeah, let's not forget, Chicho and Trulex were definitely under some pressure here. So they're not sitting the prettiest when it comes down to overall material, but all in all, they do have the great positioning here on the top of this mountain. Yep, Queasy's gonna go in and get on out of there. Picking up augments now as well, really trying to round out his advantage where possible.
Ja, die gehen komplett weg von denen.
Greener pastures.
Giving Queasy's loadout as well. That first assault definitely gonna come in handy when you've got a gold twin mag. Bonus damage, always a plus on that first shot. And the same thing as well for the first shotgun augment that he had rocking there with that gold Sharptooth. So you can definitely expect him, or then expect that there's a reason why him and Veno are looking to try and find those bamboozle opportunities. Not too surprising though to see teams still trying to collect as much brick as possible here. Karmi and Vanyak definitely wanting
Vanyak und Kami
just a
hier.
few more builds, but understanding the fact that some of these teams starting to trickle in as zone continues to pull just further towards
Gucken in
that
jede Ecke, wo
mega
alles.
city area. They're gonna have to be careful of the teams rotating.
Ich weiß gar nicht, sind die neuen Waffen jetzt schon drin? Das würde mich interessieren. Ich glaube, ich habe es noch nicht gesehen. Muss ich mal darauf achten, ob die neuen Waffen hier schon drin sind im World Cup. Kann nämlich sein, dass sie nicht drin sind, weil sie erst jetzt kürzlich reingekommen sind.
Meanwhile, on the feed, Miro's taking his own damage to himself, possibly taking some fall damage, possibly being deep in the zone here.
Deswegen ist wahrscheinlich der Hexenbesen auch nicht drin.
Could be troubles on the horizon here. Not forget, Miro has all of
Ja, wäre der Hexenbesen drin, würde ich auch schon irgendeiner Safe schon einen haben.
Pick it up. Let's watch those Sphinx. Look at the material count here. This is a desperate plea to get somewhere that he can replenish. So coming into the mega city comes with its own risk, but there it is. Refarming material is going to be the name of the game for them.
Oh, Thomas Malibuka haben der Island. Das sind 15 Punkte, meine ich. Wenn die das erobern, 15 Punkte für die. Ich weiß nicht, ob die in-game direkt addiert werden, aber mal gucken. So, jetzt kommt Storm Surge. Jetzt kommt Storm Surge. Die haben 230 Schaden mehr, als sie brauchen. Also er gesagt 229. 255. Die sind über den Schaden, die sie brauchen. Das ist gut. Dann haben sie schon genug Schaden gemacht. Also viele Leute, die es nicht wissen, ich sag's nochmal gerade so, damit man das eventuell checkt. Da steht auch rechts in der Mitte bei den Spielern immer. Ob die über ist Abuf und darunter ist Lower. Da müsste Lower sein, glaube ich. Die sind auch schon 523 Abuf, also drüber über den Schaden.
Put yourself into a Sunday position. And now we watch some of Brazil's best Quitos and RYZEN versus Baka and Pars here. Man, Baka and Pars has not had an easy way to the
die chillen gerade ein bisschen. Er hat auch die mythische MK7, ne? Also der Mädchen. Mythische MK7 ist auch ganz geil. 560 Schaden darüber.
Is there a possibility that they may have spent too much time looking for some of those early fights, and that might have delayed them just long enough?
Yeah, well, listen, we got to get caught up with the in-game and the mid-game, so let's go to 11.
Thank you very much, Monster. Look, there are so many high-profile battles we've been watching all across the map. But one that we need to pay attention to, the Invitational Champions, Cammy and Seti went down early against Davis and Stain, and it was a fight we knew could happen, but many people didn't actually expect it to go down how it did. Davis and Stain wiped Cammy and Seti off spawn, and now they're conceding throughout the game, and it's going to be a big question mark for whether or not Cammy and Seti can bounce back. How are Davis and Stain going to use this opportunity? How many more times can they continue to beat these guys off spawn? I had the chance to speak to Davis and Stain yesterday, and even though they don't speak English, I tried my best, and they were there practicing their drops. They said they were ready, they said they had the better drops, and they were going to beat Cammy and Seti 5 out of 5.
What a bold statement to make. Thank you, Levin, for the
Oh, Buga auch noch dabei. Immer noch alleine. Der Typ ist solo noch dabei die ganze Zeit. Und ja, okay, wow. Ja, da kann er nichts machen. Duo was auf ihn straight. Tut schon weh. Er muss aber in die Zone. Er ist 44 Schaden unter dem Storm Surge. Und die beiden hier sind 350 Schaden über dem Storm Surge. Er muss Schaden machen, er ist 23 Schaden noch drunter. Sonst kriegt er gleich von dem Sturm einfach so Schaden. Ich glaube 20er Ticks oder so waren das ja. Ein 20er Tick alle 5 Sekunden oder so. Muss Schaden machen. Oh, wichtig. Aber immer noch 40 below. Also drunter. Oh, Medkits. Er ist 100 Schaden drüber. Er kann wenig machen, er hat wenig Metz. Oder es hat einen Kill. Ja, die Leute, die im Hintergrund so laut sind, sind meist die französischen Fans, weil die übelst krass abgehen für die Franzosen. So wie Podasai oder Snazy. Miro, Bugas alter Mate. Ist aber auch nicht der Rapper, sondern der Fortnite-Spieler Miro natürlich.
You can see Miro kind of just hoping that nobody's gonna spot him out from Mega City, but for Miro and Cooper,
Imagine Miro spielt Fortnite World Cup. Der Rapper.
Is trying to hold his own, but unfortunately, this pincer maneuver is one that we've seen time and time again from the likes of Miro and Cooper. Just a synchronized attack that is way too problematic for any solo to deal with.
Look at that, Alex and Worthy turns the corner and Gone is waiting there from the outside of the zone. So we know
es leckt auch mies, ne? Ich glaube, es laggt natürlich. Ganz klar. Deswegen gibt es auch in dieses Storm Search 350 Schaden drüber. Also die sind auf jeden Fall jetzt schon relativ safe dabei mit 350 Schaden drüber. Malibuka hat einen Kill. Und Buga ist anscheinend noch nicht dead.
Some forward distance coverage, but again, you have to expect that there's a decent amount of teams that were kind of situated inside Mega City. Those will be some of the front leaders as far as getting more towards that center of zone.
Klaunsky. Oh, Buga kommt hinten. Buga kommt hier von hinten ran. Aber die haben weggeschaltet.
Hero.
Auf Pyro, genau.
A nice little glide in. Won't be interrupted there on the launch pad, but look at this, Lou. Look at these builds. That is not the kind of loadout that you want to see this deep into the game.
Yeah, big commitment as well into the double metal fortress here to pick themselves up that low ground position. Meanwhile, Acorn and Cold just slide their way in, so
dass Buga sich da irgendwo zwischenquetschen, das alleine. Das Ding ist, sein Mate ist die ganze Runde schon dead. Bugas Mate ist die ganze Runde dead und Buga hat einen Kill. Buga hat einen Kill. Hä? Buga hat einen Kill und sein Mate ist die ganze Runde dead, Digga. Keine Ahnung, was mit Buga los ist, aber let's go. Blacher als dead, Mixer hat einen Kill. Blacher und Mixen ist ein Team.
And Vino and Queasy jump in to finish the deal.
Crazy.
So that's going to be the huge refreshers for Vino.
Oh, Vino Queasy hier mit einem Kill jetzt.
Vino Queasy, they have so much space to work with. You can see some of the congestion that's starting to build on this bottom edge of the zone. But as far as Queasy and Men are concerned, they're definitely
440 Schaden wieder über den Storm Search.
That heisted breacher as well for Queasy, depending on which direction they actually choose to tarp out in, could make some quick work of
Man kann Buga immer noch sehen. Beide Franzosen Snazy im Podersei. Oh nein.
Buga's in a very tough position here. 172 damage below the surge threshold as the pressure continues to mount on top of his shoulders here.
Er hat keinen einzigen Bild, er kann nicht bauen, nichts. Er hat kein Material. Er geht rein mit Absicht. Er hätte eh nichts machen können eigentlich. Also da war nichts mehr möglich für ihn. Tayson hat ein Duo gekillt. Tayson, Mann.
Snazy and Podesai though. Follow on with them a little bit earlier on. We saw them initially in some pressure throughout some of that mid game, but definitely managed to work through it. High ground though doesn't really seem to be too feasible for them from this position. It seems as though that's a little bit more in control over there with likes of Thomas Malibuka maybe looking to work their way up. Also saw KYIO doing a decent job, decent hill position there.
Yeah, really having to use these crash pads here to get on out now. It's time to make a move, but again, no one near them who's really going to give them any kind of resistance here. So it's going to be a quick slide on down the side here. As long as no one opens up the edit, they are fine.
Thomas Malibuka richtig geil. Richtig geil hier unterwegs.
Right into position here to go and be set up for the first to make it to the new zone. Meanwhile, Pink finds Miro. He's down and out.
Auch 300 Schaden ungefähr drüber.
Trulex and Chicho set up for success. So
und relativ gut Match für Malibuka. Auch schon ihre 4 Kills haben sie einfach, ne? 25 Duos, ab jetzt gibt's Placements. Ab 25, ne? Die sind noch gerade Erster vom Leaderboard. Thomas Malibuka stand jetzt Erster.
And with Ping and KYIO having just been freshly eliminated there, this is a moment. We saw Malibuka and Thomas looking to see as though they might try to work their way up through that secondary height layer, but as far as Merstash and Payson are concerned, they know they've got teams surrounding them every which way. Right now, it's about picking the right direction to go, and a lot of these teams trying to avoid some of the water that's just on the side of the zone.
NA just has a few teams alive, Acorn and Cold being one of them, Baka and Pars. Cooper is
Easy and Veno.
Meanwhile, Quasi and Vino,
Oh, machen hier Bounce-Wett. Mini-Bounce-Wett. Boah. Oh, das ist High Ground, oder? High Ground für Weezy und nee. Nein. Wenn geswitcht. Die versuchen nochmal auf High zu gehen. Weezy und Vino. Aber Vino braucht halt auch mit. King ist noch unterwegs. Alone auch. Der Mate ist auch schon dead. Von King kennen wir die Clutches von damals aus dem World Cup. Da war Mixen. Mixen war so ein Freaking, nein. King. Ah. Ist halt nicht mehr der von damals. Was soll man machen? Er hätte auch wenig wieder machen können, natürlich. Alleine unterwegs. Ohne Metz. Genauso wie Aqua gerade eben. Aqua. Die Buga gerade eben. Kann man nicht machen. Oh, Gripper hat einen Kill, der Mate von Flixi, auch Deutsch. Deutsches Duo. Mit extra deutschen Dialekt. Und Gripper ist der von Clonski. Der Clonski. Oh, wenig Quise, wenn wieder vom Highground runtergeholt. Von Tayson und Masters. Von deren Rivalen. Masters, Tayson, Rivalen sind Thomas und Malibuka, deswegen. Der BL kam jetzt. Mixen ist auch der bei Kylie. Masters. Oh, Kill für Masters. Malibuka ist dead. Oh, Tayson's dead. Queasy and Veno. Queasy Vino auch noch dabei. Pink ist dead. Masters. Alone. Veno Queasy als Duo. Oh mein Gott. Reed. Reed macht das. Masters ist dead. Veno ist alleine. Solo here, but he does have builds. The clutch is possible. He's also Fast Rocky und Kylie, was? Das Duo? Das deutsche Duo. Fast Rocky und Kylie. Was zur Hölle? Veno und Queasy gewinnen. Wie konnten die das gewinnen? Veno war alleine gegen einen anderen Solo und Fast Rocky und Kylie? Und Veno macht das alleine? Also ich will mich zu weit aus dem Fenster legen, aber die sind schon called. Die sind Grand Finals called für Sonntag. Die brauchen morgen nicht spielen. Es sind nur 5 Runden heute. Und die haben jetzt einen Win mit so vielen Kills schon. Das ist so wichtig für die. Das ist jetzt schon Grand Finals eigentlich. Wenn die nicht alle Runden 0 Punkte holen, dann ist es Grand Finals. Veno und Queasy anscheinend immer noch richtig krass dabei.
How are you making season 4 work for you?
Veno hat auch endlich mal nicht so gejoked damals wie damals.
So tell me about that final fight then, because it was an EU number. You know your opponents quite well. Why do you think you were able to get the upper hand?
I mean, you know, we had Thomas and Malibuga come up on high. We put them down. Thanks to Queasy and myself. And then, you know, I clutched out as a solo. You know, it's just standard. And I can't really say anything more, you know?
Well, you don't want to tell everyone in Copenhagen that you took down the Danish boy Thomas. So you're not scared that you're going to become a villain here?
You know, well, I think we came in on our villain arc. And because we came second, you know?
Ich kenne ihn nicht.
We want to show the rivalry's over.
Doch, ich kenne den. Ich kenne Ari.
I mean, we'll see. I'm looking at them now.
Doch.
well, you guys fix your eyes on each other and get ready to board the battle bus again as we head back to the deck. Congratulations, Queasy and Vino.
Krasser Win. Am Ende noch geholt hier.
Here we go. Global Championships kicks off. And what do we expect? Not quite this. I wasn't sure if it was going to be Queasy and Benno. To be honest, there were so many names, right? But of course, Queasy and Benno say, Zeke, hold on a minute. This is us. I love that he kind of calls out, we're on our villain arc. Yeah. I agree. I think these guys want and have so much to prove. In the year they've had, right? That second place to us is amazing. Wow, second place, life-changing amount of money. To them, it was a loss. Now they're coming back stronger than ever, and they want the W.
Yeah, these guys are winners, right? They
nächste Runde wird wahrscheinlich so in 5 Minuten losgehen.
To them, whether anyone else is taking that crown, because they want it to be them. They want to make sure they can do it, and I really, really like the way they played that.
Die gucken sich immer noch die Replays an von der Runde, die Highlights.
Stuff. They're on high ground. They got to that front side of zone, cranked up, actually fell down at the beginning of that end game, which kind of threw them off a little bit, but no, they're used to that sort of situation, and that's exactly what they do best.
I do think that the zone pulled a little bit in their favor, but by zone 3, Queasy not only had a gold twin mag AR, a gold sharp tooth as well, 6 crash pads, but also had 2 mythic slurps. They were set for success from the get-go.
We see them, of course, get chopped right there. That was the moment that kind of set them a little bit away, but no. Taking out Malabuka right there, that breacher shotgun, as you mentioned, Kelly, so good on height, just putting the pressure down and actually using those crash pads. Of course, we saw Queasy going down a little bit earlier here, but I think if I'm Queasy, I'm going to be so confident having Benno on my side because, I mean, just look at that. That's what he can do. Massive shots. If there's anyone you want clutching up as a solo, it's Benno. He's got the aim. He's got the game sense. He has the mechanics. And of course, he's such a smart player. Just look at what it means to them. Getting off to a great start. What a start for them. They couldn't have wanted anything different.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we have seen so much about this duo is it really doesn't matter what situation they get put in. A lot of times, we do kind of see this happen, one or the other's left alive. But what both do together is they're setting the other up. So it's like, even if one of us falls, it doesn't matter. I've set you up. You have everything you need. Go make something happen. Now, of course, in this situation, Final 3, Venom's like, got you right where...
Ey, ich würde mal sagen, für diesen krassen Hype hier, lasst doch alle mal einen kostenlosen Like, ein kostenloses Abo da. Das wäre doch mal Ehre, for real, ganz krass hier unterwegs. Vielen Dank, dass ihr alle hier zuschaut. Kuss geht auf jeden Fall raus. Und ich freue mich auf die nächsten Runden, die hier kommen. Und auf das Final am Sonntag.
Yeah, really
muss insane werden.
Those guys, a start they definitely wouldn't have wanted. I was saying at the beginning of the show, they were practicing their drop spots, they were looking good, but unfortunately things can change. Bus paths can change, of course, environments can change. You never know what can happen. And of course, when you're fighting against a team that isn't on your home region, usually things can be different. Teams have different playstyles that you cannot possibly prepare for. So if there's anything we know about Cammy and Seti, when they do make it off spawn, I'm sure in the next games in the future, they'll be absolutely fine. It's just getting to that end game for them might be a problem.
Yeah, and this is just the first game, right? Obviously, with only 5, which is usually the typical 6, we don't want to be making mistakes like this, but they still have 4 more to make something happen. Now, of course, a couple other duos we wanted to highlight for you guys, Thomas HD and Malabuka. Again, like, as we talk about names, you're just going to be like, yeah, nah, I forgot about them. I mean, I know they're here. The top 8 is great, but looking to perform here as well, and a pretty good showing in game number 1.
Yeah, not a bad showing at all. I mean, we saw it in game in the first little off-spawn battle right there. What a time to do. What a way to kick off the weekend, right? Thomas HD managing to win out off-spawn. It wasn't even Thomas, actually, that clutched it up. It was, of course, Malabuka who managed to pick up this assault rifle off-spawn. Really, really great for him, actually, because he just found that little bit of high ground there at the end. I really like the way he used the reboot van to block as much shots as possible. And then this little hut, managing to find that high ground and then finally take out Canada. What a start for this duo. And we know how the rest of the game went. Solid game for them as well.
Although it did go down to a 1v1, and I think a lot of people may have been expecting Malabuka and Thomas HD kind of just take it so soundedly, and I think that they might be taking it a little bit easier in these next few games just because of how close it was. You saw Kanata trying to grab height right there, and you were right that Malabuka was able to use that reboot van to his advantage. But if Kanata just got a little bit closer, a little bit sooner, it could have been a bit of a disaster for Malabuka.
can't forget, of course, they had that Rift Island as well. Of course, it was a south-playing zone. They know where the spawns are, just outside of that racetrack area. There's not actually too many spawns down in that sort of southeast area, so they were actually able to sort of predict where it was going to be, and they managed to get on there uncontested completely. Nobody wanted to go for it. First game of an in-person event. Who has the guts to go for the island? It's these guys.
Yeah, and of course, the crowd did lose it when we saw that happen, but here we go. A look at our standings. Now, please remember, we have another 4 games to go, but right now, as it stands, Queasy and Venom,
Erlangte der von Canada, ja.
and the 7 eliminations,
Ja, die contesten sich halt so 50-50 gegenseitig, weißt du?
a couple of names here,
Das ist
right?
halt
Rate and
risky.
Ritual. I mean, 76
Aber
points
Canada,
off
mal
of the
gucken,
back
nächste
of
Runde,
5
Digga.
eliminations as well. There's no double digits yet. in
Aber
this
meistens
top
ist es so
10,
aus
but to
Erfahrung
just
her,
kinda
dass
see
wenn
this
die das
list
erste Mal
of
irgendwie sterben, dass sie die
names,
ganze Zeit nicht mehr
man,
so,
this is wild.
weiß ich nicht zurückkommen irgendwie. Die müssen am besten gleich ein bisschen woanders landen. Bisschen weiter hinten oder so, die sind beide auf einen Drop halt irgendwie, keine Ahnung. Die sind auf einen Zentimeter genau gefühlt gelandet.
Remember, they qualified through the last chance major, so they want to try and put on. They didn't qualify. Sorry, major number 3. That's tomorrow. They qualified to major number 3, so they left it to the last. That's one of those teams that want to get off to a good start here to try and boost their confidence and make sure that they can make it through to Sunday.
Man, I do want to give some shout outs to Reet and Ritual. I know I always take the chance when I get the opportunity to.
Yeah, you go ahead.
But
That's why I said it.
I mean, Reet has just evolved as a player from the last 2 years. He used to be the W key king to the point where you couldn't really contain him. But around zone 3 or 4,
morgen ist Lower Bracket und heute ist Upper Bracket, morgen ist Lower Bracket. Sonntag ist das Grand Final. So läuft das.
Popped off and grabbed a few eliminations. They're not really a placement player, and to see him get that 2nd place spot or 3rd place and eliminations as well, I mean, I'm just proud to see him evolve as a player.
It was really difficult down those lower layers as well. Remember that end zone? It was all over water. It was an absolute mess. It's all cave.
Ich hab's auch sehr, sehr spät heute erst gecheckt, deswegen.
Down below, trying to scoop up some loot. Of course, he ended up getting taken out, but those
Morgen gespannt auf Moneymaker, ja, ne?
Materials, you don't have those refreshes.
Ja.
When you have the fragging power of Reet, that's where those refreshes come into play, because you need those builds in that water zone.
Some would say those Reet freshes. Anyway, let's go back to the leaderboard. Let's talk about more, just Zeke things.
It's a Zeke thing.
Another duo we kind of highlighted at the start of the show in 6th place. You could see
Cold
and Acorn, right?
Mit Abstand
they did manage
Erster.
to find themselves the
Mit
5
Abstand,
eliminations, but they're
93
lacking
Punkte.
a little bit on those placements.
Und die Top 25 kommen ja safe jetzt ins Grand Final. Und die, sagen wir mal, von Platz 26 bis 50 kommt morgen ins Lower Bracket.
No one had materials, right? Everyone's doing the same
Deswegen
thing.
auch
We
diese
are trying to
75
go on the
Duos.
defensive. We don't want to make a mistake here in game number 1.
Well, that's due to the fact that this is a low mobility meta. Besides the rocket ramp, so these players, instead of being able to kind of just use these mobility items to rotate around the map, they're going to have to tarp up. They're going to have to protect themselves as they rotate all the way to that far southeastern side. So it does kind of benefit the teams that are closer there, or the teams we did see a few players using rocket rams in there, or at least having them in their loadout just in case. But this is going to be a difficult meta. It did start in Major 3, so a lot of these players are already used to it, but still, utilizing your mats when you can is definitely going to be a big part.
And you mentioned them there, Acorn and Cold in 6th place. They made it to that end game because of their off-spawn. And initially, we were thinking, right, these guys have been contesting Pink and Vico. That's been the storyline for the whole time. But it seems like they actually switched drop here. And they actually ended up going towards iDrop and Mappy in that sort of central area where all of those caravans are. They actually switched their drop. Last minute, they thought, yeah, let's just try and land on this team. And it worked out for them. So that just shows how those little decisions like that, switching the drop spot at the last moment, can make a big difference.
And it did make a big difference. We saw earlier on in the game that Acorn and Cold had 12 splashes on just one player. And again, using those rotations, that's pretty much one of the only mobility items in the game besides the launch pads and then, of course, the mini crash pads.
Bitte,
as well.
nächstes Game jetzt.
I mean, they definitely seem to have used
Game
that
2
change
von
in
5,
drop
bitte.
spot, which isn't something we typically see on this caliber, really well. And another team that I want to talk about just by the leaderboard that we saw is Thomas HD and Malibuca. You can see through their placement points that they didn't get that many placement points, but the 15 points from the Rift Island made up the difference.
Those mid-match objectives
Die labern so viel, ja, ne?
or break some duos.
Bro,
now.
damals beim World Cup
Start
war noch nicht
showing
mal so viel
talk about
Abstand.
pacing, the online go.
So viel Abstand von den Runden. Das waren 5 Minuten, ne? 5 Minuten war nächste Runde damals. Da gab es eine halbe Stunde Pause einmal oder zweimal, aber sonst immer 5 Minuten.
And again, like, we have to kind of be mindful that, remember, there's 6 regions, it's just game 1, there's a lot of jitters. After game 2, what can we see them adapt or change that might make this game 2 crazier for them?
I mean, we saw them go for height there. We saw them pre-popping those slurs. You see it at this moment right here. That's to trying to look up at Quali and Venom.
Wir sehen es normal hier.
High ground. Tayson, unfortunately, getting taken out. So, of course, this was a difficult situation for them.
Ja, Tayson ist zur Decke gegangen, okay.
And that can be the problem. If you're cranking up on that
der Messer hier ohne Tayson ist er durch Fast Rookie dead gegangen.
A great height team like Quali and Venom, that's where things can get difficult. But a really great start from this duo. Of course, landing at the north side of Slappy Shores. We saw them getting
aber Fast Rookie auch GG, dass sie Zweiter sind. Und Buga ist auch relativ gut durchgekommen. Genauso wie der andere Solo noch.
Is that they were holding second high or in that mid ground really well, where a lot of people, a lot of the top teams were kind of fighting for that high ground, or they were in the depths of the water below.
Wie viele Zuschauer hat Fortnite? 43.000 auf Twitch. Fortnite selber. Und heute ist nur Lower Bracket. Upper Bracket.
For sure. Now, of course, that crazy moment in the
Katana gibt's nicht.
But we have the ability to listen
Es gibt kein Katana, kein Hexenbesen und wahrscheinlich die neue Pump auch nicht. Ich hab den nicht einmal in-game gesehen hier in der WM.
200 dead, 200 dead. I got it. I'm coming up. I have siphon. Crash betting. I'm gonna rock it, okay? Oh yeah, I'm dead probably. I'm dead. Top 4, all duos. Land on, nice. Corner. Nice. I'm stacked. Yeah. 2v2. Or two, one solo and a duo. Top 3. You have Madness. Play Madness top 2. Play Madness top 2. Trust. I'll let you know if he gets knocked. I got a kill. I knocked him. Yeah. 1v1. You're good.
That's kind of nuts, right? I love that Veno is able to just focus, right? It's just about just let me rock my mechanics, right? Just tell me where to look, tell me what to do, and then just let me execute upon that. Queasy just so calm, right? He's like obviously there is a bit of chaos in the moment, but Queasy just listen, just grab this. You're fine. Trust, you've got this.
And that's such a skill as well. I feel like not many people talk about it. When you are down and your teammate is solo clutching like that, the comms that you give are so vital. You can see Queasy just making sure that he's giving the absolute perfect comms, what he needs to know. Maybe he might have missed something. Maybe it's his heals. Maybe it's his materials. But Veno's like, okay, let me cook. Just give me the ingredients that I need.
And part of the reason he cooked there was that rocket ram, using it to go straight up into the air. See where the rest of the remaining lobby is. Land down immediately and get that incredible shot. That's why we're seeing them in first place right now. 93 points to start off the day. A pretty decent lead relative to the rest of the lobby here.
And you know,
ich glaube am Ende so für die Top 25 braucht man so 50 Punkte, ne? Obwohl nicht mehr, man braucht mehr.
It's risky, right?
Man braucht vielleicht so 60, 70 sogar. Weiß ich gar nicht.
Here's a look at our top 20 duos as it stands just after game
Auf jeden Fall nicht wenig.
We had highlighted Cooper and Mira though in the 16th place at the top of the show, as well as Alex and Worthy. Is there maybe a duo standing on these top 20 that stand out to you guys?
I think for me, it's Gripey and Flixie. These guys land at Mega City, so you would maybe expect them to have a little bit of a better game right there, sat in 19th place.
Startet jetzt in die zweite Runde, bitte.
Especially at Mega City, you can just sit on those towers, on those buildings, and try and farm Storm Surge. I think they might struggle with that a little bit because, of course, so many teams are rotating in, but it might be a little bit too late. You almost need to rotate out,
alle im Loading Screen.
Try and get back on that high ground at the right moment. And from what I've seen from those guys, they're doing that so well previously. Maybe a few spanners in the works.
Der eine hat eine HDD.
Because they need to try and find those refreshes.
Der eine ist drin, Digga, der andere hat eine HDD.
I mean, I was looking at the top of that page 2 right there, and Alex and Worthy representing the OCE region, a pretty
Oh, Digga, dieses 90° Keyboard ist auch noch so on fleek hier, ne? Es spielen noch so viele damit. Mit diesen 90° Keyboard und so.
And it's about making a statement.
Aber ich spiele auch actually 75° oder so.
Top 25 go on to grand finals on Sunday. So the job's not done, but it's about making those statements. It's about saying, regardless of what we do. If you see us in grand finals, you know what to expect from us.
Yeah, and I think you saw that.
Natürlich habe ich eine kabellose Maus, Digga.
Like they were happy. You got to be happy.
Was
at winning
denkst
first
du?
game of day one of the global championships, but they weren't too happy. They didn't let their emotions get the better of them. They were very, very cool, calm, collected in that interview.
Logitech Super Wireless oder The Wireless, whatever.
It's not a sprint.
Yeah, and speaking of a marathon, we saw
Super
Baka kind of going on a marathon throughout that game right there, grabbing so many eliminations.
Ich habe die Pro X Super Light Logitech.
To that mythic MK7 that he had there. He was 600 damage above.
Muss man was einstellen? Du kriegst so gesehen einen USB-Stick mitgeliefert. Diesen USB-Stick musst du in den Computer stecken. Und dann diesen LG-Hub, diesen Treiber halt runterladen. Und dann ist das so, dass die Maus zu diesem USB-Stick connected ist und der USB-Stick zum PC. Und das ist ultra clean eigentlich. Clean wie Cleansman. Aber die kostet 100 €, ne? Aber es gibt auch noch günstigere. Ich glaube, es gibt noch eine für 80, aber darunter wird es schon schwierig.
And I always just prefer to see the zone change in different spots. I think that really makes or breaks these teams because although, yes, Quali, you know, are an incredible duo in their own right, they did have an advantage by the zone pulling in Southeast. So by showcasing, if they can get another VR, if it pulls all the way to the Northwest, well, that's what makes them champions.
For sure, and I think I feel like we'd do an injustice
Komm, Leute, bitte.
if we didn't talk about the X factor.
Lass doch diese Round jetzt starten.
Right?
Startet sie doch. Treibt es hier doch nicht so auf so ein... Weiß ich nicht.
Is the question, right? I mean, these guys, of course, Quali and Venno are a fantastic duo. They won on high ground, but Kami and Seti can disrupt lobbies like that. They can play their way through those mid-ground layers.
Streckt das nicht so.
We've seen them.
Was ist das hier?
At the beginning of the show, how they're able to go for high ground now. We saw that sort of developing throughout Chapter 3. We saw them go for that height, just adding another dynamic, another element to their game. So, of course,
For real, die haben damals nicht so krass gestreckt. Das ist kein Scherz.
But they can do it. So, if it's anyone can sort of contest those guys, maybe it's them.
I mean, showcasing though that they did have that rough start. I don't know exactly how their positions would have been towards the mid and late game there. And I think by having that rough start, if they did make it survive into the end game, they probably would have stuck to the low ground. And we saw how chaotic that low ground was. So I don't know if they necessarily would have even attempted to go for high ground, especially with the two duos of Quali and then Thomas HD's going up on high. I think that they, you know, may have not even had that great of an end game if they did make it there.
Okay. So what we're saying is people are fighting over high ground.
Yeah.
We want more of that.
Komm, Fortnite, komm jetzt.
High ground
more
game.
Fun and that too.
Los.
Yeah, I mean, Quali Venno, they won 6 games out of 12 in Major 2 from high. So it just, if that's anything to go by, I think all the teams want to be on that high ground for sure.
I'll say something. I want to see Booga again in game number 2. He held out so long as a solo player, which is something you would expect with someone as much experience as him, being able to understand when to leave a fight, how to rotate away from everyone else through the dead side rotation. And I think he could do even better with threats.
Yeah, that was a kind of a difficult situation we put in, right? So many people landing there at Mega City, losing threats very, very early on, and then there's just so much pressure. You can't go for the reboot. You can't try and make something happen. He did still manage to find eliminations, right? That's still points. We still are working towards something, but I think you're right, Kelly. With threats there, it could be different, Mini.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw Booga actually going down to Surge there. He was trying to be a little bit too aggressive because he needed that Storm Surge damage. And when you're only 1 of 2, it's so difficult to do double the damage that you need because, of course, he's only on his own. He tried his best, and being only 174 below at that point is a credit to how much damage and how much aggression he was showing in that mid-game because he needed to do it. But, I mean, it's Booga. He can make anything happen.
Yeah, and this is still just game 1 of day 1.
It's fine.
There's so many more opportunities for these duos to change up their play style and potentially pull out something we haven't seen before.
That's right. Well, let's hear from Frankie, who's actually standing by because we want to hear what's going down in the crowd.
Well, I think Copenhagen thoroughly enjoyed
let's
game
go
number
jetzt.
1. Did you love it, Copenhagen?
1-2 Minuten noch.
Were you
Höchstens.
happy that it was a European victory?
Da hat jemand sein Popcorn weggeschmissen. Was ist das denn? Der hat's komplett umgeschmissen. Da liegt Popcorn. Der hat die ganze Packung weggeschmissen, weil das Salzpopcorn ist. Das ist salziges Popcorn. Deswegen hat er es weggeschmissen.
That's not bad. And don't forget, this is the Friday, so the audience is still arriving because people are coming from work. Maybe someone's plane was delayed.
Wirklich.
What about Brazilian fans? You can always count on the Brazilian fans to show up for their players. Any esport, any game, the Brazilian fans always give love. We've also got so many Japanese players on stage as well. I did meet a lovely Japanese family who came in just for them today as well. Any more Japanese or Asian fans? Oh, I love it. They've all gathered over here. We literally have a row over here of the Japanese fans. Oh, we literally have an entire group of people who are in jerseys who are here to support the Japanese players. And what about Middle East and Africa? Oh, well, we've certainly got some of the crowd going, and I can't wait to hear how things hot up as the competition continues.
Mein Favorit ist Mr. Savage und Vadial, aber die spielen heute noch nicht, die spielen morgen im Lower Bracket. Und dann wahrscheinlich auch im Final. Heute ist mein Favorit Thomas HD und
when you just think about
Malibu
this concept, 6 regions all going head to head, the fans in the stadium, I'm sure fans at home watching, all the people you are all cheering for, it's just something else, man.
So good. I mean, we see it online. We see some stuff on social media. People having a little bit of banter between themselves, a little bit of rivalry, some love as well between different regions. But to see it all here right now is absolutely amazing. I like the fact that Frankie went around the whole arena there to see who was where we expect to see some people, and we have some very, very loud fans here.
Oh, just a bit indeed. So gentle. I mean, yes, there is a little bit of banter going on online, but there's also a little bit of banter going on in the pre-show.
Yep.
But I want to talk about Reet and Ritual. I already talked a little bit about them, but I just want to showcase how they were able to make it into the end game there. And as
so
you
auf
can
dem anderen Tag noch so mäßig Solo zu machen.
in that second place spot.
Komm, startet doch jetzt. Was? Die haben vorhin 13 Minuten, die haben vor 100 Minuten 13 Minuten gesagt, Digga. Die starten das Game nicht.
Not quite having the best results that we would expect from his caliber of player, but I mean, he's crazy. He's going to be hopping in boxes as we get to have a little look at some of the highlights from them. Of course, Ritual putting on such a great show there as well.
Die schauen sich das jetzt zum dritten Mal an und kommentieren das zum dritten Mal. Ist Fortnite jetzt schon in der Zeitschleife? Ich glaube, Fortnite ist jetzt schon in der Zeitschleife.
It all the way to a victory, but second place for those guys. If that hill wasn't in the way, a little Reet
ja, wir haben jetzt ein schwarzes Loch anscheinend.
And I love just him showcasing there all of the ability that he has.
Yeah.
The quick builds, the easy edits, the great eliminations, the patience as well as the aggression. I mean, that's what it takes to be a top player. It's not just having good aim, it's not just having game sense, it's having it all.
Yeah, and I think what that gameplay showed me, and actually something we've kind of seen a lot of, but more players have kind of shined a light on, is these sneaky tactics, right? It's not about, let me just run at you. Because remember, these players are playing with indicators. There's so many ways to kind of know there's a threat incoming. But for so many players, they're kind of utilizing the stretch where we're just going to come around this corner. We're not going to build. We're not going to make any sound.
Bald wieder in Fortnite.
Bang, we're here, and now you're in a fight for Reet. This took him up to second place.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I mean, we saw him there with the exotic shotgun just doing so much damage, jumping right in the box. I think that
Ey, die gucken sich ja zum 10. Mal das Leaderboard an, ne?
It's the perfect shotgun just to jump in the box and go crazy with. So I'm expecting more of that from them. I'm expecting them to maybe
oder
eliminations, but it's one of those situations for them where do they have what it takes? I think so. It's all about
Samuel FNBR, moin.
Game number 2. What's going through their head right now? How do you even pick up from a game where I'm sure they would have hoped to have won, but they couldn't have got off to a much better start.
Die sind doch jetzt schon im
My only
Match.
concern is that they can be a bit of emotional players, and being emotional is
Kenn ich von
you know,
G.SKILL.
it's a double-edged sword.
Von
It
G.SKILL,
does give you
sorry.
that passion, that excitement, but then it
G.SKILL.
also can be
Ja,
a big
G.SKILL.
detriment where once you're down,
Okay,
you're
Samu.
down for the rest of the competition. Now again, I keep talking about the evolution of these two as players, so hopefully they have been able to kind of break past that wall. But I mean, my goodness. Game number 1, and just so many big names going down early, so many new teams also coming through and kind of showcasing their region. And I already talked about the Baka and Pars. Baka and Pars getting 8 eliminations in that game.
I mean, they just seem to have a game where they were so far away from the zone almost seemingly every single time, yet they managed that so really well. We saw them taking that fight all the way up on the north side of the map, which did drag out a little bit. Of course, a 2v1 situation, you want to be getting that done as soon as possible. You want to be cleaning that fight up ASAP. So for them, they had to expect
Also ich fühle mich jetzt schon so, wie sich manche damals im schwarzen Loch gefühlt haben. Es geht nicht weiter. Wir warten für nichts.
And recently, these guys have really been impressing me. They've been cooking. They've been doing really good. I mean, look at that.
Baka down to a sliver of health, literally 1 HP. But what he did is incredible. The confidence that he has. He didn't run away and turn tail, which a lot of these players would do. Instead, he kept going for that refresh, and clearly it worked out for them. Pars unfortunately getting 1v2'd there, but still, after that fight, they have to be feeling good.
Remember, both these guys actually played with different teammates at the Invitational, so I think those land jitters, they're not going to be affecting those guys quite as much, and I think that's why they got off to a very, very good start there. Despite the zone pulling all the way down to the south, they had all the answers to all of those questions, and I think in this stage, in this environment that we're in, that's the most important thing, just trusting your game.
Absolutely. Well, we're getting word that game 2 of the day is ready. So let's send it back on up to the casters.
It's ready.
Getting started.
Oh mein Gott, das Game ist startet.
That's right. We're really beginning the reset right
Endlich
now.
sagen die's.
Game 2 is just moments away, and as we already know, we will have to see what will happen with Kanata on the drop here alongside AEGIS. AEGIS put up the numbers.
Let's go. Battle Bus startet.
Is ready.
Let's go, Game Nummer 2.
And just like that, we are right back in it with match number 2.
Wir müssen jetzt auf den Fall von Kanada und
Global Championship. And again, Monster, you were just starting to touch on it, but some of these initial 50-50s, particularly that one down
auf der den auch noch landet,
not
war
going away that maybe some of these players might have expected.
Oh, Zeti. Ja, das ist mies 50-50 hier. Dated und Zeti und Kami. Und Stain. Oh, Kami Kill. Let's go.
And it's all in his favor right now. Here comes the pressure.
But it's all up to Datus to keep the hopes of Asia alive.
Zeti und Kami gegen einen. Den anderen haben sie schon. Müssen sie jetzt eigentlich right, left pushen. Oh, Zeti passt dead. Zeti ist dead. Nein.
Man, Datus really showing us what he is capable of. Coming second. The FNCS major thing for the Asian region, but no,
oh, let's go. Zum Glück, Alter. Holy shit. Das wäre nicht gut gewesen.
Like Kanata and AEGIS have also finished the deed on their side of the map. You got to think, look, Kylie Fastroki listening to what's happening here. So Kami and Seti are not safe just yet. Meanwhile, North, Pars, Baka. Coming out of the early game, they had 3 eliminations. So it wasn't just this team they finished. They had more to fight after this.
But it started with Pars and Baka getting that early duo elimination onto Misha and Teeny. And whether or not they can look for a repeat instance is all going to boil down to whether or not Baka and Pars really want to try and take a more aggressive push here.
We
Call of Whispers.
Have to bounce back, though. We absolutely have to look at a quick highlight here. Take a look at how Kanata, with the redemption shot here, opens up onto Malibuka.
Kanada. Malibuka. Kanada Kill. Thomas ist auch noch da. Oh mein Gott. Oh, Kanada gute Hits kassiert. Oh, nicht gut für Thomas. Thomas ist wahrscheinlich der, der 1 AP. Ja.
To fight back here. We could be seeing both of them in Sunday finals.
If it wasn't for that slurp truck, things might have looked a little different there for Kanata.
So, mein kurzes TikTok-Video.
Only 8 shots left in that twin mag. But again,
Moin Leute, gerade ist FNCS Calls. WM, komm vorbei auf YouTube. Killerstatus. Let's go. Ich habe noch nie so einen TikTok gemacht. Ich lade ihn hoch. Den ersten hochladen, ganz, ganz wichtig.
Really showing you that, hey, there's a limited number of opportunities and you have to make the best of it. I told you, Fastroki and company might be coming on over, and look at this. They're here to play upset.
Cammy and Seti, they might have dealt with Stain and Datas at the beginning, but they still have plenty of work cut out for them. For Strokey, just slightly above Cammy for the time being.
Oh.
Cammy, though, doing a good job utilizing these builds. Some brick gonna be going out. Not enough yet for Strokey to feel comfortable. But it's Cammy with that left side peek, a bit tough to try and work with.
Seti watching the side angle here, seeing if he can take advantage of any opening, cracking the armor here. But for Strokey, putting the pressure on. Starting to run low on ammunition here, so he will have to be careful or make a decision here to full commit. Instead, gets punished first, cutting right through the overshields and the additional shield pot there, so he is going to have to dig into it. Meanwhile, Kylie with the side angle, suppressed pistol, putting in good work here. We like the angles, but said he's clapping back. Ooh, another great angle. Cammy really hitting the tags when it matters right now.
That's tough for Kylie as well. I mean, he's really
Army
got to get up close and
hier.
personal. That suppressed pistol going to be difficult to work with in
Im Fight mit
comparison
fast
to that
Roki
sharp tooth,
und
but
Kylie.
Cammy, Seti, they are not willing to budge. They are staying as close to each other as possible because they also want to make sure that they stay in contention of this capture point, not trying to let it go for free towards Kylie and for Strokey. It seems for the time being they have successfully managed to push them off entirely. So it does look as though Cammy and Seti are going to buy themselves just enough time and the capture point will be in their favor.
Meanwhile, Pink and Vico lurking nearby. They're contesting half of the split off of Acorn and Cold. But now on the other side, slapping
let's go.
Tayson
Let's go,
and
let's go.
Mustache. Here's a team that can truly take
Weiter
over
hier.
the
Tayson,
grand
Mustache.
finals if they can make it there. Definitely a pick indeed.
What a tower base, though, for Tayson. I mean, you got a couple of med miss waiting, ample amounts of shield potions, including a couple of big shield potions. So for Tayson, his sole responsibility for the time being is just to establish as much surge damage control as possible. And it looks as though the Limpy tells a different story, or actually a same story if you're Pars and Baka. Because for the time being, Teeny at least, no longer in the lobby.
Yeah, Pars and Baka turned online now and get the finish onto Teeny. There it is. So the full finish onto Misha and Teeny, both sent back to the lobby. Meanwhile, there is another duo lurking from above, Chubbs and Bryce, looking on down, trying to see what they can do to influence this exchange here. Can they find tags to go ahead and put themselves in a successful position? So far, so good, but these are absolutely important exchanges here. And listen, Pars and Baka, man, you got to give them some respect, dude. When it comes down to performing, you would have thought at the Invitational, hey, look, we don't have LAN experience. What's going to happen? Nope. They are here showing that they didn't need it. And they're even better than the last time we saw them.
Don't really need LAN experience if you can just trust your instincts as
Ja,
a
die gehen hier
player.
auf jeden Fall
That
von dem
seems to
Fight
be
weg.
exactly the mentality here for Pars. It's breaking through Teeny's builds. Teeny absolutely no health to work with in that circumstance. But it's a nice establishing point there, because now that is 2 games back to back. That's going to start to pose a real issue here, because again, Monster, it's only 5 games, and for Misha and Teeny to be knocked so early on, they've got some ground to really make up for at this point.
A lot of ground to make up. Recover to be made here, but Acorn, Cole looking good so far. Vibing out here, trying to see if he can farm some surge in a distance. Meanwhile, Ritual will find a knock onto Edgy. And Ritual, what a surprise from them. I did not expect them to have such standout performances, especially with such a strong game one, and then an even better start to their game 2 so far. Here's Jamon and Yuma. Very, very interesting duo right here.
Just kind of floating around for the time being. Just waiting to determine which direction. It seems as though they're just gonna build a little bit further into this jungle biome. And Yuma, Neymon, doesn't seem as though they have any other incentive for the time being as far as aggression is concerned, but might be having to pick things up a little bit, as again, we did see some teams struggling a bit in game number 1 as far as that surge damage threshold was concerned.
Yeah, for Strokey and Kylie, definitely not gonna have a problem with that right now. One of the few teams with an elimination right now. Already making a move deep into the outskirts here as they see there's a potential cache left behind, so just trying to secure what they can. Brick needed, metal needed, so
Very important for them to get their rotation loop route down snappy here, as the zone will be pushing in pretty quickly. On the other side, Pink and Vico from the Frenzy Farms.
Oh, Vico hat hier wieder High Ground. Oder auch nicht.
I'm gonna go for trades, and oh, what a dirty angle there for Vico.
Einer hat noch eine höhere Position bei Megacity.
Inside the Megacity.
But again, we see some of the action that's been unfolding here so far, but we've got Levin to give us even more.
Thank you very much, Taco. Look, we just saw Pink and Vika there on the screen. We've seen Acorn and Code in this game as well. Coming into this game, both these teams in the top 10. If you know anything about me, I like to see action. I like to see fighting. And I thought these two were going to be fighting.
Digga, das sind Analytics, Digga, was ist das?
Might have to fight them. There's not enough loot in this area for both of us to share, but they're somehow making it work. So far in game one, both of them, they're making things so scrappy. Every single bit of loot they can get, they're going for, and somehow they're in the top 10. If they can continue, I expect both of these teams to qual, but when it comes time to grand finals, I don't expect them to be friendly anymore. I'm thinking if they can both qualify, that's when we're going to start to see some action for them.
That's an excellent point. It's one thing to make your way through a top 25 being the you know, the hurdle to overcome. That's a pretty low barrier for some of these top tier competitors. But when you get to finals, you know, it's going to be a lot harder now, as number one is all that matters for the best of the best.
That's got to be every duo for themselves at that point, and Pink especially. Yeah. I mean, you have to consider what he even mentioned in one of the pre-show videos that we saw. Cap Metal is so important for him, and you have to expect that at his split drop, he is not trying to share by any means with anyone else.
I'll take a look at this.
Hey, die carryen Spieler die ganze Zeit. Oh mein Gott. Was machen die mit ihm? Der Arme. Ich würde so quitten. Der Arme. Was macht die? Aber die kriegen ja durch Storm Surge Sprung, Dings da.
But imagine being
Der Arme.
Striker. Your fate completely decided. Just watching yourself.
Bro, ich würde Monitor über die ganze Arena werfen, Digga. Welch er. Wie, what the fuck, wie ehrenlos einfach.
Genius.
That was so genius.
Digga, was?
Worthy, meanwhile, he's got to get a
Was haben die mit ihm gemacht?
strategy going. Decent span out here. Will get some nice shots onto Mustache. Actually tags him up all the way into his white HP, but still holding strong here. Worthy doesn't seem all that excited to give up this positioning that he's established just yet, and for good reason. It's a pretty nice aerial view.
Here's Gyros and Shari now. Great position here. Zone's already starting to hold more center than the last game, so this will be a very much different terrain than what we just saw in the last game. That's going to be probably a warm welcome for these Western teams that don't seem to get very lucky often. But as we know it, anything can, of course, happen here.
It's got to be so scary sliding over the ice just then. You're just hoping that no one's going to be able to catch sight of you, but Cooper, not sure he's even fully aware of the fact that Zago and Peppo are based just a little bit more towards the interior of this jungle trench. Miro following suit.
Hooper, Miro, the rapper.
These teams trying to make sure they don't stray too far from each other, but still wanting to make sure of the fact that they are collecting the
Oder auch
resources
gesagt der
they need.
amerikanische Fortnite Pro.
Because we saw just how congested that last game was, especially with the way that zone was pulling so viciously over the water. So much of these teams.
Ist Booger tot? Weiß ich nicht. Ich glaube nicht. Nee, der müsste noch leben.
Meanwhile, the Rift Island is going to start to formulate here, jumping just outside of
So, Loot Island, 15 Punkte extra. Wenn man hier die Flagge einnimmt, 15 Punkte extra für das Team.
Surely top 25 is locked in the bag, as they were in the 76-point threshold range of total points, so they can get a big 15 here with the Elans and some placement.
Reed, die wollen gerade eben in der letzten Runde, glaube ich, Dritter oder so.
As there are only 5 games, but no, instead they say, hey, look.
Ja, die gehen auf die Insel auf jeden Fall.
Full Rift, get straight to the top. No zipline for us. I don't know which was riskier, but
Oh, die kriegen keinen einzigen Schuss ab. Keinen einzigen.
Able to juke out some of those distant shots in the air.
Wie gut das ist.
Being the first ones to actually touch down on Rift Island does mean that they'll be the first to try and make use of those bonus objective points with the Capture Island point. But again, in Ritual, I mean, who did we see last game on the Rift Island? It was Thomas Malabuka. Well, guess what? They got eliminated super early by Kanata and Aegis. So now it doesn't seem as though there's anyone posing too much of a threat, but Baka and Pars, they've been fighting for as long as the game has started, it seems.
Yeah, it's still Chubb's team too. Chubbs was looking at them before. It seems like he's given them a problem on the rotate into the zone. And look at the cost of Bryce, because Bryce was fallen at some point or another as they've made their way to this position here.
But at this point, it almost seems as though Chubbs is just trying to waste Baka and Pars' time, trying to force them into expending some of their resources, some of their splashes and heals that they might not have wanted to let go of otherwise. And again, it's still early on.
Pars goes into the box. He's going for the full push. Baka's here to back him up. And this is what happens.
Über den? Ja, der ist Solo. Das wäre übelst free. Die 4 Punkte.
He will escape somehow, some way.
Aber der schafft es noch abzuhauen.
Baka has a different goal in mind though. He's going to go around the outskirts here. No stranger to the zone.
Oh, der Laser, aua.
But ouch. That surely wasn't a part of the.
Und das von dem Solo, Digga. Was macht er mit denen?
Tough spot to be in now.
Dieses Brain-Spiel, ne?
They're running incredibly low. He's actually going to forfeit that height positioning. But it's not like Baka and Pars have any idea. But now Chubb seemingly under pressure from a team slightly further out.
AEGIS. Damals doch gesniped worden vom Mongral und jetzt hier im World Cup 2.0.
What a spot to be in now if you're Kanata and Aegis. Even more pressure as they only scored 0 points in game
Kami
number
ist tot, zumindest genockt.
First team to be fully eliminated. But not humiliated. They do have a true chance now. Finding tags here now into Thoric and Bolts. Of course, some of NA's best there too. Very few can say they've wielded the pickaxe of champions, but hold up, jump in with Colleen Festroki, who's already gotten an elimination. This is actually a full finish that they picked up, potentially onto Kami. And now Seti is by himself.
Ja, Kylie fast hoch, die wollen jetzt natürlich hier in Seti reinpushen, wenn er solo ist. Kami ist knocken gleich auch finished. Storm Surge 450 drunter. Nee, das ist nicht die Runde für Seti und Kami. Das ist nicht die Runde.
Wait, no way he gets the save, right?
Going for it, so might make it to Kami in time, but unfortunately the rocket ram speed just not enough. Having the reboot card though, we talked about how difficult it can be to look for that reboot ban opportunity, but it might actually be the intention from Seti.
Er geht für den Reboot Ran in Frenzy Speeds, glaube ich, aber da ist doch ein anderes Duo. Oh Mann.
Well, last game we saw Booga make it work as a solo with no threats. This time Seti says no.
Vino Quisi. Canada lebt auch noch.
Let's see if it ends up working out. Meanwhile, Quisi and Vino continue to farm their surge tags here. Desperately in need though. 145 damage above that. Protection is not.
Hey, ich sehe gerade, ein Duo ist nicht reingekommen und ein Einzelner auch noch. Das sind 97 Leute und 49 Teams. 3 Leute sind nicht drin. Booga ist tot. Booga ist genockt. Bei Suns. Jetzt lebt nur noch sein Mate Freds. Ja, wird ja auch rechts angezeigt. Freds noch am Leben gegen Suns. Booga ist Full Finish. Das sind 2 Solos hier. Die sind beide Low HP. Einer ist genockt davon. Und der andere ist low. Du musst den holen. Jetzt.
Trying to see if he can finish the job now onto Anon. He wants this
muss
refresh of materials from both Suns and Anon. Bound to get something for his troubles at this point. Gold Sharp Tooth Pump. Prime ready to go.
Ja, das war der Finish Shit. Oh mein Gott, ja.
Nearly a miss there for threats, but he will be able to capitalize. Close out.
Wichtig, die 2 Kills. 8 Punkte.
And that's going to be Oshi taken down by NA.
If it wasn't for that overshield, he was done. He had 2 eliminations worth there. That's 100 HP in Siphon, and he ended with 86 health, by the way. Surely the map doesn't quite add up, so he needed a little more.
AEGIS ist tot bei Vino.
That kept him alive there. My gosh, how close that was. Well, for QND, Rapid here, Middle East, 2 of their finest here. It's time to get on into this new zone here. Long rotate to make, and it's going to be a tough one for them. Meanwhile, out of the top 5 here, only 3 duos remaining here in game 2 for Strokey and Kylie down, and Shari, Vision View down there. You can see on the right.
On the bright side, though, for QND and Rapid, did see them with that Storm
Oh, Meister Steißen auch noch mit Full HP jeweils.
A decent amount. They continue to look for those rotations. Klonsky and Grolls, on the other hand, Circplants doing the job as far as getting some health and shield regen is concerned, but definitely still need to wait around.
Kami ist full dead.
More, but
Ja,
unfortunately,
Kami ist bei Zonen gestorben. Gesagt bei Storm Surge.
And then some to work with as far as damage is concerned, and that number only growing bigger.
Yeah, that's not enough. They need a lot more. Coming up quite short here. But I mean, hey, I like the strategy. Of course, these are going to continue to replenish. They can bounce back and forth, but at what speed?
Ja, die können nicht wirklich viel machen. Die sind eigentlich dead. 370 Schaden below. Wir schaffen den nicht. Da geht nichts mehr. Außer sie ziehen es jetzt wirklich die ganze Zeit durch, aber ich glaube, das wird nichts.
All of a sudden, because we have seen circumstances where teams might be relatively far behind on Surge, but Dean gets Eland, and then the gap isn't as big as it initially seemed. But for Vico and Pink, they've got a whole nother mess to cover. Only 18 below damage threshold, so the pressure is definitely on right now. But it's on Pink.
Seti is the one who's going to clutch up here when it matters. And although he may have saved
Ja, Seti alleine und klatscht hier nochmal ein bisschen. Er hat Vico geklatscht. Den Deutschen. Und Pink.
Putting up at 4 here, so this is still a game that's worthy of earning some, at least some points, right? Remember, at a very, very early finish in game number 1.
If there's anybody that knows how to play the low ground, it's definitely going to be Seti as well. So Tark being through as a solo, while difficult, isn't necessarily impossible, but man, with some of these teams that are looming just outside.
Dass der ja auch schon wieder alleine unterwegs ist mit 2 Kills. Sein Mate ist auch schon wieder seit 10 Minuten gefühlt dead. So wie Buga vorhin.
And meanwhile, Alex still has the high ground there. Just for Hod, Hero, it's next door. Big shots going out, teams in the distance here, hoping to pull zone, but Hod and Hero put in the shots here. Man, Geras and Shari, 4 Elam.
Geras and Shari definitely with the 4 eliminations so far. And they're just continuing to see if they can add even more to that number, because even with 4 eliminations, being only 13 above on that surge damage threshold just goes to show you how aggressive this lobby has been.
Definitely a close one there. Meanwhile,
Snazy is auch schon dead.
There. Worthy, who had the high ground, gets knocked by Hero. Okay, so they must have over-peaked from their position, and now they've been taken down. That could be a potential huge swing. Could Middle East be winning game number 2? So far, they are setting themselves up.
Oh, jetzt kommt endlich eine Moving Zone, jetzt passiert endlich mal was. Vino und Quisi wieder auf High.
Back-to-back run, back-to-back number here. And look, Hero is trying to make their way up, but the resistance.
Ja, und ich glaube, die neuen Updates, die neuen Items mit dem Fortnite-Mess-Update, die sind definitiv nicht drin, in dem World Cup hier.
And it's something that they've done excellently throughout 2 games so far. But again,
war aber eigentlich auch klar, dass es so ist.
Can't count your chicks before they hatch sort of mentality.
Aber Bodafly ist dead. Bei Canada. Also Canada ist ja auch noch dabei. Ja, Veno Quisi auf High und Reed von gerade eben, der in der Top 3 war, glaube ich.
Even Okis is up right now. Saw him mixed in the feed. Those are a few of the NA competitors that are up. I do wonder, where is the Omso? He was also inside the top 10.
Ja, diese 35 Schaden drüber über das Storm Surge. Seti ist auch nur 30 Schaden darüber. Aber ist auch immer noch alleine so unterwegs. Auch locker. Oh, Buga ist dead. Ja, Buga ist wieder dead. Mehr Starch ist genockt.
Beautifully done and clean execution on the rotate here. He actually takes down Middle Eastern's hero there. So that was that second to high ground team, and now they just have to deal with Queasy and Vino. If they could do just that,
GG, Queasy, Vino wieder High Ground. Der geht auch gerade keine hin und Sleeves hier oder so. Oder Contested auf High. Ja, und Cold geht hier in Duos rein, als wäre es nichts gerade.
That's going to clear things up for them as far as these immediate players are concerned. Seti, though, again, the fact that he is still kicking.
Oh, Seti auch immer noch dabei, ne? Das ist auch wieder so krass. Vico ist auch full dead jetzt. Ja, ich glaube, das ist ein Anzeigefehler mit dem Killfeed. Der Killfeed ist, glaube ich, ein bisschen verbuggt im Game. Oder jetzt zumindest im Fortnite-Stream. Snazy ist das. Also die Franzosen sind jetzt. Und Queasy ist auch nicht mal auf High. Wo ist Queasy? Hä? Queasy ist nicht mehr da. Canada. Canada ist tot. Tazen hat Gripchen geholt. Auch ganz wichtig. Für Tazen. Aber Flixi müsste doch actually noch leben. Der Mate von Grippe. Boah, X-Force ist auch dabei. Mit iDrop hier noch. Weiß ich, Seti ist eigentlich auch noch nicht dead, ne? Seti schafft es, glaube ich, immer noch die ganze Zeit. Ja, Seti immer noch dabei. Wie schafft er das denn? Wie macht er das? Er ist immer noch dabei. Er ist seit 10 Minuten solo unterwegs gegen Duos. Queasy ist dead. Und Seti holt sich hier die ganze Zeit auch die Punkte mit. Oh mein Gott, Reed. Mad Mist. Richtig. Queasy. Seti. Seti? Oh ja, ein Knock aber noch. Er hat einen Knock geholt. Richtig. Ich glaube, die Punkte kann er nicht mehr kriegen, weil er ihn nur genockt hat und dann gestorben ist selber. Sherry auf High Ground. Und Ryze auch alleine jetzt unterwegs. Acorn auch noch alleine unterwegs.
Acorn's trying to do what he can. He's got that auto Maven primed and ready, but at the same time, even with the Maven auto, he's not going to be able to miss a singular shot. He has hardly any HP to work
ja, musst du wissen, ja,
He's doing a great job so far. Fight time, only one build left though. This next moment has to be his best.
Oh, Flixi. Ja, Flixi geholt. Acorn hat Flixi noch geholt, aber Flixi auch sehr, sehr weit überlebt hier, also sehr, sehr lange. Acorn gegen Sherry und Sherry hat eindeutig den HP-Vorteil. Acorn geht full hoch mit der Rocket. Ja, und Sherry, Acorn ist dead, glaube ich. Ja, Acorn ist dead. Sherry hat gewonnen. Sherry hat diese Runde geholt. Ey, Jeeks, guck mal meine Zuschauerzahl auf fucking YouTube. Die ist seit einer Stunde so, mindestens. Jeeks.
That was quite the performance. How did you feel in those final moments of that game?
Great.
Sherry hat eine Runde gewonnen, damit auch sehr, sehr wahrscheinlich schon in den Grand Finals gecallt.
Getting the information of you, but you had the better health in the situation. How do you feel clutching in front of all of these people?
Amazing.
Amazing. That's a perfect word. Let me come over to you, Gareth. What was it like watching Cherry in that situation?
Stimmt, Grass ist sein Mate. Die waren ja gerade eben auch schon sehr, sehr weit, glaube ich, dabei in der ersten Runde. So, ich hoffe jetzt auch nicht, dass es 13 Minuten Pause wieder ist, ne, oder so. Oder 15. Alle höchstens 10 und dann direkt beginnen.
Absolutely, but also focus on the next 3 games because obviously you want all of these duos to fear you. What sets you apart from the competition?
I think just good strategy, good communication in duo. Yeah, I think that's all.
Well, we definitely saw the strategy pay off, but congratulations on the victory, Royale. Giras and Cherry, everyone!
Man, oh man, to compete on this stage in and of itself is an honor. But to get a victory royale in a circumstance like this with a crowd this electric, that is something else.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, these guys land in that sort of area, so it was very much a home zone for them, but they made it count. We've seen teams that haven't had that sort of zone luck, you could say, actually pop off, but these guys, they made it count when they did get the zone.
Yeah, and not only did they grab that victory royale, but they did it with double-digit eliminations. Yeah. I did not expect to see that so early on in the competition. They pretty much were grabbing eliminations as soon as the game started, and by zone 8, they had 4 eliminations, but they were able to kind of hold that low ground for so long and clean up the rest of the lobby. They deserve their VR.
It was a battle of solos there in the end as well. I think I saw 5 solos right there at the end, all battling it out. And that's what we love to see from this. It's solos clutching up on the big stage, and that's really, really not easy. So great job from Chari to make it happen.
Well, if we're going to talk about solos clutching up, then we got to talk about SETI.
Yeah,
my goodness.
Of course.
From the start, I mean, we saw them go down early in game 1. We knew that they needed to do something a little different in game 2. We've got to watch their drop where they went for the window of that barn in Frenzy Fields. And it looked like they had a pretty easy 50-50 there. But Cammy did end up
Was nicht gehört, ich habe auf
and they were able to make it come
YouTube
back
Average 20 Zuschauer heute.
But then, not too much later, we saw Fastroki and Kylie trying to go for them as well. And if I'm not mistaken,
das auf YouTube, Bro.
Pink also was starting to try and make their way down, but then said, oh wait, no, that's SETI and Cammy. I'm gonna turn around right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, we saw SETI in that end game. This was crazy. He tried to go for height. That was a solo. This guy's crazy.
He was like, you know, he's like an autopilot, high ground. I mean, oh no.
I think
I'm on my own.
Honestly, I think it was a great play. I think that there was so much chaos going on in the low ground that they weren't expecting anyone to try and take high ground. SETI positioned himself just on the side. You can see that they weren't aware of that SETI was going to be coming in onto them and grabbing that one elimination. It did eventually lead to his, you know, demise, but he was still able to grab 4 more points as well as kind of weaken the other players in the lobby.
Yeah, I did want to highlight a couple things for us. First, in that #1 spot, Reach and Ritual. Whoa!
That's the one.
I'll come back to him in just a second, but just as a reminder, Sherry and Giras, and I'm sorry if I'm
Also in 6 Minuten nächste Runde, die zögern diesmal nicht ganz so lange. Finde ich auch gut so.
Yeah, can we get Mini Miner, you take over.
Ich bin in 2 Minuten wieder zurück. Bis gleich.
From the duo, and I kind of just love the way they kind of play this, right? You can kind of tell, even just after these 2 games.
2 Minuten, bis ich wieder back bin, bis gleich, wie gesagt.
They're not anything like the games we're used to seeing, right? A lot of these other regions, NA and E, which we typically broadcast, you can see, like, even though there's chaos, there's a lot of control, right? It's like, okay, well, I know we're going to do this, and we'll position ourselves. In these last 2 games, it's just chaos, right? Either no build or everyone's on mad low HP where everyone is one shot to the other. In this case, coming down to the 1v1, it is so hectic on this stage.
I mean, in this situation, we've talked about it almost seemingly all year. When Queasy and Veno aren't on height in that end game, it's anybody's game. We saw SETI trying to spoil the party up there for Chari and Giras on height. He didn't quite do that, but he did take out one of them. And of course, that was Giras, so Chari had to solo clutch from high ground. Of course, that's what's going to win them these games. We're seeing it time and time again. High ground is going to win these teams the games. And because Queasy and Veno weren't there, the high ground was a lot more free.
It was indeed. But I do want to talk about the duo that we were looking at for just a moment there, Reet and Ritual.
Yeah, of course. Here we go, Kelly. All right.
Listen, all right. They're doing a very good job right now. That might be why they're in first place. And they're utilizing everything that competitive Fortnite has to offer, such as Rift Island, getting those 15 points. And that is actually what's going to be pushing them into that first place spot. But also, look at the placements. They are currently tied with Cold and Acorn, who are some of the most consistent players in the world.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, there was always a moment there where they were boxing up below that Rift Island. They were like, I mean, nobody's going up for it. Is
I
anyone
guess
here?
that's us.
I guess that's our island. We'll take it. So that's what we like to see. I mean, yeah, that's what Reed's all about. He's one of those players that will play it smartly. Of course, we've seen so much aggression from them, even in this endgame. There are so many moments in that. I think this is what makes competitive Fortnite in person so great, is that when Reed makes these crazy plays hopping in the box, you can feel the energy, you can feel the crowd just go, wow, how has he gone about that? And that's what he's all about.
But we can't take Ritual. I mean, he's doing a great job as well. He actually had more eliminations than Reet there. He did go down, but you know Reet is not going to go down without a fight, even as a solo here, grabbing some much needed refreshes and being able to kind of bully the low ground here.
I love this playstyle, right? He's almost fearless. We actually saw something very similar from Baka and Pars in the last game, right? One of them dropping down to 1 HP, but it's the confidence. It's like, it doesn't matter what situation we're in. We just have to go for it. If we're eliminated, that's fine, but let's go for it. Now, Reet making that work is wild. And I think, especially for him, he's someone that for a long time, especially when it was NA East, NA West, he kept saying things like, I want to go up against these other regions because I want to prove that I have what it takes to compete.
I mean, what a better place to do it, right? He's making the crowd happy. He's making us happy, making the team happy in first place spot as well. Right there at the end, we saw the player actually going for the med miss. He said, no, you're not having that med miss. I'm coming straight in there. And the reaction from the crowd was so cool at that moment.
Well, I already mentioned them, but Acorn and Cold also had a great performance as well. And I mean, I love to see NA on top. Minnie, what's going on?
I mean, NA on top here, this is a difficult one for them. But, you know, I like the way they've adapted their play style. And, of course, they're doing very, very well at the moment. We can see this going through in this later stage of the game. I think there was a moment in this end game where they were trying to look up for that high ground. Didn't quite happen for them.
Sonntag sind Solo-Player dran. Nee. Und Sonntag ist Grand Finals. Und heute ist das Upper Bracket Quali und morgen ist das Lower Bracket Quali. Ja. Ah, genau, Krug hat es auch schon reingeschrieben. Nicht Leo, lange nicht mehr gesehen, Mann.
Such a clean elimination there, and you know that they're feeling good going into game number 3 and 3rd spot. And at some point, I mean, if looking at the points and kind of calculating it, maybe our top 3 have kind of already solidified themselves into grand finals. Obviously, crazy things can happen, right? I mean, we've seen our top teams be eliminated on drop, so that might not be solidified just yet, but still, they have to be feeling even more confident going into the next 3 games.
Absolutely. And, you know, we have thoughts and perspectives. We actually have it with community favorite Reddish. Viv, what's she have to say?
I told you guys I was going to be coming from the lounge throughout the weekend. This time around, we have Reddish joining us, a fantastic creator in the Fortnite space. And she told me that this is actually her first time experiencing an event as a fan. So tell us all, how has it been experiencing the Global Championship so far?
I've honestly been watching, I think,
Passiert. Die ist übelst leise. Die muss das Mic hier hinhalten. Das Mic musst du zum Mund hin machen.
Sorry. We actually have to go back to the desk, so we're going to toss it back to Zeke and the crew.
Digga.
Don't worry.
Die hat das Mic irgendwo hier, Digga, in Afrika, hä? Du musst das Mic zu ihrem Mund machen. Was macht sie?
This has been such an incredible start to the day. The first 2 games of the Global Championships, especially in the upper bracket. Kelly, you said something that interested me. You talked about the top 3 and how they potentially might have already qualified, right? What we saw.
Oh, die war so nervös, ne? Sag ehrlich.
Strong start. And it's like, okay,
muss so nervös gewesen sein. Hugo und sein Mate spielen so ein Spiel. Wer so der besser Schild. Klatsch, achso. Hugo und sein Mate nennt sich auch zufälligerweise Freds. Werde ich Mitglied, indem man auf Mitglied werden klickt, drückt und dann Mitglied wird. Aber du kannst auch Geschenke kriegen. Warte mal, ich kann es dir ganz kurz erklären. Nur mal für alle, die kein Mitglied hier auf diesem Kanal sind. Ab und zu kommen manchmal gespendete Mitglieder hier rein. Das heißt, ihr kriegt kostenloses Mitglied bei mir auf dem Kanal. Dazu müsst ihr einfach auf Mitglied werden drücken. Das ist für jeden so. Und dann, wenn ihr auf Mitglied werden gedrückt habt, dann auf diese 3 Punkte und da gibt es diese Geschenkeinstellungen. Da geht ihr rauf und müsst das erlauben, also so, dass es halt blau ist oder halt dieser Punkt rechts ist. Dann könnt ihr diesen Sub halt kriegen automatisch. Wenn jemand mal einen Sub verschenkt. Perfekt. Kennst du den Valencio? Ja, ich kenne den Valencio.
incredibly beneficial, but it just has so much more utilization than I think I initially thought.
Bist du Valencio?
How good this duo are individually. We talk about them so often as Cami and Seti as a collective, but we have to remember these guys are both incredibly talented players as solos. We've seen them in DreamHacks come first and second, and they're just like a duo that have just decided to play in that solo event. So that's what we love to see from this
Ja,
duo.
Booga ja auch First Round, ne? Aber Booga war halt unlucky ohne Metz halt. Aber Seti war schon krass, Digga, sag ich ehrlich.
Of course. If it's not them, it's the others. There's so much more. Now, I promised you an interview with Reddish. We're going back to Vivid in the Creator Lounge. Let's do this.
And we're back. Sorry about that, guys. I accidentally did too far of a mic drop earlier. Ended up breaking the microphone. But I'll introduce her again. It's going to be Reddish, a fantastic creator in the Fortnite scene. And like I was saying, this is actually her first time out at an event, being a fan. So let us all know how it has been experiencing the Global Championship.
It's been phenomenal. I was saying earlier, but you didn't hear that I've been watching every single FNCS for like the last 3 years, I think. But this is my first time watching from an audience. I couldn't make it to the US last time. And it's been
Nelio, wenn du das gemacht hast, dann solltest du jetzt gleich ein Mitglied kriegen, glaube ich,
the
oder?
French people, and they go crazy every 2 minutes. The audience goes crazy. And also, I have to mention the first game as a GXR supporter was pretty wild.
Ich verschenke für den Support heute ein Mitglied.
Claim the island and then
Oh mein Gott.
won, so it's been just
ein Mitglied
amazing to watch
raushauen.
as a fan and supporter and Fortnite lover. So, yep.
Yeah, awesome. I love the fact that you're kind of bringing up who's been doing well throughout the day. Of course, this is
okay,
the
let's
upper
go.
bracket. We have 25 teams going directly into the finals after today. Give us a couple names that you think are going to be, you know, towards the top of that leaderboard after the end of the day.
Weiß nicht, wie das geht. Ich hab's gerade eben erklärt on Stream. Du hättest zuhören müssen. Ich hab's erklärt.
GXR on top. I hope Quizzy and Malibu
Bro, Nelio.
Hopefully I didn't just jinx them. And I don't know, so many teams are doing amazing. We have Cold and Acorn, Pink and
Nelio. Digga, wie los?
Seti and Kami,
Warte.
they're making a little comeback. So
Ich erklär's nochmal für Nelio. Nelio, du musst zuhören.
Who's gonna make it in the end? But all of them are amazing.
Nelio, zuhören jetzt. Achso, du hast? Okay, er hat. Okay, let's go. Dann sollte er jetzt funktionieren, ne?
Or I'm ready on Twitter.
There it is. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you, Reddish, for the insight. And we're going to be tossing it back to the desk with Zeke and the crew.
Thank you so much. Reddish, you're fantastic as always. Now, as we kind of draw closer to the next game start, I wanted to highlight a couple things. Really quickly, Minimiter, you kind of called this out for us, and I wanted to take an opportunity to talk about it. Zago and Peppleclip, they had a very interesting Storm Surge strategy in that last game.
Nelio hat ein Mitglied bekommen. Let's go. Wir haben es hinbekommen. Für den guten Zweck heute hier. Ey, der Countdown ist um, jetzt startet die Runde hier wieder, Digga. Ey, die zögern jetzt wieder jetzt raus, ne? Aber richtig. Die werden jetzt noch dreimal das Dings anzeigen. Das Leaderboard. Da werden die noch 10-mal auf die Highlights nochmal reagieren.
Just keeping on healing up the player. I love it.
Leave it to Peppo and Zago to do that. And also leave it to Queasy and Vino, who had a pretty good strategy as well early on to get those Storm Surge tags. We actually saw a sniper on their loadout, which is not something that we typically see. People tend to go for the twin mag. And then they also had 2 different spots for their splashes there. So by having more, I think it was around 10 splashes, being able to not just heal, but also rotate quickly, which is part of the reason why we saw them be able to set themselves up for success towards the end game. And I say that as Queasy goes down, but still, being able to make it all the way there is going to get them those much needed placement points.
Yeah, trying to get Venom to clutch twice in a row, it's a bit harsh, isn't it? You can't do it again, surely. But no, I like to see that.
He's waiting till Sunday.
Yeah, he's waiting. He's keeping it all in the tank. He brought it out in game 1. But no, not a bad game at all from this duo. We saw them trying to set up for what we're expected to see from them. Let's see if they can continue.
That's right. I'm excited to see game number 3. So let's kick it on over to our casters to take us in.
Thank you so much, Zeke. And that's right. Game number 3, nearly ready for these players to hop off the battle bus. But Monster, we've been seeing some pretty interesting things so far throughout the first 2 games.
Oh, es startet endlich. Next round.
The battle bus is good to go. Match number 3, right
Runde 3 von 5 heute.
All right, we heard you make some noise. It sounds like you are ready for game number 3. I am too. Remember, there are only 5 rounds of Fortnite here today, so this will officially solidify the halfway mark. To start things off, though, we have to begin here at the Frenzy Farms. Kami, Seti versus Datas and Stain. We've seen this go either way.
So, Seti, Kami, wieder 50-50 hier. Mit dem Duo von gerade eben.
Meanwhile, it's the weapon first. He's looking for the tag, and they're doing a great job. They actually have the left and rights here.
Buying just a little bit of time here.
Wenn du actually 12 bist.
Infiltrator pump as well. Stain trying to do his best to pressure to the bottom of this barn. It's going to be Stain actually eliminated first. A nice
Das Mod, wenn du 12 bist. Ja, easy, ne? Die haben beide geholt. 50-50 geholt. Diesmal easy Klatsch. Wichtiger easy Klatsch. Gerade eben war ja in der letzten Runde ein bisschen mies gegen die zu fighten.
Yeah, this time extremely quick. They secure the eliminations
Oh,
here.
King,
Meanwhile, 7
der Argentinier,
men in Cal Gamer
auch hier
versus King potentially
50-50 on dem Spot.
here. I do know Kanata is battling as well. It seems like he was taken down and eliminated by a different duo. So we are already seeing a very huge miss up. Meanwhile,
Ah, und die fighten schon.
he will show you
King.
why he is one of the best.
Wir haben beide Hits kassiert schon, die vom Gegnerteam.
Himself that he
Oh.
does not believe King has what it takes. He thinks King is a bit overrated, but
Das waren eigentlich gute Hits mit ja.
we have seen what he can
Ja, die
do
Bots nerven.
in person. We have seen what he can do in just
Ah, der
playing
gönnt sich jetzt eine.
head-to-heads in a box fight type environment. He's
Der ist wieder auf 150.
Literally what King established his name on was his prowess when it comes to box fight match opportunities. Here again, King
Ja.
looking for his chance.
King gibt relativ gute Hits ab. Ich glaube, die hauen ein bisschen ab gerade.
I like it.
Seems as though he wants to try and
Ich
look
glaube, die wollen
for
jetzt nicht
some
mehr
better
fighten.
weaponry or possibly even just looking for a different position altogether.
Yeah, upgrade
Da
will
ist auch schon einer
be
Hits.
important and massive there, especially since he's running out of material there. The shotgun. Meanwhile, Zagu.
Er hat den revived bekommen.
They had the knock, but they didn't get the finish.
Er hat den einfach revived bekommen.
Big mistake, big opportunity lost, but Zagu finds another
Aber er ist
tag
auch gleich
here.
wieder dead.
Meanwhile,
Der eine ist Full HP.
for the big opener, another one there. Okay, chipping away, but nothing significant this time.
Auch 22 auf ihn.
Massive though for Skits and Sword that Skits was actually able to find that revive in the
Ja, die gönnen sich da unten jetzt richtig krass.
Now, Peppo, Zagu. Few Shieldbreaker EMPs. Curious to see what Zagu actually chooses to do with these. He's gonna opt to try and maybe apply some more pressure onto Skits and Sword with them, or if he's just gonna hold them for the time being. But Skits now fully aware of the fact that Zagu is trying to break down his wall. Continuing to replace build after build. Skits with the peak.
Oh, schön nicht. Oh mein Gott.
Taken.
Dass der Laser da so durchkommt.
Still looking to try and capitalize on this circumstance.
Der hat eine Maske auf, Digga. Der Typ hat eine Maske auf. Digga, der hat einfach eine Maske auf. Das ist mir überhaupt nicht aufgefallen, dass da irgendeiner eine Maske auf hat. Der Skits.
The crowd really starting to turn up right now.
Big augment though, that was just picked up. That rarity check could go crazy, depending on how. I believe it was Skits that might have opted for it. Saw him, one of those common weapons. Zagu. Back to full shield though, but did have to expend both of those big pots, and this battle's taken quite some time. Business turret quickly taken out. And Zagu tried to place there.
Oh ja. Der ging gar nicht so viel rein.
He's gonna be feeling really confident after that one, but Zagu now completely out of material here. He does have to be careful. His teammate finds a little bit too, so Peppo goes in, fully boxes
Ja,
up.
okay, der
It's all
könnte
gonna
jetzt
come
nichts mehr
down to
machen,
hit the
nee.
shots, and he does.
GG's.
Zagu showing us why he is one of the best. Coming directly out of the region of Asia, representing
Fast Rookie Kylie fighten hier gegen Solo. Obwohl der ist noch Duo, aber sein Mate ist ein bisschen woanders. Sein Mate kommt auch nie im Leben noch hinterher pushen. Nee, der haut ab.
For the most part, but for Strokey and Kylie here at Stevie Springs, south side of the map seems
Wo kann ich das gucken? Bei mir, ne? Bei mir natürlich.
having that elimination already, and now that's going to alleviate a decent amount of pressure here for Strokey and Kylie. They don't necessarily need
Nein, hier guckst du das FNCS doch schon.
just yet. They can really wait to see how they want to actually choose to try and reapproach here, but they're not the only team to mix things up a bit.
Ich weiß nicht, wo man das sonst gucken kann.
Just above Bryson Chubbs.
And they might be looking for an opportunity to find an Elim or two here.
This is pretty interesting because Tina and Misha definitely have been having a tough time against Baka and Pars, but Bryce and Chubbs have been jumping in that battle as well. It has been a three-way engagement here at the Shady Stilts and around. So Tina and Misha trying to mix it up, saying, all right, what can we do different? How can we adapt here? Clearly, they made it to the upper bracket, right? But having a tough time so far. Might be looking like a Saturday appearance if they can't turn up and turn up soon.
Meanwhile, Miro might be stuck in an engagement up against Shari is, well,
was macht er?
Forced retreat actually. Cooper, very accurate.
Was hat er gemacht?
Shots. Miro leading the
Ja, der hat ja gar keine Chance jetzt gegen Miro.
And it seems
Und
like it's only
Cooper.
a matter of seconds before Shari is completely
Ich glaube, der ist
collapsed
auch.
upon, doing everything in his power to try and stay alive. Just
Digga, der ist NA West Player oder so. Oder Ozeanien.
but Cooper and Miro, they are relentless. They refuse to let this opportunity go. And it's going to be another 4 points by the way of Elim as they finally close out on Shari.
Das hat man nie gesehen.
Cooper all the way with the initial opener and then the call out, setting up Miro for success.
Oh, Huga und Fred sind hier wieder. Huga und Fred sind ja auch noch am Leben. Auf deren Spot. Ich glaube, ne, die haben keine Kills, aber die Gegner sind ja auch nicht.
Does seem as though they managed to get their way into the vault. That kind of Stinger SMG certainly gonna
Also deren, doch, ne, deren Gegner sind hier nicht mehr. Nein. Die sind schon weg oder gar nicht da so krass reingegangen.
Clownsky and Grolls, though, a team that we really saw in quite the position last game. It was really their surge strategy that seemed to be a little bit lacking in game number 2. So now the mentality here for Grolls and Clownsky, if they want to find some points, want to
Ja, muss nur Adresse sagen, dann schicke ich die hin.
on that leaderboard, just try and cement themselves into that
Ein
top
Auto
25.
gerammt, Mann.
But they've got to work through some other teams before they can find themselves there.
Yeah, and work through those crash pads as well. Having them work against them for a second there, so Clownsky couldn't unfortunately join Grolls on the push to the top, so cost them a fair bit there, but all in all, they have things under control.
A good height positioning at least, that can definitely help a lot as far as establishing some surge damage is concerned. Meanwhile, inside of Rumble Ruins, you have Axe Force hiding inside of a bush, and a pretty common strategy as well for players to look for those tag opportunities with some of that safety inside of the bush.
Yeah, now that single Elim right there is onto Cooper. I know we're just hyping up Miro and Cooper's big eliminations they picked up, but look, Miro's now by himself in the distance there, so Cooper caught off guard
Thomas
out in
HG
the
auf
open
High
there
Ground.
and away from his teammate. Here we get to see Heroics Thomas and Malabuka. They are up, they are standing, which means they have survived the drop clearly, and they are working their way towards the grand finals.
Aber die Headshots sind einfach wieder so wichtig. Der Damage ist halt schon wieder so drin, den sie machen müssen für Storm Search.
That they had to sit out for game number 2 because of Kanata and Aegis. So for them to be able to play makeup time now, just adding to their total point count for the day. Because again, we are in game 3 of 5. So this is, I think, technicality of a halfway mark for a lot of these teams, and this is where you can really start to see the consistency that needs to be maintained come into play.
Yeah, one might say this is the most important game of the tournament here. Between game 1 and game 3, I mean, either you
das
set
war
yourself up for
Fred,
success,
der
or
Mate
you
von
turn
Buga.
things around now and come
Oh.
out a victor. And by that, I just mean top 25, right? That is the goal today. And then, of course, Sunday, get as high as possible, make as much money, and be the winner of that $1 million first place prize. Here we got Pink and Vico. I know we're hyping them up. Definitely a team that
Grippe
has
ist genockt.
a lot of success. Although, again, playing off
Ja, und Flixi wird jetzt gerusht. Sauber.
True, but they had Calgamer and 7-Man also on the opposite.
Oh, ich glaube, Flixi hat noch ein bisschen Glück. Ja, die werden beide gesprayt.
So might be
Flixi kann easy wegkommen.
for them to actually work around and
Flixi kann easy jetzt sein Mate healen.
You got Flixi way up top.
Das ist übelst gut für den.
Building. Grippe.
Für den deutschen Spieler.
Seems as though they had a successful battle because Flixi with 1 elimination looked as if he just got the opportunity to revive Grippe there as well. But now from this aerial point of view, opportunities to use these grind rails if necessary for a quicker rotation, but Mega City seems to be relatively safe.
Sobald das Qualifier für heute fertig ist. Wir sind gerade in der dritten Runde von 5 heute. Und ich glaube noch so circa 1,5 Stunden. Also so bis 20 Uhr ungefähr. Dann komme ich irgendwann in Fortnite wieder.
No elims just yet, but this is a perfect time to go ahead and catch up 11, so let's hear the word.
Thank you, Monster. Like you see, no elims. We obviously saw at the start of the day, CalGamer had a lot to say about Phaser and King's ability. He thought he weren't too good. And King said the same. He thinks they're not as good as they say they are. But these two teams have been going head-to-head. Not full engagements, but still both teams looking to try and set up for fights where possible. We see them sort of pinching and peeking towards each other at times. And what's happening is that they're both disengaging, right? Neither team currently sit in that top 25. So one of these two teams is going to have to start to step it up if either of them are going to be making out of relentless retreat and making that vote useful.
Thanks so much, Levin, for that breakdown on whether or not it's going to be CalGamer 7-man or King and Phaser. That's going to be the team that finally breaks through from that initial drop spot engagement. But again, with teams just actively choosing to disengage, have to believe that part of that reason is because they don't want to risk being early eliminated in match 3. Acorn cold though. They've got some eliminations on the mind because they want Pink and Vico if they can find it. Cold now applying some pressure onto the backside here. Pink and Vico starting to have to keep an eye out for it. Cold though, just continuing to move around some of these top tier builds. And Acorn, Cold, slight lull in the action as they try to make sure that their approach is as methodical as possible here at Frenzy Fields.
And of this duo here, the highlight player was definitely Acorn in match number 2, where he really went the distance in the end when it mattered. But I'm sure if he can do it one more time, it should be all but solidified inside that top 25. This has been a great showing so far. And again, contested. Half the loot he would expect, half of what he would really want.
Guten
So to take out Pink and Vico, to send them back to the lobby, to
I drop hier alleine auf der Dude Island.
Excellent.
Wird gesprayt.
They could make a run as grand champions.
But what's interesting is that at Frenzy
Dude Island, sein Mate ist dead.
But they weren't when we last checked in just now. So have to imagine that CalGamer 7-man recognizing.
Er wird halt nie im Leben erobern, ne? Ne, wird er nicht. Er erobert 15 Punkte, aber das wird er nie im Leben schaffen. Oder geht jetzt keiner pushen? Ich glaube, keiner gepusht, ne? Podasai und Snazy bleiben unten. Es könnte theoretisch eine Free Loot Island werden. Free 15 Punkte.
Could iDrop build a big enough base here to buy him some of a flex potentially? Oh no,
Ja, Vino Queasy gegen Passbrook und Kylie.
Queasy's hurt here. Vino pretty healthy. They have to double down alongside one another. It's Kylie and Fastroki. Kylie and Fastroki went south this game.
Vorhin hat der Vino beide alleine geholt. In der Final Situation.
On the pathway, the war path of Vino and Queasy.
That was a big shot though that Kylie just landed onto Vino, took down his shield almost entirely. So Vino's gonna have to pause for a moment, utilize one of those legendary slurp uses.
Ja, Vino und Queasy sind sehr, sehr im HP-Vorteil wieder. Also beide haben jetzt gleich wieder gleich viel ungefähr. Oh, Veno. Diese Hits von Veno einfach, ne? Ich glaube, das ist Venos und Queasys Fight, das werden die, glaube ich, machen. Ich glaube, das schafft Passroki nicht. Passroki und Kylie.
Very proud here so far for the upper bracket. This fight now approaching that time where you start to think, How worth it is it? Can we get out of here safe and sound? Is there an exit plan for us?
Storm Surge, 100 drunter.
They're feeling the same way. Yup, the demeanor says so, and we call it just right. They want to get out of there as much as we want to see them rotate.
Ja, die sind sich aus dem Weg gegangen. Aber jetzt ist Vico und Pink hier noch am Fighten, glaube ich.
Okay, what's the game plan here? Acorn and Co know better, but at the same time,
falls sie sich nicht auch einfach aus dem Weg gehen.
It's in their best interest to actually stay here, hold them out.
And not only that,
the team they want to take out.
Nee, scheint ein Fight zu sein.
Pink, we saw his builds just now in comparison to Cold. It is a night and day difference. I mean, Cold with 90 builds to still work through. Meanwhile, Pink, I believe last checked in, he had around like 16, 18. That's practically nothing. They've invested so much time here now that they don't really have another option other than to close this fight out because they need the materials, they need the refresh.
Oh no, Cold. Oh, er hat Vico richtig mies geholt. Und auch noch den nächsten GG. Cold hat beide Deutschen geholt. Obwohl Pink ist nicht deutsch. Vico ist deutsch. Pink müsste actually Englisch sein, bin ich mir gar nicht sicher.
Finishes him off. This is how excellent Cold is in the pocket. Well played.
It just did not seem as though Pink and Vico are ready to tackle Cold from that position, but being towards that frenzy field side, they're going to have a great opportunity now for Acorn and Cold to make an approach towards the zone.
Was es hier auch so für eine Taktik ist mit diesen High Ground Buildings hier, die mal bauen. Habe ich noch nie so gemacht.
Solid as ever.
Oh mein Gott, wichtiger Schaden. Diesen 210er Booth. Aber über den Storm-Switch-Schaden, den man machen muss. Thomas ist tot. Oh, was ist das? Was passiert da? Mali, Puka. Ja, der kann nichts machen, der ist auch dead. Malibuka und Thomas sind diese Runde safe dead.
Malibuka wants nothing of that. The ME boy says, hey, listen, you're up. Sit down. We got this.
Absolutely insane though.
Obwohl Malibuka ist vielleicht auch einer, der es so wieder solo klatschen könnte, so wie von Buga oder Seti. Er ist sehr, sehr weit gebracht haben als Solo. Und jetzt diese Runde vielleicht Malibuka. Das hat er, glaube ich, auch schon mal im FNCS gemacht. Oh, hier haben wir Vanya. Zur Abwechslung mit Kami. Mit BL Kami.
Some of EU's greatest. Very hard-working duo here. Takes the Tini. Tina and Misha just haven't caught a break here. Rotating all the way down from the north side. Coming up short here now.
Nee, Sane spielt schon ultra lang kein Fortnite mehr. Er hat Chapter 4 Season 1 gespielt, aber seitdem spielt er, glaube ich, gar kein Fortnite mehr. G.SKILL, by the way. Sorry. Call für Vivian Party Stratus, hallo Call für Vivian Party. Ach so, on stream. In Discord.
Cami and Seti together as a duo, that's something that we haven't really seen too much of at this point in the game.
Du redest nicht.
Curious to see how their end game goes now that they're both up and running.
They're checking bushes,
Danach, ich bin
Ah, jetzt seht ihr euch dich, hallo?
Was?
Ich höre dich, hallo?
Ja, ich höre dich auch.
Ja, gerade eben nicht, deswegen.
Ah. Ich mache jetzt Viewing Party, danach spiele ich mit Raffle Ranked, also mit einem von meinen Zuschauern, auf 60 FPS.
Red nochmal.
Egal.
Okay, egal.
Ich kann nicht reden, weißt du?
Ja, ich kann auch nicht reden, sorry. Passiert.
Aber no cap, Digga, Veno ist schon crazy, wenn man jetzt überlegt.
Hast du geguckt die ganze Zeit?
Nicht die ganze Zeit.
Veno hat ja 2 vs 1 einmal geklatscht. Und Winning Gold.
Der Bruder.
Gegen Fast.
Aber ey, wo alles sagt Veno, es ist halt auch crazy, wisst ihr? Quisi ist halt genauso gut alle immer so Veno. Digga, ist so gottlos, ich meine das ernst.
Ja, Veno überlebt immer zum Schluss, Digga, deswegen, sag ehrlich. Warum kann man kein Geld spenden? Doch kann man, ne?
Ohne Quisi kein Highground. Hä?
Man kann doch Geld spenden, was labert der?
Schau Tasten jetzt. Tasten wird alle ballern im ersten Schau den Loot, die haben. Schau diesen Loot. Oder du schaust du auch von Fortnite selber so, oder?
Ja, ich schau Fortnite selber, ja.
Dann bist du auch gerade auf Tasten, oder?
Ja.
Wo FNCS Pickaxe Flex?
In der Beschreibung steht Spenden.
Oder es haben irgendwelche FNCS Pickaxe, oder? Wo fully scheiße sind und so. Oder es haben irgendwelche Ozeanien-Server FNCS Pickaxe. Noch nie gehört diese Namen, die haben FNCS Pickaxe. Das ist krass.
Ich muss mal ganz kurz einen Hotkey reinmachen, dass ich mich immer voll muten kann, wenn ich rede. Im Chat.
Warum?
Ja, wenn du redest, kann ich nicht auch noch da reden, das geht nicht. Oh, Tyson?
Oder dann geht wo Tyson, wie will der in dieser Zone nimmt 4 Biggies. Slurp. Ich call ihn. Gut, aber das bei Viewing Party man halt da keine Viewer, weil alle bei Fortnite schauen. Das ist halt kacke.
Yeah, it's all in all a net positive. You get the damage that you need. You start inching your way towards this end game. Then looks like it is going to be a
Ich schaue jetzt diese Runde, dann gehe ich mit Raffel Wings. Ich bleib alles. Wo schau Quisi, wo wir jetzt schon auf Heil zu gehen, das Macher. Wo schau die den an, Digga. Einfach Aqua. So. Hast du 2019 auch schon Viewing Party gemacht? Sag ehrlich?
Nein, ich habe aber selber geguckt damit.
Quisi on high. Veno on high.
Oh nein.
Oh, die werden halt wieder gewinnen. Ich sag dir echt, wenn die jetzt so.
Ja, die sind die ganze Zeit on high, jede Runde.
Ey, Raffel, ich schau kurz diese Runde noch, dann komm ich. Bro.
Kamis hätte ja auch schon sehr weit in der Zone. Die können jetzt gleich jeden sprayen.
Wen und Quisi sind doch safe zu früh auf High, Digga. Die werden, schau, Zeti und Kaumi zu schauen jetzt auch für High. Das reicht nicht. Die haben keine Metz mehr gleich schon, Wen und Quisi, wenn die jetzt schon auf High gehen.
Oh, die Heavy Shotgun nervt ja.
Auf
nur 70 Abort. Jemand kommt durch.
Ja, das viel im World Cup. Eigentlich, wenn du jetzt überlegst, er ist wie Akon. Wo Akon sieht aus, Digga, man könnte denken, er ist 44 oder so. Ich meine das ernst. Oh, ja, wie meinst du? Aber wenn deine Stimme... Ey, Raff, wenn du dich aber dann so anhörst, wie du unter Wasser lebst, oder so richtig kacke. Wo Raffel, nein, wenn das kacke ist, ich meine das ernst, ich gehe rauf. Ey, Raffel, wie alt bist du? Ich hab so ein Mod, oder? Ich hab keine Ahnung, wie alt er ist. Ich weiß nur, wie er heißt auf Twitch. Oh, ich muss ja, wenn du es bei dir hast, dann wär's gut.
Oh, Grippel fixt jetzt.
Oh, wer ist Mutz? Digga, der Bruder ist 32, hat 5 Kinder, so sieht aus.
Digga. Arabischer Familienvater, ist ja geil. Nazy.
Ja, so, warum ist der so gut? Warum hat der 40 Punkte? Noch nie gehört. Ich kenne den nicht, ich meine das ernst.
Er ist ein Ozeanienspieler und so, ne? Brasilianer alles.
No joke jetzt, ich kenn Leute von EU und ein paar von NAIs oder so Amerika, oder? Aber den Rest, no joke, ich kenn, glaube ich, niemanden aus Brasilien und das ist scheißegal woher. Ich kenn niemanden aus Ozean, niemanden, ich meine das ernst. Ich kenn...
Kami und Zeti, Quisi, oh mein Gott!
Oh mein Gott!
Tyson ist der...
Ja, aber Quisi lebt noch. Er hat mit einem AP
überlebt. Vino ist das. Quisi 19 HP. 6 Kills haben die aber schon.
Ja. Quisi going clutch?
Er hat keine Bilder, er kann nichts machen, Digga. Er ist dead.
Ja, egal. Schau jetzt, Kami sollte gewinnen. Ich hab das Call, weil jeder sagt auch, dass Kami und Seti gewinnen werden. Bei so vielen so Interviews oder so. Gegen die anderen Pros. Oh mein Gott, was macht dieser Mats? Familienvater hat kurz was genommen. Seti Solo. Oh mein Gott, Seti Solo klar. Gut, du weißt schon.
Nochmal ein Solo-Clutch. Nein.
Ich wusste es nicht, als es so dunkelhäutige gibt. So, wo Fortnite so Pros sind, weißt du? Gut, das darfst du sagen. Ich glaub's ja damit.
Digga, das ist ja weird.
Ja, nein, ist ja so. Wusstest du das? Ist mal no joke.
Ja.
Ich meine das ernst. Also Pros, T1.
Oh mein Gott! Wer ist er?
Aquan, Digga. Familienvater gewonnen.
Ja, Aquan und Cold. Runde 3.
Oh, no joke, das sieht aus wie er 42 wäre. Ich meine das ernst. Digga, Aquan ist einfach älter als... Bro is too old.
And we've got our very own Frankie down on the floor to see what they have to say.
I do. I'm so excited.
Ja, alles gut. Ey, Raffel, ich komme jetzt gleich, warte. Boah, jetzt ist langweilig. Digga, die labern jetzt mit denen, Digga, sagen dann nur, ja, ich war gut, schieß. Ich will so. Ey, Killershot, was geht's mit die Raffel Wank, okay?
Jo, rein.
Maybe ich komm dann wieder Cold, du Stratus, du Killer, Digga. Ciao.
Ciao.
Yeah, doing it for Canada. We saw you in the air, nearly clutching the victory royale in the previous game, and now you've taken it one step further. For you, is it a bit of a dream to perform so well so early in the competition?
Of course. I mean, like, getting ahead early is always the best, and no pressure now, you know?
Yeah, you're not feeling the pressure. You're pretty set on Sunday already. Why do you think you are able so frequently to take down the competition?
I mean, I'm just playing with the best player. It's not that hard.
You have been preparing for this all year long. You qualified way back in Major 1. How do you feel like the game and the way you've had to play it has changed over the past year?
I mean, everything's changed. You know, we kind of did good in the beginning, then we had a little downfall, and everything's changing, but we're adapting pretty well.
You say downfall, what do you mean by downfall? Because you did place top 10 in all 3 majors in North America this year that you played. So for you, what's a bad day?
Die schreien alle Buche.
Anything under first.
Anything under first? Well, it's looking like you're probably going to have a very good day. Now, I've got to send back to the desk very quickly, though, before I do. Akon said such nice things about you, Cold. Have you got a message for him?
This guy is actually the best IG on the game. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. This guy just... His brain is just, no one can compete.
Well, I can hear Akon saying, stop over there. So I will stop on your behalf and we'll head back to the desk.
Big congratulations to Acorn and Cold finding themselves the victory royale. Now, before we continue, quick shout outs to Vivid and Levin, who will be hanging out with us on the analyst desk here for the remainder of the day. My, oh my. Sometimes I didn't expect any duo to win a game in this fashion, and that it looked so easy.
That game was a roller coaster, and for multiple reasons, really. And, you know, when we tune into the global championships, the one thing that obviously everybody is excited about is the clash of playstyles, the best at what they do. And throughout this game, you know, we saw a couple of height changes between, you know, arguably the best height team in the world, Quali and Venom. And then I was like, oh, look at this, Acorn and Cold. They're on the
10 Minuten bis zum nächsten Game, Digga.
Yeah. They ended up on the high ground to win the game.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking at, Vivid, right?
So lange Pause wie noch gar nicht jetzt, ne? 10 Minuten, Mann. Holy shit. Wir können 10 Jahre lang chillen.
Yes, they have been dominating on these layers. And I think the big thing here is that, you know, you look at these guys, they're clearly in the element, they're feeling so confident. Cold, when he's at his best, what a player. I honestly, it's almost hard to describe the levels, right? Major 1, when they won the FNCS in their region, I genuinely think that peak that Cold had hit as a player individually, one of the
Macht der Vivian Part in Next Level?
Right? He was on a whole different level, and he's showing that here today, right now.
Nee, Amar is live on stage.
Are the standings. Let's take a look together. Let's see how things are unfolding. Remember, we're trying to
weiß nicht, ob ich mir Amar angucken darf.
go straight through to Sunday.
Amar ist live on stage, macht mit den deutschen Leuten wahrscheinlich ein Interview. Falscher Stream, Digga, das ist YouTube-Stream.
All right. This is day 1, guys. Save some for Sunday.
This is what I love to see, you know. I gave a little bit of a sneak peek as to who I was going to be rooting for earlier on.
Lass mal ganz bei Amar reinschauen.
Das ist sehr krass, also wirklich krasses RNG für dich. Die Leute, okay, die haben es noch nicht so gut gehört. Kannst du nochmal sagen?
Ja, die Russen wurden disqualifiziert wegen dem Krieg, also weil die Regierung halt nicht erlaubt, dass sie hier hingehen dürfen. Und deswegen bin ich halt jetzt nachgerückt.
Okay, das ist krass. Also einmal so ein RNG im Leben. Ja. Das Mike muss näher ran, das ist, Digga, in seinem Arsch. Sagst du einmal?
Ja, die Russen wurden disqualifiziert wegen dem Krieg und sowas, wegen der Situation in Russland.
Digga, haltet euer Maul da drüben! Ich seh dich, wie du da nicht drüben ablachst, du kleiner Wichser! Ja, was ist? Was ist? Kann man da raufzoomen auf den da hinten? Schau ihn dir an. Also. So, wer ist dein Duo für morgen?
Pixie.
Pixie. Krass, krasser Spieler, krasser Abkommer. Was würdest du sagen, wie ist eure Rollenaufteilung?
Also ich würde sagen, ich bin mehr IGL, aber ich glaube, ich
Arme,
bin morgen
Digga.
sehr aggressiv und
okay.
Fights, weil Search wird sehr hoch und ich glaube, wir werden nicht so gut spielen, wenn wir nur für Tech spielen.
Okay, wo werdet ihr morgen landen?
In Brutal.
Okay.
Einfach disqualifiziert worden, weil
wie
man
ist
nicht
das
aus
für dich? Bist du
Russland
schon ein bisschen
raus war.
nervös für morgen? Ist dein erstes LAN-Turnier? Warst du Dreamhack? Warst du schon mal so? Ja, Dreamhack warst du, glaube ich, schon mal.
Ja, ich war in 2 Dreamhacks schon, aber so erstes riesiges Event, was komplett nur von Fortnite ist. Ich bin jetzt im Moment gar nicht nervös, morgen wahrscheinlich ein bisschen, aber wenn
Warum
das
schreibt
erste Mal
man
im
sowas?
ersten
Was
Game
ist
ist,
das
dann
nicht
ist
wie
eigentlich
2018?
Okay. Abgesehen von dir, ich hoffe, du hast im Kopf, dass du gewinnen wirst, aber wenn du jetzt sagst, ey, ich hab Bock, dass der gewinnt, wen würdest du dann sagen?
Ich würde sagen, ich gönn's allen Deutschen und ja.
Hey, Cheaten, hau rein, Bruder. Danke dir fürs Interview.
Das
wir sind
ist
Chefs für den
Cheaten.
Herrn. So, und dann können wir zurückschalten, da nach hinten in
Der
die
sich
Bude.
eigentlich nicht
Da schaltet
gecallt
ihr jetzt
hat,
zurück.
aber
Da schaltet
gecallt
ihr
wurde,
zurück.
weil die
Ja,
Russen
fick dich, Alter.
disqualifiziert worden sind. GG's. So, einfach mies.
Family friendly. Ja, ey, aber ganz ehrlich, mit wem spielt Cheaten jetzt? Ich hab's das immer noch nicht verstanden. Pixie. Der Schwede. Ah, jetzt check ich's. Jetzt verstehe ich's. Warte, ich habe anscheinend eine Nachricht bekommen.
Mr. Savage steht hier in der Reihe, Digga. Holy shit.
Wie ist gerade am Essen? Was isst du gerade?
Zwar passt Mr. Savage nicht, also kein Deutsch, aber ist egal. Wassermelone.
Hallo? Man hört dich nicht, sag doch mal jetzt. Bro! Dönerbox!
Ganz weird, ich gehe wieder raus, Digga. Bevor ich noch Bann
You talk
kassiere
about
oder
this
so.
being a roller coaster. I feel like so many things happened in this game. I mean, we saw Hydra by himself take Rift Island uncontested. At one point he was getting shot. I was thinking, oh yeah, they're gonna jump. They can tell. Nope. 15 points.
And you might be thinking, Zeke, right? Like, oh, it's so easy, right? Oh, he's up there as a solo. Why don't we just go up there and contest him? I mean, it's got to be the nerves, right? There's so much information that these players are very good at hiding. iDrap somehow got that situation off where he's like, hey, I'm just going to sneak up here. And I'm pretty sure later on, actually, because as we know, Reboot Van on top of the island ended up using it to go ahead and reboot his teammate. So smart.
Absolutely insane. Levin left speechless. Now, we do have something really cool here lined up. It is actually a listening to that game-winning moment from Acorn and Cold. Let's take a listen.
We're just gonna crash that and go. Not now though, but like on the road. Got it. Ready? You're gonna jump on the ramp.
Yeah, go ahead.
This. I'm just gonna slide.
Yeah, I hit it. We're good.
Just gonna run. Run left, run left. Going deeper. All too low ground. I built the box for you as well.
Nice, bro. Really good job.
Yeah.
Getting heavy.
Are you good?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Good looking right here, look here, look at me.
120, break. 20 cone, got it.
30 white, 60, I got it. I'm PC for that one.
Low PC.
There.
I mean, I just have to say it.
Ja,
Every
ne?
single time I get to hear these guys' comms, Acorn and Cold are
Acorn,
so
yeah.
composed, so chill. You'd never
That's
think
Corn.
they're sitting at a LAN, you know, the biggest LAN that there is to play, you know, playing one of the most difficult lobbies. They're just there chilling.
I think what impresses me the most, if you look at literally any esport, doesn't matter which one, have your pick. Professional comms sound like that. There's a lot of things he could have been calling out. Both of them, though, just sat there. They only called out what was most vital. The most critical thing in that moment. Everything else was calm. The moment they find a moment to strike, it's like, okay, let's actually communicate in this moment and get done what we need to do. That's crazy.
I love watching, honestly, the professional players that play at this level. Because, you know, we're thinking about the meta, and we have the mini crash pads. They're out now. But it's not a lot of mobility, right? So you have to save a lot of your materials. And the way that some of these pro players do it, we saw it right there where they were kind of talking through that rotate. They're kind of just running in the open a lot of the times, not building. But they find those timings, and that's why they're so good.
And big props once again to Acorn, right? This is a player who you see how Cold is talking about him as an IGL, saying this guy's brain is unmatched. You know, he's you know, the best player, whatnot. Earlier this year, right, when they didn't do as well during Major 2, there were doubts within their relationship, right? You know, there was, you know, conversations about them potentially splitting up, and I had the chance to speak to Acorn about it, and he said, look, hands up, that Major was my fault. I was not up to par, I was not up to standard, but I'm gonna fix that. Okay. And I think it's safe to say he's fixed it, right? You know, you see the way they're playing right now, and things are clearly in a much better place. They're clearly much more confident in each other, and that's always the key, right? You have to be able to trust your teammates if you're gonna have success in a competition like this.
That is why me and Vivid are good at Fortnite when we play zero builds, because I trust Vivid completely. Now let's kind of focus in on here. We like to kind of discuss Storm Surge strategies. Obviously, y'all at home, I know I could use some help, but something that we kind of saw it. Something we saw in game was actually Reet and Ritual. They have a very interesting Storm Surge strategy.
Yeah, placing very, very high up on the leaderboard right now, and it's not even necessarily about the Storm Surge strategy. It's about using their drop spot to their advantage. They're going to be dropping towards Freaky Compound, which is pretty central
morgen nochmal genauso, nur das Lower Bracket.
Usually most of them will involve the center of the map in some capacity.
Genauso wie heute alles.
And the cool thing about Freaky Compound, look at all of these hills that Ritual and Reet can take advantage of. The fact that they're landing there means that they get early priority to a lot of those positions.
Ja, alle, die eigentlich jetzt schon eine Runde gewonnen haben, sind eigentlich alle schon Qual, so weißt du?
To make sure that any of the players rotating to the center of the map, which by the way, a lot of players like to rotate to the center of the map.
Acorn ist eigentlich schon Final, weil Win halt und sonst halt auch nicht schlecht geplaced, ne? Er ist auch schon ein paar Mal reingeplaced. Kami und Zeti sind eigentlich, glaube ich, auch, könnten auch Qual sein. Ja, morgen RYZEN, Savage. Das sind auch die beiden Duos, an die ich die ganze Zeit denke. Morgen werden Duos. Was glaube ich.
Good shout. Absolutely. You guys are killing it. You guys are great. I love you all. All right, actually, why don't we go ahead and check out the Creator Lounge? Kelly Link is standing by with a very special creator. Who are you with, Kelly?
Thank you so much, Zeke. And I am here with someone very special. It is Keep Up Radio. Thank you so much for joining me here.
Gosh, thank you for having me.
Okay, so we're 3 games down, 2 to go. What has been your experience so far?
Oh my gosh, I've been having the best time. I think just coming to IRL events and seeing the players play and the crowd get so excited and crazy, it's the best experience for sure.
And what has it been like interacting with all the creators here in the Creator Lounge?
It's been so fun. Shout out to Reddish, shout out to Peach, my people. I love getting to see the people that I interact with online IRL as well. It's really fun.
Well, if we're going to talk about your people, then we got to talk about your favorite team as well. Who is it?
Okay, so I came in not really knowing who I wanted to root for, but Cold and Acorn have like so my heart. I'm rooting for them. Let's go.
Oh, then you must feel really good just them walking away in Game 3 with that victory royale.
I know, it was so exciting. I was like getting a touch up right before, and I'm like trying to look over like, oh my gosh, they finally won, so exciting. So I'm excited to see what they do for the rest of the games.
And I'm so excited to hear about what you do with all this Fortnite music. What is the process for creating these incredible songs?
Yeah, it's so fun. I really just try to take pop culture and music and like kind of take the elements of songs that we know and love and like apply it to Fortnite, and I feel like the people really relate to it, which is so fun and so awesome.
Do you have any songs in the works right now?
Oh my gosh, none that I want to talk about
yet. Okay, fair.
Yeah, but shout out if you know Tilted Tower Dance, go Tilted, go Tilted. That has 100,000 streams on Spotify, and it's a Fortnite song, and I'm so proud of that, so really cool.
Keep Up Radio, thank you so much for joining me here. Where can people find you online?
You can find me on Keep Up Radio everywhere, and can I just say one more thing?
Yes, of course. Oh my god, thank you again so much. And guys, back to you on the desk.
Go Tilted.
Go Tilted. Go Tilted. Go Tilted. Shout out to you, Keep Up
Ich
Radio.
mach doch mein eigenes
Again, it's just so cool. We've been doing FNCS for a year now, coming together, bringing everybody into one big pool, just being like, what's up, Fortnite fam? It's great to see all of you from different walks of life, from different aspects of the game, all in a single
place. How have you guys enjoyed the
Nicht solche
competition
Wörter
so
hier.
far?
Schweizer Käse.
You know, I think the competition is delivering completely for me, right? The atmosphere has been absolutely amazing. The crowd's been going absolutely wild, especially when Thomas HD is on the screen. I know the M8 audience up
Der
there.
Schweizer Käse ist wieder am Stinken, Digga, aus den Löchern.
Yeah, nah, the atmosphere has been unbelievable. And to think, you know, we've got more days of this, right? Come in, we've got
Das
Saturday,
ist
we've
World
got
Cup, Bro.
Sunday. It's gonna get even more
World Cup
loud
2.
inside of here, which I'm very much excited about. But, you know,
Aber heute noch Qualifier, morgen Qualifier und also heute ist Upper Bracket, morgen ist Lower Bracket und Sonntag ist dann Grand Final.
But actually giving us performances, you know, that match up to the status they have, it is a special day. So I think looking at all the players, hopefully these last two games continue to deliver in that regard. I saw the leaderboard was looking a bit too NA for my liking, so hopefully some more of the EU teams can sneak their way up there. But of course, this is, you know, the upper bracket day. The more important day will be the grand finals to see my EU boys up there.
Kann Buga, Digga, keiner kann Buga holen, ist das Ding. Warum checkt das keiner? Du bist der Zweite, der sagt, ne? Man kann Buga nicht holen, weil das kein Solo-World Cup ist, habe ich gehört. Allerhöchstens kann man Aqua und Nyrox ablösen. Bei Aqua und Nyrox haben damals den Duo World Cup gewonnen. Aber die sind auch gar nicht dabei. Aber theoretisch, wenn du das meinst, Buga ist dabei. Buga könnte theoretisch verteidigen. Wann ist Solo World Cup gar nicht.
I think we should be doing a lot better in terms of on the leaderboard. But for my first LAN, I can't complain. You know, I'm having a good time, and I hope we do better.
Solo gab es schon. Wann war der letzte Solo-LAN? Ich glaube, das war Dreamhack. Dreamhack 2020 war der letzte Solo-LAN noch. Obwohl 2020 war gar kein LAN.
Why did you want to become an IGL?
Ja, ich glaube, der Fortnite World Cup war der einzige Solo-LAN mit der einzigen gefühlt damals. Halt Summer ist glaube ich schon so, aber es gab eigentlich schon lange keinen Solo-LAN oder so. Solo-LAN Fortnite.
Why did you want to compete here with Cooper?
I think he's a good teammate. He's always grinding the game. You know, that's really about it. Honestly, he's just fun to play with, good teammate, and I don't know, we kind of have like a lot in common in terms of like interests and stuff, so he's like easy to talk to about things and like music and all that, so it's just easy, you know.
Have you got a warm-up song that you listen to before you go on stage?
Ski by Sexy Red.
I do not know the song, but that is because I'm not as cool as you two are. So, what's the strategy now? How are you going to reach?
Ich hätte eigentlich auch für den Solo World Cup mal wieder zu haben, Duo und Creative World Cup und Pro-Am und so eine ganze Kacke, ne?
But I feel like I really haven't had a fair chance of playing Fortnite yet, and I think that we just need a little bit more luck on our side, and we're going to be fine.
Okay, well, hopefully the luck will be on your side. Thank you so much for talking to me, gentlemen. I'll let you go and get some food, and I am gonna bring in
Warum ist nur Duo? Ist immer schon so.
In fact, our only Londoner on land, so therefore I'm slightly biased.
Duo ist halt am
beliebtesten.
beliebtesten.
If you hadn't noticed by the accent.
Solo ist nicht ganz so
beliebt. Currently
beliebt.
29th on the leaderboard. How are you finding things in Copenhagen so far?
I'm finding it good, despite our placement. I think we're not playing the best, but I'm finding it good. Yeah.
Why do you think you're not playing the best yet?
Game 1 we played well. Game 2. There was a minor error making the whole game go to waste. But then game 3, obviously, contested by Acorn. He was already qualified in 2 games, so he dedicated game 3 to grief us. So I think he'll continue to do that for game 4 and game 5, but that's what happened so far.
Are you thinking you can grief back then? How are you going to respond to this? Because you're not the kind of guy who's going to back down in a fight.
I mean, at this point, they're qualified, so no matter what we do, they're through to the next round anyways. So it's more so a thing where we've got to let go of the grudge and just focus on ourselves for now.
So they're not in your head?
No, not at all.
And how are you finding things with Vico? Because you're a relatively new duo, you came together for Major number 3 and you pulled off what you needed to do to make it to Globals. But this was a surprising duo in some ways. So why do you think it's managed to come together so quickly?
I've been very tough with Vico, and he's like, at the start he was a bit annoying, I'd say, but...
Ja, Aqua hat auch Solo World Cup gespielt. Aber er ist nicht so gut reingeplaced. Das Ding ist, er hat am ersten Tag, da war ja der Duo World Cup, den hat er ja gewonnen mit Lyrex. Am zweiten Tag, oder nee, am dritten, war halt Solo World Cup und da war er halt nicht mehr so krass dabei, ne?
I've kind of mentored him.
Aber er hat auch schon davor halt Duo gewonnen,
Pink,
deswegen.
I'm looking for a coach, so I don't know if we can. Once you're done with globals, you've got the spare time in your hands. Are you taking?
Ich glaube, er wollte irgendwie im Solo World Cup irgendwie 90. oder so.
Well, it's a great excuse. It's a great excuse.
Er hat einmal, glaube ich, Tiefview geholt. Bei The Block.
Thank you so much for talking to me,
Hat
Pink,
er einmal
and we
Tiefview
will
geholt.
see you out on the battle bus. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much for those interviews for the players.
Aber das war's bei ihm auch schon bei Solo
Pink is
World Cup.
always one that's very honest, Levin. He's gonna tell you what's on his mind, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Man muss sagen, es gibt viele, die hier World Cup mitgespielt haben, ne? Es gibt eigentlich relativ viele, die ja jetzt auch noch mitspielen. Halt so wie Buga oder Thomas HP oder so, die alle schon World Cup gespielt haben.
Like he just said, Acorn and Cold, they're basically qualified now, right? They could, you know, not play the rest
Epic
of the
Wall
games, but they'd be good to move through to the
und
finals.
Klicks.
These guys aren't, right? And so if you're Acorn and Cold and these guys are contesting you,
Ja,
you're gonna
Mongraal,
make
gut,
their
Digga.
life
Mongraal ist gerade im Gym, ich sag dir. Mongraal ist gerade im Gym.
to guarantee they don't have a chance to contest you come grand final time. So if I was Pink and Vika, I'd be not worried per se, because you know this is not a guy that's ever going to be worried.
Ja, Mongraal fehlt schon, Digga. Mongraal ist schon.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely bring up some very valid points, but I think if anything has been proven by some of these performances so far,
Mongraal ist schon
one
ganz,
good
ganz
game,
viel
right?
von
One
Fortnite
victory round with
gewesen.
a couple eliminations is worth enough points, 100%.
Ich muss einfach sagen, die sieht besser aus, die Trophäe hier, als die von dem CSGO Major. Die Blast-Trophäe, Digga, die ist so eklig gewesen. Gelb-lila.
It's interesting, right? Because Pink is a player that's very experienced when it comes to being
Come.
contested.
Nein,
Right?
Digga,
You look
wirklich.
back all the way to Chapter 3, Season 2, I believe it was contested by Mustache and Malibuco, and they were playing together, and they, you know, were unbelievable, right? And I remember Pink saying to me, I've never experienced that off spawn, right? And they got demolished back then when he was playing with Anas, but he learned a lesson, right? He learned what it takes to be a good off spawn team, and he said to me he had a lot of those sort of similar strategies coming in to try and use against Acorn and Cold, and so maybe now we start to see him start to whip out some of the things he maybe would have wanted to save for grand finals, but use them now to secure a spot for final.
Good stuff. They are sitting there on the bubble, 29th place. Remember, top 25 will be the ones to move on to Sunday's finals. Now, if you find themselves at the bottom 25, they still have tomorrow. Obviously, not the best situation to find themselves
Ja, die
in.
von Fortnite war auch
You
geil.
know, Vivid right now, Levin makes a great point. If they're
Die Battle Boss in Gold, Digga, der Battle Boss in Gold,
they
meine
might
ich.
have to.
Die Battle Boss.
Yes, it very well could get them to Sunday.
Vayne
But if it
wins.
doesn't, that means that they're going to go into tomorrow's lower bracket, and those 25 players will have watched this. They will have known, okay, well, this is what they're looking to
Champion,
do.
oh, Digga.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting situation. I don't
Championship.
think anybody wants to be in the situation that they're in
Trophy.
right now. But listen, we're at the global championships, right? These teams are here for a reason. If 2 games is what it takes for them to actually go through the finals, I
Ja, die sieht
guarantee
auch
that they're
geil aus,
very, very
Digga.
well capable of it.
Die vom Valorant. Aber die von CSGO ist echt hässlich. Es war ein ganz, ganz anderes Design, aber nein.
Yeah, so what you kind of just touched on, you guys are just hitting me with the razzle dazzle right now.
That's what we
Just-
do.
That's what you do. You know, this is the global championships. Okay, we're looking for
Ja, gut,
the
egal.
best duo
Voice
in
Track
the
ist so, das
world.
habe ich gemerkt.
There cannot be any question. There has to be a duo that steps up and says, we are definitively better than everybody else. So I feel like at this point in time, we can be a bit more critical about some of these things, right? And we kind of have to be, you know? We can't just say, well, this is a major, you know, you've got weeks 2, week 3, you know, we'll see you in grands, it's fine. No, this is the end of the line.
You know what? You know what? Levin said it. Honesty is the best policy, right? So I'm going to talk about one of the favorites.
Ah, komm,
here,
nächste
right?
Runde,
We
komm,
took a look at
let's
a
go.
little bit of the bubble right there, and I saw 23rd place.
Rein da.
Thomas, HD, and Malibuca. That is not a very
Vierter von 5 Runden heute.
Not at all. Not at all. And obviously, you know, when you are the favorite, there's pressure that comes with that. You've got this crowd here that's making all this noise for you. If you are Thomas HD,
Ja, wir haben jetzt 2,5 Stunden gebraucht für 3 Runden, ne? 2,5 Stunden, Digga. Ich glaub's nicht. Weil die das so lange strecken, diese Pausen. 2,5 Stunden, Alter. Oh mein Gott, die Fans im Hintergrund machen greedy. Machen greedy.
That's
Nein.
right. Well, I'm getting word. As much as I'd love to continue this conversation, games are ready to go. So let's kick it up to the casters to get us prepped.
We are here. This is game 4 about to get underway.
Let's go.
And I want to give a huge shout out to Kit.
Es geht los.
But let's go ahead and go to the battle bus because the game starts now. What I was gonna say is a shout out to Cammy and Seti. They had a little bit of a rough start to start the day, but they have shown it just takes one big game to get yourself inside of that top 25. And this being game 4, with only one game left after this, there's only a few spots left for those bubble teams to grab.
And we're looking at a team that definitely needs a good matchup for things to start picking up for them. Podesai, Snazy, starting to get some shots from the sky, but here at the racetrack, we've watched this for 3
Thomas, keine da. Geos, warum hast du mir ein FNCS-Bild von 4 Seasons gegeben? Oh mein Gott. Keine da Kill. Nur noch wieder Malibuka. Guter Hit. Oh, guter Hit. Oh mein Gott.
So incredibly low, but Malibuka down to half HP. Now jumping on top of the building, and the reboot band just barely keeping the hope alive for Kanata.
Oh mein Gott. Nein, er holt beide.
He has no ammo left. This could be huge if Agers could just find a way to just push up, finish this off, but it's Malibuka who does it yet again.
One of the few times where a tactical DMR is going to look like the saving grace.
Keiner John, ja, when you crack in Fortnite next year.
Thomas as well with the immediate dap up onto his boy, and for good reason, because this score, it's already being telegraphed 3-1 now in favor.
Ja, genau in der Arena. Crazy.
Or excuse me, Thomas Malibuka, but for Agers and Kanata, they're literally in 35th place. And that's bound to get pushed even further.
Yeah, when you're good in Fortnite next year, and you are be a pro player with other pro,
going up against King and Phaser Kama yet again. This is where it's
and make to be a grind to Fortnite Major next year. Fortnite World Cup 3.0.
This is exactly what you have to do, but the rift does go off. They're trying to reposition and try to have some claim towards that high ground, but they're not able to do too much. They have to concede relentless retreat in order to stay alive.
Ja, Geos, du machst wirklich ein Thumbnail mit einem FNCS-Banner oder Bild aus Chapter 3 Season 4, ne? Also, by the way. Du hast mir das Alter gemacht. Danke, by the way, Geos. Kann ich für den alten Stream noch verwenden.
Slappy Shores action has been relatively quiet. We've seen a couple of circumstances with Tayson. Really just nice surge strategy.
So, Chico, Trulex.
At this location, but for Trulex and Chicho, they've also had a relatively quiet time so far.
Yeah, for them, they just got to start building up that confidence. Because even though they'd have the cushion that you could still fall into day 2, we were just talking about it. That's not something you even want to test. Anything can happen in that lower bracket. That's why it's paramount for these teams to qualify today, give themselves a break, a chance to readjust.
Sind die wieder auf dem 50-50?
One of those teams that's outside of that bubble. And I think that's something nobody would have expected coming into today.
One thing that we've definitely noticed from the past 3 games that have played out so far, Threats and Bugha, they've never been a duo. They've never gotten a chance to actually participate in that late game circumstance together. So maybe here in game number 4, seems as though Threats is on a mission.
Boah, die Hits, die sitzen ja vom Threats.
Some nice tags along the coast side, just south of Sanguine Suites. A lot of
Digga, der hat Aimlabs durchgesuchtet.
to the duo a little bit south of them.
Er hat alles gesessen.
About with Cammy and Seti, just one big game. This could be the start that Bugha and Threats need to try to propel themselves, if not to the top of the leaderboard, at least inside of that top 25, and that'll give them that chance to readjust. P8's in, Kitos, they've been doing well so far as well, and that's something that you want to see. Even if you're qualified already, you want to keep up the pace, continue to build that confidence, because even though you might have Saturday off, you have to be prepared for Championship Sunday. $4 million on the line. That's not something to take lightly.
And again, I think it doesn't necessarily have to be flashy, but for Thomas and Malibuka...
I'm going far, I'm going far. I got spot. I'm dead, I think. 60 wide, I'm dead, they're both here. He's getting shot in the back though, One is running back to farm and one is playing reboot.
They're gonna get siphoned with these. Farm the brick after. Toilet, here. He's alone. Nice! Get.
Yeah, for Thomas and Malabuka, it's definitely looked pretty flashy. When you're going for that 50-50, when you're representing,
Der
there's a
Bobby.
reason why
Noch nicht einmal
this
gesehen
is
heute.
your POI.
Den
At
Bobby.
least that they're going to be choosing to drop at, or their established drop spot. Racetrack's almost feeling like a POI with how well they have managed to just take hold of it.
Yeah, and I'm not too surprised. It was a couple of majors ago where
Auch
they
hier
were
sehr gute
contested.
Position.
And I wouldn't
Ey, das
say
sind
it was the
Asiaten,
highest
ne?
placing of a contested team
Die
ever,
waren
but it was
vorhin,
one
glaube
of
ich,
the
schon mal Late
highest
Game.
placings in an FNCS Grand Finals for
Edge,
a team
okay.
while contested.
Und
So
you
they've
kenn
had
ich,
that
oder?
preparation throughout the year, and they're putting all that preparation here to the test. Just like Duke and Edgy, trying to pick up the pace here. They are your FNCS Grand Finals champions of the NA region as well. They already started off with one elimination, so you know they at least have some surge in their back pocket. But as the lobby and the games have shown throughout the day, you need more than just some surge. You need an ample amount of surge in order to survive this game.
And for Duke and Edgy, they need a lot of points as well, because you have to remember they entered Game 4 in that 46th position. So quite a lot of places to jump up in the leaderboard. They want to actually find themselves in that top 25.
Fast Rocky. Gegen die haben die schon letzte Runde gefightet.
Right
Gegen
now, it
Yumi.
is all about surviving and maybe, if he's lucky, finding an opportunity here to look for a pickoff.
Ah, jetzt kommt noch der Bait von ihm.
For Strokey, if he's
Von
able to
dem
find
Yumi.
this knock, or if he's able to just be patient,
Fast Rocky alleine.
he might
Kylie ist
actually have a
schon dead.
chance. So look for grabbing his teammate's reboot card if he hasn't already. Full disengage. It's still plenty early enough in the game where a reboot ban opportunity could definitely come up clutch.
Especially here where the zone is pulling forward. A lot of those teams are going to begin to rotate, whether they try to go to the slow side or directly straight towards the center. That is going to be one of the few safe opportunities you will have, as the augments are already beginning to come out. Possible rarity check, and a lot of these teams, you might be saving some of those augments as well, but King and FaZe or Kame, you saw them disengage out of Relentless Retreat. They are outside of the top 25, so a game
Ich
like
bin
this
ehrlich gesagt bei
is
King echt
necessary
gespannt, ob das hier weiter, ob er weiterkommt aus dem Upper Bracket direkt
already getting challenged for
ins
that high
Grand
ground,
Final.
instantly gives up. FaZe and him are a little bit too separated for my liking, and probably theirs as well.
Striker though, decent top-down overview. But it's going to be Exodus with the immediate trading of that big shield potion, making sure that his teammate is able to maintain as close to full shield as possible. Exodus, meanwhile, hey, you might be looking straight, but there's plenty of teams sure to be looking at you as well. Got to make sure that your backside is covered. And that's going to be an immediate drop down into the safety of their tower that they've managed to build up. Phaser and King though.
Oh, King ist halt 38. Und die Top 25 kommen ins Grand Final vom Upper Bracket. Und die Top 26 bis 50 geht ins Lower Bracket morgen. Also für morgen. Und spielt gegen die Last Chains Qualifier.
So it's not too far for any one of these teams to really climb up the pace, but
Oh,
the
Misha and
usual Misha and Teeny switching up their drop spot, not liking how their games have been going so far, so they're sticking to what even qualified them to the global championship themselves, and that is these sneak attacks. They're going ahead and trying to cut off somebody's boot path and take advantage while they can, and that's QNDX that they're going after, and they have a 2v1 for the time being, and they're wasting a lot of their resources just trying to build for it, because that is the extra loot that they need. Instead of farming up at a drop spot, this is the strategy that they're going to use, but unfortunately enough, their opponent does get away. He finds a way to disengage, so they're going to have to figure out where else they're going to get their loot from.
I don't know if that was intuition, by the way,
Maybe
from QND, or if maybe some sort of audio cue might have given things away there for Misha and Teeny, but they were certainly ready to pull the trigger a little bit too soon there and didn't let QND actually fully step into the building. And again, it did seem as though QND kind of recognized better. Thought that
Oh, Digga.
too free in this circumstance.
Immer diese crazy Laser, ne? Aber die sind eigentlich auch sehr, sehr gut dabei, der Reed.
I think for someone like
Reed
him, he's
und
been doing a
Ritual.
good job so far, trying to pick up these opportunities where he
Auch
can.
im Safe zweimal
And that's
im
the
Late
thing.
Game gewesen.
Reed and Ritual probably didn't even really see exactly where those shots came from, who was surrounded or all around them, and see they're going towards the south side of the zone, that they have to be careful. Because as long as they continue to go south, we saw the zone was pulling up. So this will be the congested side. You already see in the mini-map, there are so many teams going ahead and grabbing their spot all around them. That's going to make it that much harder. But Misha and Teeny keeping things on the run. The weapon cache is going to come up. And that's 7-man and Cow Gamer that they're trying to contest for it. A little bit of a mistake there with the briefcase turret. Trying to go ahead and use it to their advantage. Teeny with a nice shot from the side. Backs up towards his teammate. 7-man Cow Gamer. This could be their opportunity to try to advance. Clean up this elimination. Finish the damage you already put down. But for them, it's just grabbing the real estate. Grabbing all that piece control. So when the cache does pop, it is all theirs.
Well, as far as 7-man and Cow Gamer are concerned, keep in mind, 7-man, decent loadout to take this challenge up against Teeny and Misha. Left side peek, maybe not the most favorable, but they're certainly still making the magic happen. Builds continuously being edited out for both sides and destroyed in the process here. But Teeny, Misha, they look as though they really want at least one, if not both, of these eliminations now. They know that 7-man and Cow Gamer are bound to have some excellent resources and materials, but again, if you're Cow Gamer and 7-man, we saw their loadouts. They don't necessarily need to pressure this. They got exactly what they were looking for. Can easily disengage at this point.
Yeah, and being another team that's outside of that top 25 bubble, they're just
Thomas
trying to play
neben
the
Reese.
safe game, straight
Und die
by,
Python.
try to get some points, and that's Reed and Ritual are almost trying to do the opposite. They're trying to take the fight to Malibuca and Thomas. Thomas and Malibuca are one of those teams that talked about how good they're playing as a contested duo, but they're in 23rd place. Going down here, no placement points. They only get to 8 points for those eliminations off spawn. This is a
Gripper wieder ein Kill.
you want to be in.
Gripper ist ja auch oft dabei im Killfeed.
They did get some damage. They're not going ahead advancing on it. They got
Obwohl
their spot in
Gripper
zone,
im
and they're just trying
Killfeed
to
ist.
hold on to it. You see the loot switch. That's respect between teammates as well.
Malibuca definitely understanding that there's a reason Thomas is known as a fragger in the EU region. And with that sharp tooth, seems as though Thomas feeling a little bit more comfortable with trying to aggress even further onto Ritual and Reed, but we'll have to tune back into them a little bit later on here, because keep in mind what
Ey, by the way, wir haben die 1120 Abos heute
we'll
geknackt.
get
Irre.
more insight on that later on, because right now we've got some great
Vorgestern die
insight coming your way.
1110, heute die 1120 GGs.
Thank you so much, Taco. Now, we saw a huge game from Acorn and Cold right there, which basically solidifies their spot in the grand finals on Sunday. We can see them doing everything in their power to make sure that Pink and Vico don't have the same success. Now, Pink and Vico are actually in 29th place right now, so they're just dipping. They're getting out of there. Of course, getting inside the territory of Camry and Sethi as well. They don't want anything to do with it. They want to make sure they're avoiding fights as much as possible, because they've only got 2 games to make it happen.
With only 2 games left, you could see with Pink and Vico, they
Mehr
talked about
Dodge.
it going down, but as all that happened, Merstash is now in a 1v2 position, trying to back up, trying to do as much as he can to try to stay alive. That's Duke and Edgy on
this
the other
replay?
side. They need these points, and it's
Yeah.
a 2v1 situation, and Merstash is not backing down from the challenge. A nice shot, but that's going to be a miss. Merstash takes a little bit of damage, but he has more than enough heals to try to get himself into
Ja,
tip-top
Replay
shape.
oder
And
nicht?
it's only really a matter of time. Duke and Edgy, if they realize that this man is a solo, that could be their opportunity to strike. At this stage in the game, with only 2 games
Yeah.
left, you have to try to get as many points as possible. Even if you don't get in the top 25 here, you want to get yourself as close as possible.
Jetzt der Replay, okay.
Hesitation, though, is definitely not
Fast
there as
Rookie
far as
Kylie.
Rookie and Kylie are concerned. They see a solo. They're ready to completely try and run him down, because it's going to be Inshari left
Ja,
to
okay.
fend for himself here. A nice
Free kill.
double elimination there, Stroky and Kylie. So the plan, clearly a success from their starting point. A great job getting that reboot ban so they could play the game out as a duo.
285 above the Storm Surge threshold. Alex and Worthy trying to take advantage of this opportunity that is right before their very eyes. Peeking around towards the backside of the zone, where they're trying to predict some other teams are trying to find a little spot, a little crevice, anything that they can hang on to. But as you saw on the mini-map, not too many teams are there. Acorn and Cold, you said it yourself. They have already got their spot into Championship Sunday. But you know as well as I do, there's more than just money on the line. There's more than just the Axe of Champions. It's about calling yourself the best Fortnite duo in the world. And that's what Cold and Acorn came to do. Specifically Cold. He was at the Invitational along with Acorn, different duos, but he placed third. He fell just shy of both Queasy and Vino and Cammy and Seti. And he's out for redemption here as Mustache in another 1v1. He takes out Oakis, trying to keep the show alive.
So unfortunate for Oakis, but Mustache, he might have found one elimination. He's got a lot
Buga
more
Kill.
work ahead of him, though, just from this
Auch
position
mal wieder im
alone
Killfeed zu
here at the
sehen.
Creaky Compound. As a solo, Mustache is really gonna have to try and play things safe from the backside of zone. Probably gonna have to wait, recognizing the fact that there's some other teams around him, but no, actually, he can't afford to play safe because the surge damage threshold has just tapped in. And with that in mind, Mustache now, it is essentially now or never. He's got to make a play. He's got to find some damage, and he is just barely managing to put himself into that safety net threshold. But he's looking to challenge for more.
That's just a daring play. Very, very brave, but that's something you kind of known from Mustache, one of the more mechanically skilled players in the EU region overall. He's willing to take those chances. He's willing to bet on himself, but since he didn't land a shot and didn't cover the distance, he's just trying to disengage. You said it yourself as well. He's just trying to find his way in towards the zone instead of waiting, letting time pass by, and having all those duos pass him and try to hold him out. I think that was a perfect play for him to try to find his spot inside of the zone. But a team that needs to not only find their spot into the zone, they need to find damage, and they need to start to build that groove.
Oh, Storm Surge 70 below.
They're taking
King.
some time to try to get some resources, but that's the decision you gotta make.
Phaser came.
What's more important, Storm Surge or resources to try to survive?
Granted, there is kinetic ore available for King and Vaser.
Oh, das hat da richtig was gebracht.
Unfortunate stuff there. Doesn't take them quite as far as they were hoping for, and now with that sound going off, seems as though teams on the hill have definitely
Oh mein Gott!
shot though from King. That suppressed sniper rifle might
Crazy,
be the main
okay.
reason why they weren't as concerned, but they're
Instant
still
Headshot sein.
below on surge damage. Another shot like that though, and
Das
they
war doch
might
ein
just be
Headshot sein.
ahead.
Ja,
Lucky
auf
there on the
Striker.
tail end. Couple of shots go through, 65 above. They do get the knock, but chances for them to be able to take advantage might not necessarily be
Dass
there.
erstmal Buffs sind
necessarily
wichtig.
what they were looking
Das ist
for.
wichtig.
They were looking to move through. They were looking to get themselves a spot in towards the
Ja,
zone.
das ist Sniper-Stick,
and
muss
this
ich
is a replay
sagen.
of that shot. Just
In so einer Lobby,
coming out from King. While the pressure is on as well. He is one of the
die hier
teams
gerade
outside
komplett
of that bubble
rumlegt,
that needs to put in that work.
And let that
muss
be
man
a
schon sagen.
reminder
Mehr
for
Dutch
some
ist
of
full
these
dead.
teams, even if you have that hype positioning, if you peek just a little bit too far, get a
Queasy
little bit too
und Kami sind auch knocked.
Well,
Queasy,
player
Kami
like
und knocked.
King, he'll make sure to take care of that for you.
Yeah, and a lot of these players, you know, they might lose sight of that suppressed sniper being in the game. They might forget, or they might be forced to peek to get the surge for themselves. And those are the opportunities we've been seeing all day, but danger happens. Duke goes down to paper from one team that has their spot for a team that's fighting for it. That leaves Edgy all by himself, trying to clutch up. Acorn and Cold, first place on the leaderboard. They're faring well with that Storm Surge, even though they're just forced to continue to move north in this zone. They're bypassing a lot of those teams that are on that Rift Island, which honestly looks a little bit more active than we've seen in some of these previous games.
But for Cold and Acorn, when you know for a fact that you're already guaranteed that championship Sunday, like we just talked about, they could do essentially whatever they want, even if it means just completely running down some other teams. Yeah, again, Pink and Nico talked about it. They mentioned it. Edgy and Duke, though, still looking to work together here as all these teams continue to pile in to the Eclipse Estate. The way the zone is pulling, mildly unforgiving, given some of the water surrounding the area, but definitely something that these teams can work with.
See the little bounce pad junior trying to boost themselves to the front side of the zone. They don't want to be one of the last teams there. And unfortunately enough, they will be in the back of the pack, but they instantly are trying to build for some elevation. They don't want to get stuck on that low ground, especially in this zone. That was what I was about to say. It could be a roller coaster of emotions. We're going up mountains. We're going across rivers. Anything can happen here, and they get into the box. Duke's being forced back. A lot of damage is there. He's going to get knocked. It's all up to Edgy, and their run comes to an end.
Digga, was ist das für ein Fight gewesen? Mit Acorn Cold. Wie eklig war der Patch schon wieder. Aber die sind sowas von Erster, ne? Mit 54 Punkten Vorsprung.
as a target, they will look to eliminate you.
Das ist ein Fight
They've
gewesen.
been extraordinarily successful all day.
Kami Set ja auf 5 da, Digga. Die sind auch sowas von weiter, ne? Die ganzen Top 5, die sind weiter jetzt. Ist noch die Runde, dann noch eine Runde. Und 25 kommt weiter. Deswegen. Also 25 Duos.
But at least his teammate Axforce is still alive, trying to grab them as many points as possible. But at least they're inside or at that 10th place spot for now.
Snazy's dead by Quali.
But you don't want to leave it up to a pro, but you don't want to leave it up to the judges. As you see another replay. Oh my gosh, what did we just witness from King? Does he go back to back? There is no way. This man is on fire. I dare anybody on that
stage to his
path now, because he's looking like an
cheated.
Anything in his way.
Look at the loadout, the double suppress.
Seit wann darf man on-stream cheaten?
The sniper surplus augment to boot.
Er ist im World Cup, er cheatet im World Cup. Das hat man gesehen. Oder nicht? Bro, ganz kurz. Das hat man gesehen, dass er cheatet. Du kannst erzählen, was du willst. Aber Bro, ein No-Scope? Really? Halt's Maul! Kylie, lösch dich. Kylie, lösch dich. And no-scope team.
From the lobby, there's a lot of teams that are around those similar numbers, but luckily for everybody, it turns off for now. Even though it wasn't a far rotation with the bounce pad junior, it's just step by step. That's the way a lot of teams got to take it, just one foot in front of the other.
King, the best sniper player in the world in Fortnite.
In front of the other as they keep trying to make their way forward.
Fucking no-scope, Alter.
All the way at the very top.
Seti Kami. Fucking no-scope mit der Fortnite suppressed. Sniper, Digga, check ich nicht. Headshot. Im World Cup.
So everyone below them first.
Yeah, and leaderboard kind of see the top side of what
Kami Seti hier unterwegs.
20 21st place down.
Ich glaube, King geht jetzt richtig hoch. Noch. Eventuell. Er war vorher noch 38. Mal gucken. Buga hier auch noch dabei. Buga und Freds. King ist, glaube ich, gerade solo dabei. Mittlerweile, ich weiß es gar nicht.
Test now. They have 4 eliminations and barely any placement points just left. There's 24th place and 24 teams still left alive, so there's still so many possible points up for grabs.
But the best part is, Threats and Booga, they're at least still together as we enter this late game, which is something we have not really had a chance to see from this duo all day today. It's been repetitive as far as solo clutch circumstances are concerned, and they just haven't really been able to bring anything to fruition because of that.
Oh, unten ist einer. Quali. Oh, Vico. So, Rotation. Sehe ich mich drin? Was? Seti Kami? Digga, Seti Kami, High Ground Play hier auf 10.000 Kilometern. Digga, die sind übelst weit oben. Ja, da kommt doch kein Mensch hoch. King ist dead. GG's. Malibu Tom ist ja auch noch am Leben. 3 Kills in dieser Runde. 22 Punkte in dieser Runde. Aber Kami Seti sind theoretisch schon called, aber mit so einer Runde jetzt nochmal. Vico hier auch 4 Kills, 5 Kills sogar jetzt noch. Seti Kami wurden gesleept.
We see Seti up so right now with the rocket grab. Who he comes crashing down on is another story to be decided because Yamzo and Ryze, they're under fire right now. Yamzo's gonna drop all the way to the water, realizes, tries to escape, but not able to. Mixon and Blaha instead.
Oh, die Polen hier, die anderen.
Seemingly able to continue pressing forward.
Freds und Buga sind dead. Ja, Freds und Buga sind raus. Ich weiß gar nicht, wo Freds und Buga in der Tabelle sind. Alter, Quisi und Veno wieder auf High, Digga, ich glaub's nicht. Flixi ist dead. 5-Euro-Turnier, sorry, aber da bin ich ja mal gar nicht dabei. Ich werde Ende des Jahres oder Anfang des nächsten Jahres ein 100-Euro-Turnier hosten. Wollte ich nur was sagen, falls du mitmachen möchtest, Solo, Sonos.
There's one thing that Cold loves to do.
Ja.
It's play disruptor
Econ
on the
Cold.
low ground layers. Because now Seti, Cammy, they're actually going to be able to retake height because Queasy and Veno, they're no longer here. At some point, they winded up falling. Queasy
Hey, Seti kam, wir sind wieder auf High Ground. Ich checke gar nichts mehr.
We're seeing
Seti kam wieder auf High Ground. Thomas, Malibuka auch noch unten.
just doing what they can to stay alive, but Thomas and Malibuka, they
Kami hat einen Kill.
rampage in these lower layers.
Yep. Cammy gets another one onto Muzz, finding him as a solo. Another player is going to drop. Sphinx and Poyo, who absolutely came out of nowhere on the NA region to claim their spot here in Major 2, but they don't want
Oh, Seti's dead by Thomas.
Thomas finds another elimination, taking down Seti. Now the high ground has changed, and they're trying to keep it from
Econ is dead by Thomas.
out of the air with the sharp tooth, and now we're into our final 4 teams left alive, but 2 of them are solos. One of them is Cammy. He's trying to do what he can to try to bypass with that men miss, falling down low to the low ground. He goes down. A 2v2 situation.
Oh mein Gott, nein. Oh
But a
mein.
nice shot's gonna be traded off, but it down onto Thomas.
Was macht er mit der Pump? Digga, Brasilianer oder so gewinnen. Brasilianer oder so, keine Ahnung. Crazy. Oder sind das NA-West-Spieler? Ja, meine live bin ich. Ja, klar. Also.
And they might have snatched away the single game elimination record, but I'm gonna let Frankie talk about that because there she is on stage with our winners.
Yeah, I just had to come in and ask.
Die vorletzte Runde heute im Upper Bracket ist gelaufen. Und ich glaube, ich gucke mir mal kurz selber das Leaderboard an. Die Top 25 aus dem Higher Bracket kommen direkt in ins Grand Final. Die von Platz 26 bis 50 heute kommen ins Lower Bracket und können sich morgen nochmal versuchen zu qualen. So. Das Ding haben wir. Ne, wir haben hier noch keine aktualisierte Liste. Das macht gar keinen Sinn. Reinzuschauen. Das dauert noch ganz kurz.
Hopefully, we will take a look at the leaderboard shortly. I love this. You're a man of so many words. I can hear him in the background going 2-1, 2-1. Is there anything you'd like to say to people watching right now and supporting you?
It's really laggy. It's really laggy. I mean, these servers are atrocious, but you know, we're making it work.
Well, you know what? Everyone is in the same boat, and it's fantastic to see you guys doing so well. As you say, 2-1. Are you going to make it 3-1 now?
I mean, that's the only option.
It is the only option. Hopefully you are closer to qualifying for Sunday. If not, you'll get to play again tomorrow and you'll get to show why NA is potentially the best region. Or would you say it is already?
Obviously.
Obviously, of course. He's a little bit biased. Poyo, I know you're a man of few words, but give me one more. What's it like to play in Copenhagen?
It's different. It's not the same as at home.
That's the most words, and I loved it. Thank you so much. Congratulations, everyone. Sphinx and Poyo!
Well, 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 Levin. NA on top. What do you have to say now?
Look, I just want to
Digga, die gerade eben die Runde gewonnen haben, waren eigentlich noch 47. Das sehe ich jetzt gerade erst. Die waren eigentlich die ganze Zeit noch 47. jetzt. Und die haben die Runde gewonnen. Das sind Asiaten gewesen oder so. Südkoreanisches Team oder so. Wait, das müsste jetzt voll aktualisiert sein. Rein dann mal ganz kurz. So. Ja, überall 4 Matches. Ist aktualisiert die Liste. Also erster Die sind halt safe called für morgen. Ist Colton Acorn aus LA. Queasy und Vino. Kami Sedi. Reed und Ritual. Sherry und Shiraz. Parson Bucker. Alex Wolfie. Bobby Larkbacks. Gripay und Flixi. Auch krass. Ja, Thomas H.G. und Malibuka, die sind safe. Alle, kann ich so sagen, sind alle called für morgen. 68 Punkte braucht man jetzt gerade. Ja, dann würde ich einfach mal davon ausgehen, dass Kylie, Fast Rook, die Axel Force und Robert auch schon drin sind. Und wahrscheinlich der RYZEN eher umso auch. Ja, Taste Mace, das wahrscheinlich auch. Und die hier gerade eben die Runde gewonnen haben, die sind wahrscheinlich auch dabei. Guck, das ist ein Win und dann ist man halt schon gefühlt safe dabei. Guck, die hatten auch 12 Kills, erster Platz. Krass. Also Top 10 ist Safe Ball, aber ich würde auch auf Top 15 gerade gehen. So. Eine Runde jetzt noch, weißt du? Ist alles noch möglich, ja. Kann man das aussehen? Oh, direkt in 6 Minuten, Digga. Die zögern diesmal nicht ganz so lange.
Right, you look at, if you were to analyze this whole year and look at who have been the best teams all across the world, these guys, you know, that top 3 in particular has just been 3 of the biggest names you mentioned.
Yeah, but Levin, Zeke, I'm looking towards 10th place right now. Thomas, HD, and Malibuka, right? I said 23rd place coming into this game. It wasn't comfortable. So they went ahead and clutched up this game. But there was more than just one clutch this game.
Yeah, they were going crazy, right? You know, I think we all talked about how they needed to start to step it up. And they finally did. Malibuka and Thomas started to cook. And I think we know them as being incredible individual players. But when they start doing things like this, Thomas going up on height, he doesn't care who's there. He just knows he wants it, and they take it so well. Of course, his point instincts win the game, and they sort of shut them up with a really big shot. But these guys throughout that end game were incredibly dominant, showing off why they are revered as one of the favorites for this tournament.
And I wonder what put them in a situation where they didn't have those mats, right? What led up to that ultimately where, because if they had materials, it feels like that's an easy closeout, right? But they're kind of put in this situation where Poyo Instincts on the low ground of all things, they have materials, they have the angles. You're sitting there like a fish in a barrel, like, yep, we're gonna jump down. You've got your angles. We hope we'll hit ours.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you go up for high ground right, we saw them, they had to go ahead and contest the high ground right when they got the eliminations. It takes a lot of materials to go ahead and actually build up there. You have to make sure that all of your builds kind of stay supported and stuff like that. So that's probably why they were out of materials. And then not to mention Poyo and Sphinx just picking up so many eliminations on the low ground, almost impossible for them not to have those builds necessary.
Of course, right? When you're racking them up over and over and over again, you're sort of just, even if it is just siphon that you're getting, right, it goes a long way, whereas Thomas and Malibuka weren't quite able to loot everything that they were getting. Yep. Just, you know, part of the trade, especially when you're up there on height as well towards the end of the game. Standard procedure, but they won't be upset with that game. They'll be very happy, especially
so unter 4 Minuten noch.
And you know, I gotta mention it, right? That Thomas HD Malibuka clutch all spawn. Malibuka with the 1v2. Actually awesome stuff. And honestly, coming into this, they should have been expecting stuff like this, because throughout this chapter, Malibuka and Thomas, they have done that 7 times where one of them have gone down early and they've clutched it up.
No easy feat, especially when you look at the competition they've been facing. Thomas, towards the start of the day, said, look, I've faced much better competition off spawn than Canada and AEGIS, right? So I'm used to doing this. And if he's able to 1v2 against players like that, they'll be confident they can 1v2 against Canada and AEGIS as well. So really good to see that happen. Like you said, the 2 clutches for them in that game.
You guys talk about Thomas HD, and I'm thinking Thomas HD, probably one of the best snipers in the world. Then I kind of flash back to mid-game. I want to just quickly highlight King with 2 of the back-to-back most disgusting snipes we've seen today.
Unbelievable. King is the kind of player that's always going to give you that special moment, right? You know, we all think back to the World Cup times, right? When he eliminated TFU, we were all hyped thinking, we were nervous, this Argentinian kid taking out TFU, right? Here again today. We expect Thomas HD to be the sniper machine. King sitting everybody down. you were saying it during the game, right? They were 200 down below Surge, and then a couple minutes later, they're 600 above. That's ridiculous, all from his snipes alone.
Those shots were absolutely clutch for sure. But now let's talk about the clutch that is necessary for
eventuell mal ganz kurz Replay zu kriegen, das wäre eventuell sogar mal nicht schlecht. Ein Replay zu kriegen wäre schon ganz geil, muss ich ehrlich sagen.
Take a look right now, M. Sherry and Rue sitting on that bubble. 68 points is the minimum going into these next games. Just take a look at some of the names, even just down there in 30th, right? Cooper and Miro right there on the bubble. Kitos and PHDN as well. But as we've seen, it just takes one good game and you can just change everything. Now, even look at 31st, Podesai and Snazy. M8, y'all out there? Yo, Snazy and Podesai?
They're asleep, right? Blue!
There they are. Y'all can hear them in the crowd. They're going crazy. But even someone like Bugha and Threats, right? They've kind of been relatively quiet. Currently sitting in 34th. They can make up the ground, but they really need to come online here in this last game.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we are at the Global Championship, right? Let's talk about regional representation in that top 5 or top 25 right now. EU, there are currently 13 duos. NA currently has 8 duos. And then 1 per each of the regions in OCE, Brazil, Middle East, and Asia. So that is currently what the regional breakdown is looking like so far through the upper bracket.
Yeah, I think for me personally, the NA teams have impressed so much, right? Of course, they do make up a big part of the lobby, but I think what we've seen is not just the trailblazers, the typical NA teams you expect to dominate, some of the ones just in that beneath tier, right, that have come through and really made their mark on this competition, right? Showed us that they aren't just here to sort of hang around and enjoy, you know, Copenhagen and have a good time, find a girlfriend, some of them were saying, right? Some of them are here to actually try and win, right? That's what it's all about for them, right? So, you know, the priorities on a lot of these NA players are clearly, you know, to come here and show EU, show the other regions what they got.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about this back in Major 2, right? At the end of it, I asked you the question, Levin, do you think NA hangs if we get to globals? At the time, it was no. Right, and I think for a lot of players in NA, they're thinking, okay, 11-2K, we'll see you at LAN then. Because it feels like NA is playing with a chip on their shoulder, and I also kind of want to play a little bit of devil's advocate.
Oh, jetzt gleich die letzte Runde.
What if we're revealing strategies a little too soon?
Für den heutigen Abend.
Like, yeah, you guys are ahead. That's cool. Then Championship Sunday, they're like, okay, so we were just holding it all back. You know, we were letting you play out there thinking you had something. It's all a show.
Maybe not an element of showing strats too early, but definitely let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? You know, it's just day one, it's just the upper bracket, right? You know, the final's coming, right? And that's when we got to be looking at the leaderboard and really going, okay, how are the NA teams doing? How are the EU teams doing? I think once we get to that point, Zeke, that's when we can really start to give that analysis of, you know, regionally around the world, who looks the strongest. I'm still going to say the EU boys, right? But there are some top NA teams out there that are showcasing that they can hang with anyone.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, you know, NA teams are finding themselves out there. I'm very happy to see so far the performance out of some of the top ones.
Ja, die Kids da im Hintergrund, ne? Die sind so am Emotes machen.
This is the upper bracket. Let's break it down by the numbers. Currently, as we
the most eliminations, Cold Neckhorn, Queasy Vino, Jers,
that's not surprising, right? They're currently sitting in that #1 spot. It makes sense. Queasy and Veno right behind, though. Do you guys feel like this is the level of aggression we would see coming into day #1 of the competition?
For me, probably, yeah, I'd say, right? I think, especially seeing those two teams there is great for me in terms of Acorn and Cold, you know, Queasy, Vino. I look at Vino, I look at Cold as individuals. Throughout the year, they were the 2 players I think were going head-to-head for, you know, best player in the world a lot of the year. And so to see them up there in terms of eliminations just makes sense.
You'll love to see it. Guess what? Fortnite fam, it is time. The last game of the day here in the upper bracket is about to kick off. So casters, on over to you.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Vivid, and 11 for all the insight on the analyst desk. But our final game of today's upper bracket, match #5, is just on the horizon. We've seen
ich bin hier seit 3 Stunden dabei, für 4 Runden schon. Seit 3 Stunden.
Into the top 25 so that they don't have to worry.
Watch Party für 4 Runden bisher gemacht.
They want to make sure that they are already guaranteed for Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and if you look
Und jetzt immer eine halbe Stunde. 3,5 Stunden für 5 Games.
Other teams, they need a top placement.
Und das morgen nochmal und dann das nochmal zu Grand Finals. Doppel Grand Finals ist eine Runde mehr.
Thomas and Malabuka have you know, narrowly clinched their spot. You saw them into the top 10. Kanata and Aegis around 39th place. They're one of the teams I'm talking about, a top 10 finish, but they have to be able to survive that off-spawn battle, which hasn't really been going their way today.
Even just now, we saw the collection of players just outside of where KYIO and Veno are sitting. I mean, it was Threats. We also saw Kanata there, and the conversation that he looked like he was having with Thomas, you know, maybe he's like, hey, man, chill on me at that Drift Ridge, because this 50-50 is not the kind of 50-50 that Kanata and Aegis were hoping for at the start of today. But again, when you keep in mind the fact that Kanata and Aegis, I mean, coming out of being recent FNCS champions from Major 3, I'm sure they have it in them to make the comeback.
Yeah, and I think KYIO and Sphinx from NA have really shown. And one thing I want to talk about is when the regions were separated, when we had NA East, when we had NA West, nobody gave NA West a single chance. Even myself said it might take a month. It might take a major for them to get in that groove, but there are a number of not only NA teams, but these NA players boosting to the top of the leaderboard that we could see on Championship Sunday. And then obviously our regular NA residents towards the top side of that leaderboard as well, Cold and Acorn. And I want to talk about them just a little bit as well. You know, you saw Pink and Vico, but we're going to see them here again because the battle bus is ready. Let's get this last and final game underway.
Letztes Game heute.
It has been a beautiful day so far of matches containing our 50 teams here in the upper bracket. Some of the strongest teams even from their respective regions, but only 25 can actually break through and guarantee themselves a seat on that battle bus for Championship Sunday. We've seen a handful of them in the top 10 feeling relatively safe, but the relief can't come quick enough for those teams just outside the top 25.
And I can count at the top.
Mir geht's auch gut, wenn hier die letzte Runde vorbei ist. Ja. Dann werde ich bestimmt noch 1-2 Runden Fortnite spielen, danach werde ich wahrscheinlich schlafen gehen oder so. Keine Ahnung. Oh, AEGIS, Thomas, Mali, Booker und Canada wieder auf einen Drop hier. Wie schon die ganze Zeit. Ich weiß gar nicht, ob Kanada jetzt schon im Major ist, safe. Kann auch sein, dass es noch nicht ist. Aber Thomas ist eigentlich eh egal. Thomas darf halt dead gehen, also der ist halt Quali, glaube ich. Für morgen schon. Für Grand, übermorgen eigentlich gesagt. Malibuka geht. Ja, für Aegis und Canada auf jeden Fall wichtig. Storm Search, Schaden. Kill.
Extremely unlikely that we see Malibuka try to lap back anytime soon here at the racetrack. He knows that it's going to take some time before Aegis and Kanata fully clear this area out. And if he wants to get Thomas's reboot card, he might.
Buka und Fred sind am Fighten gegen Mixen Blacher. Kill für Buka, gesagt für Fred, sein Mate. Ja. Blacher Mixen hier, Fred ist auf Highground, Mixen ist dead. Und Blacher wissen ja auch, wo der ist. King ist ja wieder 50-50. Der muss diese Runde auch wieder ein bisschen mehr holen, ne? Damit der Safe Call ist. Ich weiß gar nicht, wo der aktuell ist, aber vorhin war er noch 38. In der dritten Runde.
But even with the vault card, Phaser, he can't charge into it just yet unless Gamer and some men have it in their best interest to just prioritize that, but King applying a little bit of here from a distance. Keep in mind the resources though. Build not looking the best as far as 7-man is concerned. And Gamer again seems as though he has none at all. So this is definitely going to put Gamer and 7-man's push to a halt, and that is more than enough time for Phaser and King to get into the vault here at Relentless Retreat.
Yeah, both of these teams need to have a solid performance if they want to see Sunday right here. Otherwise, they'll have to go to the lower bracket and earn it yet again. But you see a switch up of what we saw last game. King and Phaser this time around getting control of that ball over towards Relentless Retreat. But instead of just disengaging, 7-Man and Calgame are still looting up. There's a lot of
Seti, Kami sind ja auch noch am Fighten.
What a huge battle.
Sind aber auch schon safe Call.
But Kami and Seti, they're separated, but they're trying to pincer them in. They're trying to surround from multiple angles and trap them in that little barn.
One of the most common fights that we've seen so far today. And Stain and Data's though holding their own. Now, what a way to represent Asia though. I mean, we talk all the time ever since.
Aber wäre auch ehrlich nicht ganz so gut, wenn so ein Duo nicht ein Safe Call sein würde. Für Sonntag.
Data's and Stain looking to try and follow that up as much as possible.
Seti, Kami.
Toe to toe here with Kami and Seti. And granted, Frenzy Fields hasn't necessarily always gone their way, but
genauso wie Vino und Merstach, Malibuka und Thomas. Das sind so Duos, die müssen sich einfach callen. Direkt am ersten Tag im Bracket.
Axe first, Robob going against PHN and Kitos. Kitos and PHN actually do need this. They are outside of the bubble, 26
Exos.
and a nice shot to try to back down Axe Force.
Oh, der Brasilianer ist das.
They get the 2v1, give themselves at least a one-man advantage.
Debson.
Kitos trying to heal up. They're not wanting to give them that opportunity. Drop them down into the palm of their hands. They're attacking.
Ja, nicht gut für Kitos. Beide Brasilianer sind saved. Ja, so würde ich sagen, X-Force.
To rise to the occasion and get that elimination. So we see our first team in the lower bracket facing against our last chance major teams.
Beavs and Kitos try their best. Kitos especially in that instance, but you got one below you.
Vico Pink gegen Cold und nicht Scented, sondern Econ, glaube ich. Ist Econ?
I like this. I like this. Pink may have called it griefing, but no, this is just using your brain. Acorn and Cold, even though they've already qualified, letting Pink and Vico qualify off of their spot, which means they're going to get contested again on Sunday. So they want to make sure that team has this little loop, push them back as much as possible. As Anon and Sons, they need a big game here going against Queasy and Vino, who already got their spot secured. And I like the aggressive nature coming out of this. Start to build that confidence, get some points, and then you could probably take what they've been doing and put it to the test yourselves. But it all
gerade ist
actually fight it because Anon looks like he's disengaging. He doesn't want to get trapped between both Vino and Queasy.
This is a very risky team to try and tangle.
Ich glaube, Akon müsste noch erster sein. Aber das ist heute eh eine Qualifier. Heute kommen die Top 25 weiter. Also die Top 25 qualifizieren sich heute für die Finals. Und die von 26 bis 50 spielen morgen das Lower Bracket. Und dann wird morgen nochmal gequalt. Und Sonntag ist dann das Grand Final 6 Runden.
I'm running. He's on my right. Yeah, run at him. 20 white.
Kill him. 40 white, 40 white, 40 white.
Nice. Other one's at the hut. He's at the hut. He's at the red hut.
Get the finish.
They're dead.
Nice. We need a kill him, bro.
He's running. He's running back. He's just running to rise. He's trying to not give us the kill points.
He's at the hut right now.
Der hat auch mies Voice Cracks, der Typ.
9 damage? No, he ran, bro. We just camped the card. We just camped the card. He's a great...
See a lot go down in that listen-in. The great teamwork, the great chemistry, but then the plan for the future. They're going to camp that card so that way Malibuka can't come back and get it safely, which leaves him as a solo at the start of the game. So remember that, because if he does amazing things, he did it all.
Ja, Econ und Colts ist gerade erster, Queasy Vino zweiter, Kami Seti dritter und Ritual Reed vierter. Aber die sind halt alle qualified für Sonntag.
Queasy does have some splashes. He's just trying to hound. Be the predator towards his prey. Suns and Anon got to figure out what they're going to do because they're just getting followed right now by Queasy and Venom.
And Ken, that's definitely not the team that you want trailing behind you, because just like that, Queasy's going to give some quick reminders of what he's capable of. But for Misha and Teeny, they've also got to deal with Baka and Pars, and again, such an impressive game so far from Baka and Pars. We've really been seeing them take an aggressive stance and
letzter ist irgendein Random, Digga, keine Ahnung.
Numerous situations. And I would expect to be all the same here. And Kanata and Agers, even though Racetrack might have gone their way, running into Yamzo and Ryze is a different story altogether, as Agers
Oh, Kami, nee, Seti und Kami haben wahrscheinlich einen 50-50-Fight gewonnen.
They went from wanting to camp Thomas's reboot card to now AEGIS potentially having to worry about whether or not they do that. Iamzo and Raz will do the same to Kanata.
Yeah, this is very troublesome for AEGIS and Kanata, the duo that needs at minimum a top 10 performance here in this game.
Oh, die sind 36 da gerade mal.
Directly to our championship.
Kanada und AEGIS.
As a 2v2, ends up in a 1v1. Baka gets the piece control away from Teeny. Not really letting him get any footing in this round. The real estate here and that piece control is going to be important. And another shot getting fired.
Ja, ist dead, der ist dead. Der kann nichts machen.
Baka just playing a game of peekaboo. It's working out for him, but everything good
Obwohl,
comes to an end
Chini,
eventually. And Baka takes a massive shot
es ist doch...
here. Doesn't matter where he's at, because he goes
Okay,
down.
chillig. Hätte ich nicht gedacht. Sah nicht so aus. Ah, jetzt sind die dead, weil da ist ein Duo.
But it's not over just yet. Bryce and
Ja,
Chubbs
jetzt sind
now
die dead.
deciding to join the fray. Teeny gonna look to see if he can find an escape route somehow, or at least an opportunity to
Nee.
get this revive going off.
Die werden nicht gepusht von denen.
Chubbs, Bryce, they don't seem like they're fully aware just how far
Als
back
ob.
Teeny and Misha actually are. So a successful revive does come through. A 2v2 potential situation.
RYZEN
here,
spielt
but
heute
again,
nicht.
Misha and Teeny
RYZEN
bound to be
spielt
relatively
morgen.
low on resources after that last engagement.
Gotta imagine it to be true.
RYZEN spielt morgen im Lower Bracket. Morgen muss RYZEN 25. werden, mindestens. Und dann ist RYZEN Sonntag im Grand Final. Heute und morgen sind nur Qualifiers, also Qualis.
That's what they were originally fighting over,
Ja.
and that's probably what drawed Bryce and Chubbs over to this direction.
Ne, wie gesagt, er kann sich morgen qualifizieren fürs Final.
So for them, they're just trying to play the game. They're outside of that top 25. They want to give
Nature
themselves a
High.
fighting chance to get towards that championship Sunday and not really fight towards that Saturday. As we tune on to AEGIS, you can see him just trying to go ahead and bypass everything. But let's go ahead and go and listen in to see what happened in the beginning of this game.
I mean, when he gets in, I'll be able to see him and just run.
Warum der heute nicht spielt? Weil der sich im Last Chains Qualifier gequalt hat erst.
That is really all that can be said.
Und spielt er morgen erst
In some
dann
circumstances.
im Lower
Iamzo
Bracket.
is
Das ist so ein neues, besonderes System, keine Ahnung. Ich kann es jetzt auch nicht 10.000 Mal erklären.
Sometimes it just it is what it is. But Iamzo, he's got a lot more to deal with. The time
Ich hab's auch nicht verstanden, nicht direkt verstanden, das System.
Quickly reminded that there's still other players waiting around in this lobby for him.
And you can see towards the mini-map, we're on kind of edge of zone towards the southeastern side, and that's where a lot of these caches will spawn, either south towards the east, where a lot of these teams are congested at. And just judging by the lack of the slurp juice, they haven't grabbed theirs just yet. They're hoping to try to beat another team to that punch. And even though they found some dangers there, just a little bit, you can see that they have not too many teams nearby as we see the other side of what went down.
Oh, Digga, was?
That is a huge he is just on fire. He's feeling it. Look at the confidence.
Map hier
Can't
hochgenommen.
blame him at this point. It's just what are you really meant to do? And that's
Oh, da ist
sort
noch
of
keine da.
situation, other than just fall victim
Mit
to
AEGIS.
Iamzo there, but fortunately for AEGIS and Kanata,
Die haben ja auch gar keine Überlebenschance mehr.
things out as a duo, successful reboot ban there for AEGIS. The health replenish as well. Got a handful.
Ja, Fortnite nach 3-4 Jahren mal runterladen, das, ja, weiß ich nicht. Könnte ein bisschen anders sein. So ein kleines bisschen anders.
Sometimes those are the wake-up calls you need, especially when you know it's our 5th and final game of the day. And while they're facing all that
Threats und
madness
Booga
on the
leben auch noch.
outside of the map, Booga and Threats sticking to what they know works, which is those slow side rotations.
Und
They
Flix
found
hier hat noch einen
themselves
Kill,
toward the
GG's.
top side of the zone and kind of just looking. There's not too many teams in their mini-map, and if you look even further, there's only about 3 teams directly in front of them, so they got themselves a safe spot as long as they continue to pull that zone. And my only question, Taco, is going to be how much surge do they have? Because if they're on the slow side, there's not going to be many opportunities to grab it.
That's exactly what I wanted to bring up, because with only one elimination, and from what we've been seeing consistently throughout the day, there have been circumstances where teams have had several or more eliminations and still found themselves just barely above that surge damage
Booga und
threshold.
Threats.
So if Booga and Threats making these dead side rotations, yeah, you might have the best
Es gibt zwei Leute, die Booger heißen. Einmal der Booger hier, der 3 Millionen gewonnen hat, und dann einmal Batman Booger.
Then you still have to compromise your positioning ultimately.
Batman Booger ist so ein...
Something they do plenty here for Acorn.
Eigentlich auch ein sehr, sehr guter Spieler, schon seit längerem.
It comes to an end yet again, and Pink and Vico outside of that top 25. So I think Cold and Acorn have defended their drop spot. They're actually in 24th place. They have 74 points. That's going to be a tough one to watch.
Ah, Flixi Step bei Veno.
Eyes on Cooper and Miro as well. One of our teams in that 28th position, but for the team on our screen right now, Vanyak and Karmi, they've also got to ensure that they're able to stay within this top 25 because, again, just barely being above as far as the points are concerned, it does not leave you in a guaranteed position. There are ample teams that could look to leapfrog over you if you aren't careful. So we'll definitely keep that in mind and continue trying to be as methodical as possible with their movements.
Yeah, you can basically see the tail end of that top 25. Pink and Vinko down 74. Batman, Booga, and Rapid 80. The points continue to climb the more you go up.
Oh, Snazy da unten.
Don't really need to do everything. They just need to do the bare minimum as Snazy gets spotted out by himself. And Shari and
Der Franzose.
to sneak up. Snazy's all by himself. Podesai, we already saw him go down earlier on in the game. The strike from above, the sneak attack, and it's worked to perfection. And Shari and Rue, they get that elimination, and that's huge because they were the team in the 25th spot. They started the game with
Der deutsche Hami, Bro, Hami spielt gerade wahrscheinlich Counter-Strike oder Valorant. Was meinst du? Was meinst du mit Hami?
So focused on teams that weren't on that Rift Island. He had no clue that those two were sneaking up behind him. The ultimate crouch maneuver, essentially, all the way up until they
Man muss sagen, Hami ist ja auch schon vor 2 Jahren gequittet, ne? Fortnite eigentlich.
And that's big as well for Shari and Rue because again, another team just barely managing to hang on to that top 25 threshold. They are
mehr Dutch ist das?
And looking to go higher.
Yeah, and this is a team, yo.
Ja, Hami spielt schon lange kein Fortnite mehr.
They became champions. They stayed towards the top of leaderboards in duo cash cups, in FNCSs. They're just trying to continue to mimic that, just like Cooper and Miro, who are almost not even duoing this season. It was left to a coin flip of all things.
1300 above.
I hope Cooper kept that coin, maybe framed it on a wall.
One would think, but I guess it maybe depends on how this weekend goes, possibly for the duo. Regardless, they've done an excellent job as a team, but more importantly still, their placements, you saw it jump.
Warum haben die 1300 Damage drüber mit einem Kill?
Find a really nice elimination here, and this is a massive one as well. A good shutdown onto Cold, essentially. And that is huge for Cooper and Miro because they have had some problems in their rotations dealing with some of these teams that are already guaranteed to be participants of our championship Sunday. So knowing that Cooper was able to find that elimination on the Cold, it just makes the rotation all that easier.
It probably builds a little bit of confidence too, because even though they went down and they got their spot on Sunday, Cold and Acorn,
ja, aber die haben kein 1300 Damage gemacht, das ist Bug, deswegen.
More than likely with how they've been playing, and when you see Cold go down, when you see
Die haben lieben 1300 Damage, deswegen.
Much more better. It's like a sigh of relief.
Also ich weiß, dass Stormschwester ist. Ich kenn mich aus, aber
ja.
I mean, 3 out of 5 teams in our top 5 are just not in the lobby any longer. They've all been eliminated. Only Cammy and Seti and Ritual and Reed, but again, the point difference so high. These guys can essentially choose exactly how they want to wrap things up for today. Meanwhile, Booga doesn't get that same luxury. Booga and Threats have to be on their A game.
Yeah, it's going to be a must. 44 points. We saw the threshold around 72 points. Thinking about 28 points to try to get inside of that bubble or within contention, which really isn't much as long as they continue to have a upward trajectory in a lot of their games, much like Canada and AEGIS. A lot was holding them back.
66 erbuff für Canada. Tyson und Grippy sind das. Also nebenbei.
Fate is in their hands, and they just need to be able to find a little bit of a refresh. But where are they going to get their refresh? How long can they survive without it? If they stop just short of going deeper into the zone, they got themselves the edge. For a team like this with 329 above the damage threshold, that's just going to be enough for now.
Considering that AEGIS had to get a reboot off onto Canada, they were a little bit of shambles.
Yeah.
When you think about how this game started out for them, sure, that initial 50-50 might have been relatively successful. Granted, they would have definitely loved the double elimination factor there, only getting one onto Thomas, Malabuka forcibly retreating, but it is an endeavor, to say the least, to reboot your teammate and then find yourself successfully deep enough into a late game lobby to potentially catapult yourself into the top 25 leaderboards for today.
Ah, die sind auch 600 Damage above. Mit einem Kill.
They're just trying to continue to control their own destiny as well. Teeny taking down fast Roki. A lot of these teams outside of the bubble, and I thought I just saw iDrop go down to ping, so that's another team eliminated out of this lobby. King and Phaser, though, they're still in it, and they're here to win it overall. You see the loot getting passed around. They have quite some distance to cover.
Weil entweder andere Leute mehr Damage machen oder andere Leute halt dead gehen, ne? Deswegen ändert sich das. Wenn die anderen Leute mehr Damage machen, dann musst du wieder mehr Damage machen.
Your primary concern is going to be, well, depending on where those other teams are situated, depending on where they're positioned, they might be able to cut me off entirely. And that's exactly what King and Phaser are trying to avoid. They're trying to make their way to zone as quickly as possible so that they can be the ones controlling the way that the lobby actually flows.
Yeah, they don't want to get held out. They want to do the holding. They're rotating parallel to both Muzz and Paper, a team that is inside of the top 25. I wouldn't say they're as safe as can be. Anything could still happen. But Phaser's doing a good job of leading the charge. Found themselves a little bit of spot where they can hold up for now, but they're getting focused.
Oh, jetzt werden die Focus. Nein. Okay. Doch kein Lobby-Focus. Dachte schon.
This isn't looking good for now.
They might not have the damage threshold just yet, but they do have a few crash pads. Phaser gonna instantly use one to jump a little bit further, a little bit more up on that height as well.
Oh mein Gott. Ja, Laser kannst du nichts machen. Die Lobbys laggen halt so krass, ne? Ping kann auch nichts machen. Ne, der kann nichts machen, der ist dead. Lobby Spray. Lobby Fokus. Außer der kann sich jetzt um den Kopf einen Slurp geben. Ja. Der ist aber auch Storm Surge below. Der kriegt jetzt die ganze Zeit Schaden vom Storm Surge. Canada lebt auch alleine noch. Sein Mate ist dead. Buga hat einen Kill geholt.
Team who took down Canada and AEGIS in the beginning. Well, it's just Canada this time around, but if he can go back to his OG self, we used to call him one of the more prolific solo players in the game, being able to pick up a massive amount of points, a huge amount of clutches. We saw AEGIS do it in their major championship run. Now it's Canada's turn to pick up the pace. You see him going low. He doesn't have a lot of builds, not a lot of resource. The only thing he really has going for him is the damage threshold when it comes to Storm Surge.
So, let's go. Endgame, letzte Runde heute. Buga hat Zeddy geholt. Buga killt Zeddy. 700 above im Storm Surge Damage. Und Striker ist auf dem High Ground. Ja. Striker mit der Axe das. Ja, letzte Runde für heute. In den Qualifier hier. King ist immer noch am Leben mit der mythischen MK7 und noch einen weiteren Slurp, aber muss eigentlich theoretisch Damage machen. Blixi ist dead. Er muss Damage machen. Macht aber gar nichts. Er rotatet jetzt relativ. Ja, okay. Er hat einen miesen Hit kassiert und er kriegt immer noch Storm Surge Schaden. 25er Ticks, genau. 25er Ticks Storm Surge. Canada. Geht hier alleine rein in die Box. Solo. Und ist dead, ja. Canada ist dead. Kann nichts machen. Es lag zu doll. Die Lobby lag zu krass. Wir haben hier 4 Leute auf dem Highground. Holy shit. Aber Striker ist immer noch im Highground damit. Können auch nicht krass gestreamt werden wegen den unzerstörbaren Baum. Booga und Freds leben noch. Booga 800 above Storm Surge. Oh, der kriegt jetzt richtig krass Storm Surge Schaden. Dame. Ah, nicht mehr. Storm Surge ist vorbei, oder? Ich glaube, Storm Surge ist vorbei. Kylie ist dead. Und Booga und Freds holen noch einen Kill. Forced into a solo position, won't have any sort of time to try and help out Cooper in the process. We are simply too deep into these moving zones at this point. Is now Miro finds himself in the decent Support of Ehre, danke man.
All of his slap splashes actually going to be
Striker is dead.
Here. Miro trying to see if he can find an opening from the backside of the zone. Nutty from the side though. Wow. Clean shot onto 7-man. And a quick build.
Newty lebt noch, gerade so. Er ist auch dead. Booga und Freds. Booga. Gehen jetzt slower. Und die nehmen richtig gut Punkte mit. Unter denen ist Gegner. Freds geht alleine rein. Er hat beide. Freds hat beide gekillt. Booga stirbt an Sohn. Freds lebt alleine jetzt noch.
Just barely there. No, Booga actually gonna find himself trapped just outside. He won't be able to make it in time. And the knock from that surge damage, that's so tough. The Storm is going to be his ultimate competitor. But Threats.
Ja, ich glaube, da kannst du jetzt schon mal F-Eng quitten. Ja, vielleicht auch nicht. Ich glaube nicht, dass er gewinnt, aber er ist richtig krass dabei. Er sagt jetzt gerade in der Runde noch sein Mate, Freds. Unter ihnen ist ein Duo. Boah, diese Tabs. Nein, die müssen auf den Berg rauf, oder? Die müssen auf den Berg rauf, die können nichts machen. Dead. Chicho ist hier noch. Die müssen alle hoch. Freds holt ihn. Freds holt Chicho.
But for Threats, he didn't find any sort of white heals which he needed. Granted, it might not be necessary.
Ja, GG's. Krass. Trotzdem noch richtig krass. Moin, kleine Madel. Arne, danke. Das ist der World Cup Fortnite. Qualifiers. Tag 1. Morgen Qualifiers Tag 2. Und am Sonntag gibt es das Final. Ja, was soll ich sagen? Nochmal dazu. In Sunday's grand final was inevitable, but how did you ramp things up for the victory royale? Ja, GG würde ich sagen, ja. Das Leaderboard ist, glaube ich, noch nicht ganz aktualisiert. Ne, hier haben noch manche die 4. Runde. Da warten wir noch ganz kurz. Aber dann werde ich gleich noch ganz kurz noch 2 Runden selber Fortnite spielen. Und dann auch sehr wahrscheinlich offline gehen. Und dann morgen wieder zu der gleichen Zeit streamen. Morgen nochmal das gleiche, nur im Lower Bracket. Heute war das Upper Bracket. Die Top 25 qualen sich fürs Final. Das sollte jetzt gleich eigentlich aktualisiert sein. Nein, noch nicht ganz. Welcher Platz, Booga? Wie gesagt, gucken wir gleich, wenn es aktualisiert ist. Ja, so kann man das sagen, ja. Heute die Guten, morgen die etwas schlechteren. Kann man das sagen. Aber morgen qualen sich auch nochmal die Top 25. Und die ist aktualisiert. Sauber. Was haben wir denn hier für Leute, die ins Lower Bracket gehen? King geht ins Lower Bracket, schade. Oder Sai und Snazy gehen ins Lower Bracket. AEGIS und Canada gehen ins Lower Bracket. Die waren sehr, sehr unlucky die ganze Zeit im 50-50 Fight gegen Thomas HD und Malibuka. Oder? War das so? Ja, ich glaube schon. Dann noch die beiden Brasilianer, damals beim World Cup mitgespielt, 2019. Dann haben wir den Batman Buga aus NA West. Den deutschen Kami und den Vanjak. Ich glaube, Vanjak ist sogar Ukrainer. Actually. Und ja, Quals sind für den World Cup iDrop und Mappi. Misha FN und Tini. Forik und Balls. Bishari und Ryu. What the fuck? Crazy Rackhome. Irgendwas, Digga, und Zagu. Paulo FN und Sin. Striker. Taste und Message haben auch noch geschafft, obwohl man die nur in den ersten 2 Runden gesehen hat. Blacha und Mixen, das polnische Duo. Das zweite polnische Duo. Bretz und Buga. Robab, X-Force. Malibuka Thomas. Mas Paper. Kylie Fastroki. Flixi Gruppe. Hars und Baka. Bobby und LARPEX. Dann noch ein polnisches Duo. Sherry und Giros. Trulex und Chico. Alex und Wolfie. Kemi und Seti, das einzig wahre polnische Duo. Eumso Rice. Reed, Ritual. Queasy Vino und Colton Acorn sind alle qualified für die Finals am Sonntag. Let's go. Dann würde ich jetzt sagen, 2 Runden Fortnite noch oder so. Ich bin Diamond 1 gerade wieder. Ich bin vorhin wieder abgestiegen, weil es unlucky war. Hi Nilio, auch wieder da. Es geht. Würde es einen zweiten World Cup geben oder FNCS ist doch der zweite World Cup. So, ja, der zweite World Cup. Oh Mann. Mein Twitch-Chat ist echt lost. Ja, let's go. Epic Games, Fortnite. Würde ich sagen. So. Aber ich werde einfach mal gleich ganz kurz meine Gruppe auf öffentlich machen. Kann gerne jeder beitreten, der möchte. Ich werde wahrscheinlich ein bisschen Community Games ganz kurz hier machen. Aber hier mal ja öffentlich, komm. Keine Ahnung, Nelio, falls er betreten möchte, Nelio. Aber ich glaube jetzt, dass ich gerade kein Ranked spielen werde. Ich glaube, ich werde einfach ein bisschen irgendwie was chillig private in der Lobby spielen. Moin.
Moin. Was geht?
Alles das Bein hatten bei dir?
Ach, Digga, du ekelhafter.
Oh, Gios am Start, Digga. Ah, by the way, danke für diesen krassen Support heute. Wir waren average 20 Zuschauer. Ich glaube, das ist mein Rekord, zumindest average Zuschauer. Wir waren 27 Zuschauer höchstens.
Ich glaube, das ist schon mal mehr als 27.
Ja, ich hatte mal 36 oder so zum Son Goku-Update war das damals. Zu diesem Son Goku-Update, ja.
Ja. Ey, wie lange bin ich eigentlich schon dabei?
Ja, jetzt. Über ein Jahr wahrscheinlich. Boah, Alter, kannst du dich trinken ohne Geräusche machen?
Sorry.
Der inhaliert die Flasche. Ja.
Digga, nur weil es Y-Food ist, Digga. Y-Food schluck ich komplett runter, Digga.
Er nimmt meine Combo. G.SKILL, du bist so bad, ne? G.SKILL, falls du mich hörst, du bist bad. Weil du meine Combo nimmst. Ich bin jetzt 2-1 Boxside. Auf so zu trinken. Es nervt. Ja, trink doch
Digga,
normal.
Ich schluck einen Liter runter, ich weiß.
Digga, Y-Food ist ein halber Liter.
Ja, ich hab schon 2 Flaschen voll.
Ah, okay, sorry. Er hat jetzt schon 2 Flaschen Y-Food getrunken. Der übertreibt halt einfach.
Beides ist Fresh Berry.
Ja, du nimmst den Skin und dann machst du diesen Emote. Deswegen.
Hä, warum nicht diesen Emote? Warte. Warte. Oh, falscher Emote.
Du musst diesen. Ja. Komm. Ihr beide gegen mich.
Aber ich bin kacke.
Ihr dürft doch eklig spielen, ist mir egal. Ihr dürft doch Waffen entscheiden.
Da bin ich dabei. Darf ich auch meine Aimbot anmachen?
Von mir aus.
Okay, gut.
Darfst auch dein Aimbot anmachen.
Normal. Darf ich auch Aim Assist anmachen? Ja, okay, ist das gleiche wie Aimbot gefühlt. Darf ich auch X-Ray anmachen?
Oh. Ja, wenn ich auch ein bisschen Soft Aim anmachen darf von Wallhack, Digga, dann klar. Dann wird es halt.
Spielst du eigentlich noch Minecraft?
Gerade nicht.
Aber du spielst Roblox, oder?
Mann, Geos startet das Game, das ist so cool, ne? Der ist so
Digga,
hohl,
ich bin nicht mal drin, Digga.
Geos
ich bin nicht
ist
mal
so
drin.
hohl, Digga, wirklich. Der Typ hat die Kuh von einer Taube, Digga.
Digga, er hat nicht mal IQ, Alter.
Ich geh Team 1. So beide 2.
Warte. 2.
Schnell. Der Waffen entscheiden.
Oh.
Dann nicht. Mach mit bei 5 Euro Turnier Vertraus. Machen viele, maybe free 5 Euro. Digga, ich will keine 5 Euro, oder? Ich will jetzt keinen Cup gerade mitspielen eigentlich, aber. Ja, eventuell lass mich überreden. Kannst du mich gleich eventuell inviten in 5 Minuten oder so? Oder ist es dein eigener Cup? Wenn es dein eigener Cup ist, dann invite mich mal da gleich oder so.
Mann, Internet. Ja, ich bin kacke geworden, ich weiß.
Ja, ich würde mitmachen, wenn du mich invitest. Okay. Er kann durch nur Dings schießen. Er hat einen Ding.
Mann, du Fettsack. Och, Digga, was ist das denn?
Bro, invite mich doch, komm. Ja, achso, du bist nicht so viele, du hast nicht so viele Leute, oder was? Oder was jetzt?
Oh! Sind wir krass oder sind wir krass?
Eindeutig cringe. Also
Danke, das wurde ich. Oh. Schade. Mann, ich bin so kacke. Meine Fresse. Reicht jetzt doch mal wieder. Jo!
Die haben halt alle einen Tausender-Ping hier, meine Gegner. Die können immer irgendwas durchschießen.
Und ich habe 40 Ping.
Ja, merke ich.
Ist aber auch besser so. Was hast du für ein Ping?
10 ist eigentlich auch schon schlecht für einen Tastaturspieler.
Ja. Ja, okay, man kann auch einen billig PC haben. Mann! Hallo?
Seine Wall.
It's water, please. Water, please. 5 water.
Ich bin gerade so bad, ne? Oh mein Gott, ich habe kein Aim. Als ob. Das muss doch gerade ultra Fun für die machen. Die holen mich. Ich spiele gegen fast die 2 schlechtesten Leute, die ich in der FL habe. Mann. Seine. Das war ein Spaß, Gios. Ich habe viel schlechtere noch. Man hört dich nicht, ich bin rausgegangen. Bin aus dem Chat rausgegangen. Ach, Digga. Oh, so bad for me, bro. G.SKILL will das nicht zu Ende spielen, traut sich nicht. Was ein Typ. Der will nicht zu Ende spielen. Er lässt sein Mate aber im Stich. Sein Mate kriegt jetzt die ganze 200 von mir. DC ja gleich. Oder auch nicht. Ich krieg die 100 von ihnen. Guten.
Warum redest du nicht?
Ich rede die ganze Zeit, ne? Weiß nicht, was du willst.
Ja, okay.
Hört man im Stream, dass ich rede, oder nicht?
Hä?
Hört man noch im Stream, dass ich rede.
Achso. Aber nicht in-game. Achso, okay.
Ja, weil ich rausgegangen bin.
Warum?
Mhm. Weil er die ganze Zeit irgendeine Scheiße labert und das.
Wer?
Nidio, wer sonst?
Wer ist es? Ich verstehe. Das Public oder so spielen mit allen. So Squads wäre cool.
Ja, Crazy
Ja, was sagst du
Crazy
dazu?
habe ich gesehen.
Komm.
Ich weiß es noch nicht. Eine Runde.
Doch. Ja, let's go, zack. Machen wir. Zack. Komm raus.
Ey, spiel zu Ende. Du hättest auch zu Ende spielen müssen.
Wie zu Ende? Bis 10 oder wie?
Ja, natürlich.
Ja, ich hab dich zweimal komplett weggeschüttet. Du bist richtig Arsch. Dafür, dass du es jeden Tag spielst. Nein, ich mach nur Spaß, ich mach nur Spaß.
Das ist wieder so schlecht, Digga. Was ein Typ wieder, Digga, wirklich. Ich musste mich ganz kurz beruhigen von der.
Ey, Killerstrate, ich bin nicht cringe.
Machst du Public rein?
Guten Tag.
Ja, wenn man einfach auf Google eingibt, was bedeutet cringe, steht da einfach der Name, Nelio. Mehr steht da nicht. Du bist die Bedeutung von cringe.
Cringe. Was laberst du? Was denkst du, wer du bist, wer du denkst?
Was? Mein Gehirn. Bro, ich höre alles doppelt, das ist richtig schlimm. Guck, da.
Ich auch.
Ja, das ist bei dem Switch-Spieler von uns. Normalerweise immer beim Xbox-Spieler.
Hallo.
Ja.
Guten Tag.
Moin.
Stimmt.
Geh aus, mach jetzt.
Ja, ready.
Weißt du Ahmed?
Dank.
Okay, moin Ahmed.
Oh, ich höre mich doppelt, das ist richtig abfuck. Also verzögert.
Echo?
Echo.
Nee, hört mich nur ganz leise. Doch.
Echo, 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 Echo. Let's go. Wo landen wir? Freunde der Sonne. Ian, ist daran.
Ah, jetzt höre ich auf, Digga. Irgendeiner jetzt hört man zu im Hintergrund. Gefühlt.
Ja, ich glaube, das ist dein Stream. Weil sonst wäre es nicht so verzögert.
Danke für das Mitglied, ja, kein Ding. Achso, Nelio. Ach, Digga, scheiß auf. Frenzy.
Ist Taxi Nelio derselbe wie Nelio? Ian.
Ja.
Er hat doch gesagt.
Ja? Okay.
Also ja. Sauber.
Wer ist Frieden?
Wo landen wir?
Frenzy Fields.
Das ist heißt Fritten und steht für Pommes.
Da steht Frieden.
Ich weiß.
Okay. Ach so. Verschrieben.
Ja, er hat sich verschrieben.
Mann. 792, wofür steht das?
Musst du ihn fragen, hey? Frag ihn.
Ich habe kein Ingame-Voice-Chat, okay?
Ja, Lost. Dann stell's ein.
Sag das nochmal, sag das nochmal.
Lost.
Ah, sag's. Nein, hör auf.
Die Löschschrotte sind die Schwitzer drin.
Ja, klar.
Ja, für dich ist schon der schlechteste Spieler ein Schwitzer, Digga.
Na, wollte ich auch gerade sagen.
Sehr gut.
Süß.
Ich hab die dreckigste Waffe der Welt.
Dich selber?
Ja.
Nein, ich hab C4.
Da ist eine Mutter im Hintergrund.
Ja, da ist wirklich eine.
Stark.
Süß, aber.
Sehr leise ist.
Das ist Ahmed.
Gegner. Farin. Wer ist Ahmed?
Ahmed.
Ahmed.
Was hast du mit dem Ahmed?
Ja, du hörst dich so an wie ein Ahmed.
Was?
Ja, ich bin aber keiner.
Was ist das?
Bist du ein Junge oder ein Mädchen?
Warum fragst du?
Heilige Scheiße. Das darfst du nicht sagen. Das ist... Er hört sich so an wie... Darf man das sagen, Ian?
Nein, nein, nein.
Ich bin ein...
Eigentlich nicht, oder?
Ja,
Nelly,
was denn? Manche Mädchen können sich auch anhören wie ein Junge.
Nelio, wie alt bist du? Ah, fuck, er hört mich nicht. Frag du ihn mal, Ian.
Nelio, du bist 11, ne?
Ja, noch 10.
Okay.
Ich werde aber 11.
Warte, Ian, kannst du verstehen, dass als er geboren wurde, ja,
haben wir schon
war Fortnite, also Fortnite rauskam, war er 4 Jahre alt.
Oh, Alter.
Scheiße, das ist verrückt, oder?
Ja, als er geboren wurde, habe ich schon Nintendo gespielt.
Warte mal.
Bruder, ich habe schon seit ab 3 Nintendo gespielt, wo ich 3 war.
Bro, 2016.
Mal geklaut.
Bro, 2016, du musst dir vorstellen.
Digga.
Er war 2 Jahre alt, als der 7. Teil von Star Wars rauskam.
Oh mein Gott.
Er ist jetzt erst 2013 geboren.
Ach du Scheiße. Nelio.
Das ist verrückt.
Was?
Wie jung du bist.
Das ist crazy.
Sorry, Digga.
Das ist crazy.
2013, das ist 6 Jahre Unterschied. 7. Das ist echt crazy.
Ja, Mann.
Guck, du musst dir jetzt mal vorstellen, in 2 Jahren, wie das sein wird. Du wirst mit so 2015 Leuten spielen. Oh, holy shit. 2015.
Gib mir meine Slaps wieder, Digga. Trolling.
Bro, irgendwann wirst du mit Leuten spielen, die das Spiel spielen. Ah, fuck, jetzt hab ich mich irgendwie ein bisschen verhalten.
Ja, der 10-Jährige trollt mich, Digga, wirklich.
Das ist verrückt.
Ja, das sind jetzt nur noch 2 und keine 4.
Was?
1 zum 2. Mal.
Spiel ich lieber Sniper. Jigs, ich weiß noch nicht. Ich werde eventuell gleich mal ganz kurz reinkommen. Wenn du gerade im Stream bist, oder mal.
Wann kommt die nächste Season?
Am 4. November kommt Season 5 Chapter 1. Ja, was soll ich sagen?
Freust du dich schon?
Du nicht?
Nö.
Ich schon.
Ich bin eher Arsch.
Jo.
Meine Erwartungen sind so niedrig, Bro. Das ist aber auch
Ich werde
wichtig.
angeschossen.
Das ist so krass, guck mal. Als wir das erste Mal gesagt haben, ich werde angeschossen, ich werde angeschossen, hat er sich doch in die Hose gemacht, Bro. 3 Jahre. Das ist so verrückt, Mann. Ich check das nicht. Das ist 3 Jahre.
Irgendwie da so.
Reicht jetzt, Digga, for real, ne?
Nein, wirklich, wirklich. Das
Nein,
ist...
du betreibst.
Nein.
Ja,
Das ist
okay.
wirklich verrückt. Du checkst das, glaube ich, selber nicht. Oh. Dieses Spiel ist so alt mittlerweile. Alter, Mann.
Ja, Digga, League of Legends Niveau hier schon fast, oder was? World of Warcraft Niveau.
Bro, Counter-Strike Niveau, holy shit.
Ja, Digga, 2000.
Das Spiel ist doppelt so alt wie ich.
Bro, das spielen 50-Jährige, Digga, Counter-Strike.
Ja, das ist geil. Die Wichser beleidigen mich auch alle.
Ja, kann ich verstehen, würde ich auch tun.
Danke. Oh, hier ist ein Schatz.
Ich weiß, dass ich hier bin.
Ja.
Ganz dünnes Eis.
Gibt es Jumpscares?
In Fortnite? Nein. Leider nicht.
Und
ja,
zwar gab es immer
von
Jumpscares.
damals kommen leider, glaube ich, nicht mehr zurück.
Das war so interessant eigentlich.
Ja, ne, Trimax hat sich immer so aufgeschossen.
Erinnere ich nicht.
Vor allem kommt aus der Mülltonne ein Zombie raus.
Tja. 10 Jahre, können wir bitte mal darüber reden? Was war das jüngste Person, mit der du jemals gespielt hast, Ian?
Oh, ich glaube 7. 7 ist echt schon. Ja.
Wann war das?
Keine Ahnung.
Ist das lange her oder war das diese Season?
Ja, das war sogar, glaube ich, diese Season, wenn ich ehrlich.
Scheiße, diese Season. Warte, nein, das Spiel ist 6 Jahre alt geworden.
Oh, bei mir ist
Season,
ein Gegner, richtiger.
Warte, welche Farbe bist du? I see. Ist er gut? Ist er schlecht? Ah, das zählt.
Ja, es sind mehrere, immer so, ne? Du kannst dich nur für eine Person fragen. Funktioniert nicht, grammatikalisch.
Er ist richtig gut.
Ja, okay.
Er ist Bester, er ist der Beste. Ich habe noch nie gegen so einen Spieler gespielt. Okay, ich bin weg.
Ja, okay, Digga.
Was sind das für Lobbys?
Dann hat der Typ, Digga.
Ja, geht doch einfach rein, wie dumm, Digga. Was soll ich denn machen?
Holy shit, Jan.
Aber die kommen auch nicht mehr helfen, die anderen.
Ich bin komplett hier.
Das finde
Okay. Ich fighte die ganze gegen 2, ne?
Ja, was soll ich da machen? Was soll ich da machen? Kannibal. Bro, er heißt Kannibal.
Ja, ich kann quitten, Digga. Und so
Er ist Kannibal. Er ist Kannibal. Bro, er frisst Menschen.
3 Lost und ein Guter kann nichts gegen 4 Gute machen. Das funktioniert leider nicht. Ne?
Ah, das ist ein bisschen toll.
Ja, okay, ein mittelmäßiger ist hier zwischen, aber.
Und ein Pro.
Ich bin da mal weg, hau rein. Ich weiß. Tschüss.
Warte, wo bist du hin?
In die Lobby von Jigs.
Wer ist das? Nein, ich guck Stream.
Yo, Freezy.
Yo.
Was geht's?
Ah ja, die Dings, die V-Bucks schenke ich dir bald. Also dauert nicht länger als eine Woche, weil ich durfte mir nicht sagen. Ich bin heute von der Schule. Nee, ich bin heute von der Schule abgehauen, deswegen. Oder hat uns Polizei gesucht. Das ist ein bisschen kritisch. Darf jetzt gerade nichts aufladen. Aber Mom-Selfie schenkt mir schon was.
Wir machen eine Woche, aber ungefähr, okay?
Ja, eine Woche geht sich. Ja, eine Woche geht sie aus.
Ich schreibe dann Discord.
Ja, safe. Hey, bist nicht CFA?
Hä? Nee,
Ist doch nicht. Wieso?
Hä? Ja, bringt nichts irgendwie.
Oder wer schmatzt da so? Geh doch BS.
Ja, kann ich machen sogar.
Skin Contest. Digga, bitte sei leise, Digga. Was für Skin Contest, Digga? Wo bist denn du hängen geblieben, Digga? In der Toilette. Ja, Digga, bitte. Totschießer, Digga. Wer ist das überhaupt, Digga? Ach so, ihr macht Skin Contest? Nein, wir machen keinen.
Ah, ich glaube, wir sind einige in der Toilette hängen geblieben, aber egal. Ich mach einfach mal ready, ne?
Check kurz. Mein Chat.
Ach, Cheeks, Digga, mach dann Copyright-Musik aus. Bro, ich kann deinen Stream nicht restreamen dann. Ich komme nicht, DC. Ich werde mich jetzt konzentrieren. Ich werde mich nicht nerven lassen von dir. Ja, aber ich mach an, okay, Schimmer. Aber nur solange bis ich drin bin.
Der ist nicht bereit. Bro, man
WTF HYPERX.
Zelda.
Levin. Ey, das ist Chick sein Bruder, dieser Levi. Das ist Chick sein Bruder. Levin. Levin 97, nimm auf süß, meine Fahnen.
Alle anderen, die in den Stream reinkommen, sind moin, das geht. Ich bin hier gerade in einer Private Lobby, noch bei einem Twitch-Streamer oder Kollegen auch. Mittlerweile, gefühlt. Und bei dem werde ich jetzt nochmal hier ein Turnier mitspielen.
Stress! Kein Stress! It's weg there! Alter, halt's Maul, Digga, du bist 10, Digga! Halt deine Fresse, Digga! Oder wie alt bist du denn? Geh schlafen, es ist 21 Uhr, es ist Schlafenszeit, mein Bester. Oder ich bin wahrscheinlich älter als
du. Es sind Ferien. Aber ich würde... Und ganz schnell raus. Ich bin auf Highground.
jetzt hier um Leaderboard nicht sehen.
Ey, ich versuche mich hier anzuschränken in der Lobby, ne? Hä? Ja. Ja, Slap bringt nicht so krass viel. Und ich hatte keine Metz mehr, um hochzukommen. Unlucky. Aber Endgame. Endgame ist es. Aber man muss sagen, das sind auch alles keine schlechten Spieler, ne? Muss man einfach sagen. Nochmal dazu. GG's, Alter. 5 Euro Zone Wars B2B-Turnier. Also ich glaube, ja, Back-to-Back-Turnier ist das. Ich glaube, wenn man ein Back-to-Back-Win holt, dann 5 Euro. So verstehe ich das, glaube ich. Also sonst wäre es auch kein Back-to-Back-Turnier. Crazy, der Typ. Ich habe wieder kein Moving-Item. Ganz so flüssig läuft die Lobby auch nicht. Ich bin ein bisschen nervös, wirklich. Ich habe ein bisschen nervöse Hände. Schon länger kein Private-Turnier mehr gespielt. Echt lange her, muss ich sagen. Ich glaube, das letzte Mal, wo ich ein Private-Turnier gespielt habe, war noch damals mit meinem RG-Clan. Ne, nicht RG-Clan, sondern... Was war das für ein Clan? Das müsste der RG-Clan gewesen sein, damals 2020. In der Marvel-Season. Habe ich zuletzt Private Cup gespielt. Wie war da irgendwie das so? Oh, Jigs ja auch. Okay, Jigs, der wird auch wahrscheinlich sein Geld verteidigen, deswegen spielt er auch selber mit. Mal so, by the way. Ich habe meinen eigenen Chat gar nicht mehr offen. Auf Twitch. Digga, ich habe seinen Chat offen. GG's. Mal gucken, wie lange das hier geht. Also ein paar Runden werde ich auf jeden Fall mitspielen. Es geht halt nicht um die Punktzahl, ne? Man muss halt ein Back-to-Back-Win holen, wie gesagt. Also, die Punktzahl ist egal. Aber ich werde ein bisschen chillen. Bis ich irgendwann mit der Rocket weiter kann. Aber ich wollte nicht immer mal direkt meine ganzen Mets verschwenden. Ich hatte aber auch die ganze Zeit das Item hier nicht bekommen, das Rocket-Item, deswegen auch schwierig. Ja. Ich muss... Am Anfang habe ich gut gespielt, ich lasse jetzt schon nach irgendwie. Oh, das ist eigentlich auch ganz schön gut, ne? So, auf jeden Fall Smooth Building hat er. Der mit seiner Charge. Oh. Ist hier ein KYIO, den ist. Okay, Jigs schon tot, Jigs. Da, Lechte.
Ist anonym. Ich habe keine Ahnung, wer das ist. Oder es hat das jetzt so ein gutes Beispiel. Er ist zweiter Platz, er könnte eher. Oh, da sind viele rausgegangen. Den ist auch drin. Aha.
Ja, warte mal.
Oder es gibt. Oder auch gerne ja, aber es ist halt. Okay, jetzt hab ich's. Ja, wahrscheinlich hat der eh gewonnen. Jetzt hab ich's. Hey, boah, aber Chat, der darf doch Back gewinnen beim ersten Ding, Digga. Bruder, es kann doch nicht sein, dass er dann Back-to-Back. Ihr müsst den ballern. Ich meine.
Ja. Jux verteidigt hier gerade noch mit allen seinen Machten noch hier sein Geld, Digga. Holy shit. Man merkt's. Ich hab ein bisschen Angst um sein Geld. Bro, was mache ich für Buildings, hä? Nicht eingespielt, ich bin noch komplett lost deswegen. Ja, Digga, was soll ich denn machen? Ja, schon sad. Ah, ist okay. Ich kann keinen anderen zugucken. Ah, W hat der Digga, ich sag ehrlich. Ja. Ja, ich glaube, 1, 2 Runden mache ich jetzt auch. Weil die Lobby, die wird echt langsam leer, ne? Bei ihnen. 8 Leute. Ich habe bei Rubix auch mal die gleiche Map gezockt. Tatsächlich. Bei dem Content Creator Rubix. Ich habe ihn sogar einmal auch hochgenommen. Muss ich ehrlich mal sagen. Kann man mitspielen. Ja, schreib deinen Namen rein, dann edit dich noch. Aber jetzt noch großartig mitspielen, eher nicht. Dass die auf mich fokussen, ne? Bei so einem Fight. Ja, okay, Digga. Alle sind gequittet. Sind alle gequittet, ja. Außer Nilio nicht. Irgendwas macht der. Der Jigs. Das war ja komplett low. Mal kurz reingehen hier in den Chat. Ich mach mal nur Freunde, damit er vielleicht ja auch. Ja, ne.
Das sind so Leute, die irgendwelche Arenen so reinkommen. Geschrieben.
Ah, ich glaube, es dauert ganz kurz hier, bis wieder ein paar Leute werden. Ich glaube, ich gehe auch mal raus. Ich glaube, ich bin mal raus hier. Ja. Ja, ich gehe raus, komm. muss auch ein Ende kennen. Ich werde morgen Abend wieder 3,5 Stunden streamen und mir den World Cup Quali und das World Cup Call anschauen. Von daher würde ich noch einmal sagen, vielen Dank für diesen übelst heftigen Support heute. Ich lange nicht mehr so einen krassen Support gehabt. 800 Aufrufe hatte ich, glaube ich, auch bisher nur einmal auf einen Stream. Und das ist auch schon lange her. Ich kann da mal gucken. Also der Stream mit den meisten Aufrufen hat 951 und der ist halt über 1,5 Jahre her. Darunter sind dann 787 Aufrufe, mal gucken. Aber das ist trotzdem crazy, Digga. Sag ich ganz ehrlich, auch 21 Likes, ne, 22 Likes. 22 Likes und höchste Zuschauerzahl 27, Average 20 Zuschauer. Das ist doch wirklich Ehre, Kuss an jeden, der hier heute zugeschaut hat. Übelst heftiger Support und ja, recht herzlichen Dank. Ja, dann würde ich sagen, bin ich morgen wahrscheinlich wieder um die gleiche Uhrzeit live. Ich war heute so um 16 Uhr live, glaube ich. Ne, ich war heute sogar früher live. Ich war heute irgendwas um 14 Uhr live. Morgen genauso. Und dann morgen wahrscheinlich auch bis 21:30 Uhr, weil dann Sonntag auch die Finals sind, die ein bisschen länger gehen, weil das eine Runde länger ist. Das heißt, da kann man auch bestimmt nochmal über eine halbe Stunde länger rechnen am Sonntag. Und in dem Sinne würde ich sagen, haut rein, Leute. Killer zu dem Stratus ist in. Bis dann.